The Pokémon world, vast, mysterious, and filled with countless species. Here, humans and Pokémon coexist, growing and fighting side by side. Hoenn region, Mabai town. In a small, 3-story house on the edge of town, the blanket on a messy bed was kicked aside as a teenage boy slowly climbed out. He washed up, straightened his clothes in the mirror, and grinned at himself. Aoki, you're the most handsome. This boy was Aoki, ordinary in appearance, but today marked the beginning of his extraordinary journey as a Pokémon trainer. After a quiet breakfast, Aoki adjusted his coat and fixed his hair once more. Beside the dining table, a massive figure munched contently on a transparent cube of energy. The metallic sound of teeth grinding echoed as the Pokémon swallowed. Agran, finish up. We're leaving soon. The steel-armored titan lifted its head, gave a low rumble of acknowledgement, then dissolved into red light as Aoki recalled it into its Pokeball. To the outside world, Aoki looked like any rookie trainer about to receive his starter Pokémon from Professor Burch. But hidden beneath the surface, he carried a truth no one else knew. He was not of this world. He had traveled here years ago. The body's parents had vanished during an adventure, leaving him with their wealth and research pension. That money allowed him to prepay the enormous fees required to obtain a starter Pokémon from the Alliance. For ordinary families, such a dream was impossible. Without paying 1 million Alliance coins across 10 years, one had no choice but to catch weak wild Pokémon like Tailo. And for most, that was a road to nowhere. But this world was not the gentle one shown in anime. Trainers died to wild Pokémon, and villainous groups like Team Aqua and Team Magma thrived, madmen plotting to summon Kyogre and Groudon to reshape the world. It was in such a dangerous world that Aoki received his true cheat, the treasure chest system. Wherever he went, chests might appear. Bronze, silver, gold, diamond, even the legendary king's chest. Each one held opportunities, rare items, techniques, even abilities beyond human reach. He remembered the first diamond chest he found when he first arrived in this body. Inside had been a complete set of energy cube manufacturing knowledge and equipment. This single reward changed everything. In this world, Pokémon normally survived on bland rations or homemade mixes. But energy cubes, they were a miracle. Superior to anything that existed here, they provided unrivaled nutrition. Thanks to them, the Aaron his parents had arranged for him hatched healthy and evolved at incredible speed. In just a single year, it had become a mighty Agran, standing at the quasi-elite peak. Aoki called out in his heart. System. At once, a faint blue interface appeared before his eyes, unseen by anyone else. Trainer status. Name, Aoki. Pokémon, Agran. Special ability, Tokiwa's power. Skill, energy cube manufacturing. System backpack, evolutionary stones, rare berries, Pokeballs, Alliance coins, his spoils from countless treasure chests. Pokémon status. Name, Agran. Ability, heavy metal. Type, steel/rock. Qualification, elite level. Strength, quasi-elite peak. Skills, metal claw, rock tomb, iron head, rock slide, protect, heavy slam. Genetic skills, dragon claw, earthquake. Aoki's lips curved upward. Other rookies would begin their journeys today with weak Torchics, Mudkips, or Tricos. He was stepping onto the road with a quasi-elite Agran at his side. And this was only the beginning. In just a single year, Aoki's Agran had risen to the peak of the quasi-elite tier, a feat unthinkable for most trainers. And all of it was thanks to the energy cubes he could craft through the system. In this world, both a Pokémon's level of strength and innate talent determined their future. The levels stretched in order: beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym level, quasi-elite, elite, champion, third-class god, second-class god, and first-class god. Most Pokémon never escaped mediocrity. Only those with elite-level talents could normally grasp their inner secret, the flow of their own elemental power, and break into the elite tier. But with rare treasures, even an average Pokémon could push its limits, improving its potential and breaking past the boundaries of birth. Still, There was no denying truth. Species strength mattered. A Beedrill, even with excellent training, would struggle to keep pace with a Pokémon like Agran. Quasi-gods and steel titans devoured resources. Without endless money, even the strongest bloodline starved before it could shine. That was the sorrow of ordinary families. Aoki, however, was not ordinary. His Agran had hatched with only quasi-elite talent. But with abundant energy cubes, its nutrition and training were unmatched, allowing its potential to rise step by step until it reached true elite talent. In a single year, it now stood at quasi-elite peak, just one insight away from breaking through entirely. The so-called secret was simple in definition, but terrifyingly hard in practice. For Agran, a rock and steel Pokémon, mastering the mysteries of either attribute would open the gate to the elite realm. The gifted few who could comprehend both, those were monsters destined to stand at the pinnacle of combat. Pulling on his shoes and coat, Aoki left his home and walked toward the Otamaki laboratory. Today, he would receive his official starter Pokémon from Professor Burch. Yet as he walked, a faint bitterness lingered in his heart. Originally, Burch should have delivered Aaron's egg to him years ago. But when his parents died, the professor, distracted by grief and research, had delayed the matter until a year ago. If he'd received his Pokémon earlier, if he'd awakened the system sooner, perhaps his Agran would already stand among the true elites. But this world did not deal in ifs. The sprawling Otamaki laboratory soon came into view, its grounds filled with experimental terrains, woods, grasslands, even a miniature desert to house and study Pokémon. For most trainers, the first partner Pokémon came from the Pokémon Center. Only children of researchers or gym leaders were eligible to receive theirs directly from a professor. That exclusivity came with weight. The Alliance invested heavily in the starter Pokémon raised here. Most grew to gym level at minimum, with many reaching quasi-elite potential, and the rarest even showing elite or champion talent. The cost of 1 million Alliance coins over 10 years was not excessive compared to what one received. Still, the sad truth remained. Most trainers would never touch true greatness. Without wealth, without resources, they could only raise 2 or 3 partners, doomed to mediocrity. To be recognized as an elite trainer by the Alliance, one required 6 elite-level Pokémon. Anything less, no matter how strong, was nothing more than a rogue power unacknowledged by the League. Aoki's steps slowed as he reached the front doors. The lab doors swung open, and a familiar figure emerged. "Aoki, you finally came," a warm voice called, "though you're a little late today." It was Professor Burch himself, smiling as he approached. To the world, Burch was a genial researcher. To Aoki, he was the man who had once worked side by side with his late parents. That bond, coupled with another secret, meant Burch valued Aoki more than most. For Aoki had given Burch ideas that no one else in this world had dared propose. When he first crossed over, before the system awakened, Aoki had feared he would never amount to much. To survive, he buried himself in research, pretending diligence while dropping fragments of insight. Why did some Blaziken grow faster while others unleashed stronger flames? Aoki hinted at a hidden mechanic, the concept of ability. Why did certain EV evolve differently in day and night? Aoki quietly suggested a connection to time and intimacy. Burch, brilliant and earnest, seized upon these theories, tested them, and confirmed them. The world credited him as the pioneer, but Burch knew who had first whispered the ideas. And so, Aoki became not just a trainer, but also a respected researcher within Burch's circle. Professors across the regions knew his name, though only behind closed doors. Fame and fortune came as quietly as trust and protection. After all, every professor was more than a scholar. Professor Oak was once a champion. Burch himself stood as an elite-level trainer. In this world, true research demanded power. Without it, you wouldn't survive long enough to publish your findings. For men like them, trainer was profession, and research was simply a passion. And now, with Burch smiling at him, Aoki knew His real journey was about to begin.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Professor Burch, I'm so sorry for being late. I should still have my Torchic. Aoki's expression was a little calm, and he was not too panicked. He believes Professor Burch should be ready for him. Although you came late, Torchic, I helped you stay, and you even lied to others for this. You really have to thank me. Professor Burch is human after all. I have a great fondness for Aoki, so I deliberately hid Torchic. Even if others wanted it, he didn't give it to them and instead deceived them. Thank you then, Professor Burch. Aoki is very grateful to Professor Burch. Thank you very much for Professor Burch's help over the years. It's just that he forgot about buying Aaron's eggs for a few years, which caused his system to end up living for a few years. That aside, he's a really nice guy. Okay, Aoki, the Torchic you want is right here. Professor Burch took out a baby ball and handed it to Aoki. Aoki took the baby ball and opened it, and a small figure appeared on the ground. Not exactly. This is exactly what Torchic, Hoenn, and Usangia can do, and they can also evolve, and the final of all Blaziken is fire type and fighting type. Torchic, this is your trainer, Professor Burch said. Not exactly. Torchic took the initiative to pounce on Aoki, holding Aoki's feet with his little hands, looking very happy. Aoki also hugged Torchic, who was indeed very cute, and his final evolutionary mentality was also quite domineering. Torchic, please give me your advice in the future. Not exactly. Torchic seemed to understand. His trainer was very easy to get along with and was very happy. He hugged Aoki tightly. Aoki also took advantage of this moment to look at the system panel and clicked on Torchic's information. This is a function that comes with the system. As long as it's his Pokemon, you can see detailed information. Name, Torchic. Ability, acceleration. Attribute, fire. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, elite level. Skills, grab, growl, ember, smoke. Genetic skill, flame vortex. Just from the system interface, Torchic is an excellent Pokemon. The usual Usangia has just acquired it, which is Rookie's strength, and his Torchic has completely passed the novice stage. He even inherited the ability of flame vortex. It may not be as good as Agran, but in terms of qualifications, it is definitely not comparable to Agran. After all, when Agran first got it, his talent was at a quasi-elite level. It was only after eating energy cubes for more than a year that my qualifications reached the elite level. As soon as you get this Torchic, you have elite level qualifications. If you use the energy cube for a long time, you can definitely reach the championship level. Moreover, because of the low-grade tree fruit, he can only make mid-level energy cubes. As long as a large number of high-grade tree fruits can be obtained, the quality of the energy cubes will be higher and Torchic will grow faster. Maybe this time it only takes 1 year, or even less than 1 year, for Torchic to have elite level strength. Professor Burch, thank you for preparing such an excellent Torchic for me. Aoki is really grateful. He knew very well that the average Usangia had at most a gym level or quasi-elite level qualification. To be able to give him an elite qualified Torchic, Professor Burch's help is absolutely indispensable. You're welcome. You're an excellent researcher. It's a pity that you became a trainer, but your trainer talent is also very strong. Professor Burch knew that Aoki's Agran had reached its quasi-elite peak within a year. It could be seen that Aoki trainer is very talented. Because of this, he didn't force Aoki to become a researcher. He just didn't want to delay Aoki. Maybe both Aoki trainer and researcher will have a successful career. Professor Burch, in addition to challenging Alliance, I have another reason for traveling this time. I have a research direction that I need to investigate. Of course, Aoki will not give up his identity as a researcher. Apart from anything else, as long as you can become a professor, you can achieve a high status. Like Professor Oak, Professor Burch, Professor Araya Juniper, these people have a very high status. Moreover, whether you're a professor or a researcher, as long as you can publish some important papers, you can charge a fee. There are so many people in this world, and if one person receives 100 yuan, that is tens of billions. He can completely copy and paste the information from his previous life and place it in this world. Really? Do you have a new research direction? Then you must work hard. Professor Burch's eyes lit up. He believed that Aoki's talent must have found a new direction, and it might be successful soon. This trip may be for investigation and a challenge alliance. Sure enough, he was very optimistic about Aoki. Then, Professor Burch, I'll be leaving first. Aoki took back Torchic and was about to leave. He had to pack his luggage when he returned, and then embarked on a journey to dominate Alliance. When the time comes, will he punch Yolanda or kick Steven Stone? Or beating up Wallace, dating Cynthia? These are all questions worth thinking about. He had not thought about it carefully after traveling through time for such a long time. Wait, I know you're not lacking, but there are a few Pokeballs here, as well as a Pokemon Pokédex. Professor Burch is holding a Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs. These are all matching. After all, if you pay 1 million, it is not for nothing. Thank you. Aoki took the Pokédex and Pokeball, put them in his backpack, turned around and left. This backpack is a high-tech product of the Siliph Group. Even though it is just a backpack, it has a lot of space inside. Of course, compared to Aoki's system backpack, it's far behind. Aoki is still used to using system backpacks. It looks like this year's Evergrande conference should be very exciting. Professor Burch looked at Aoki's leaving figure, as if he could see that a champion was about to be born. And probably the strongest Alliance champion ever. Maybe even the best Pokemon researcher out there. After leaving Otamaki Laboratory, Aoki returned to his residence and was in no hurry to set off. After all, when traveling, you need to prepare a lot of food and luggage, but he basically didn't prepare anything. When he got home, Aoki saw that the doors seemed to be open and didn't pay too much attention. He already knew who was coming. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young girl sitting on the sofa. May, you're here again. Yes, this girl is May, the daughter of Norman, the Pedleberg gym leader and the future heroine of the Hoenn region. But May is still young now, and it will take several years before she can get Pokemon and become a Pokemon trainer. Even the protagonist, Ash, will not embark on his journey until next year. Aoki is just a year ahead of schedule. As for May, he actually struck up a conversation with her on purpose and became her best friend. There was no way. The system was not activated at that time. Although I became a researcher, I was worried about insufficient resources. So he hooked up with May. After all, May is also the daughter of the gym leader, and Norman is the future Elite Four of the Hoenn region. Not only is he strong and has a deep background, but his family is quite wealthy. At that time, Aoki was ready to eat soft rice. But he didn't expect that just when he successfully hooked up with May, became May's good friend, and captured May's heart. Professor Burch sent Aaron's egg over, and he successfully activated the system. Alas, this may be fate. God despises him for being a soft boiler and wants him to take care of May. Brother Aoki, have you got the Earl Dervish Pokemon? What is it? Torchic or Trico? I'm also hesitant about what to get in the future. May ran over immediately with expectation in her eyes. Every time she was with Aoki, she felt very peaceful. Sometimes she would accidentally remember that a few months ago, she encountered danger in the forest and was attacked by a wild Seviper. Originally, she thought she would die, but at the critical moment, Aoki appeared and took Agran with her. In the end, Agran relied on his quasi-elite level strength to kill Seviper instantly with one move and came to the heroic rescue. From that time on, May has been very fond of Aoki and has even exceeded the boundaries of ordinary friends. I chose Torchic. Aoki took out the Pokemon ball and released Torchic. As soon as Torchic came out, he grabbed Aoki's feet and didn't want to separate. He seemed to want to smell Aoki's scent. Is this Torchic? It's so cute. I've decided that I will choose Torchic in the future. May squatted nearby, making up her mind. It doesn't matter whether Torchic is cute or not, The main thing is that Aoki also chose Torchic, so of course she has to choose the same one. When the time comes, she will be paired with Aoki, Torchic will be paired with Torchic, and a small Torchic will be born. May's face turned red, and she was in reverie. It's just that she is thin-skinned and is embarrassed to say it out loud, so she only dares to think in her heart. Not exactly. Torchic looked at May in front of him and felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. He was so scared that he clutched Aoki's legs. It always feels like May is thinking about something bad, and it has something to do with it. This woman is really scary. Aoki used Tokiwa's power to hear Torchic's voice, but was still speechless. Is May scary? He actually thought it was very cute. Even though he was petty in the past, he really liked Stephanie, a cute sister-in-law like May. At that time, she wanted to find a beautiful love and a supporter at the same time. May, then I'll wait for you. When you get the Earl Dervish Pokemon, I'll take you on a journey. Aoki touched May's head. It's a pity that May is still young now, and he is not very strong. He can't take May out even if he wants to. I guess Norman wouldn't agree. But wait a year or two, and May will grow up. By then, he may already have 6 elite-level Pokemon and become an elite trainer. Norman wouldn't object if he wanted to come, and he might even be eager to give his daughter to him. Well, when the time comes, I will definitely travel with brother Aoki. May nodded excitedly, thinking about going on a trip with Aoki. This should be a good choice. Torchic breathed a sigh of relief. The look in this woman's eyes was so terrifying. She was really afraid that she would be bullied. Sure enough, it was the master who was better, and there was an inexplicable warmth about him. This so-called warmth is naturally Aoki's regular strength. May, have dinner here tonight, and travel with me tomorrow. When you pass Changhua Gym, you'll go back. Aoki still feels that he and May should continue to develop a relationship. The most important thing is that traveling alone is so boring. He really wants to find a companion. Even if May can't stay with him, even if it's only for a few days, it's still acceptable. That's great. May jumped up excitedly. She was really happy to be with the person she liked. But thinking that Aoki was next to her, May blushed. She was so excited just now that she forgot about Aoki. Could he be misunderstood by Aoki? Well, I just want to be with you. Don't think too much about it. Understood, I won't think too much about it. Aoki looked meaningfully, then turned around and walked into the kitchen. Now that May is here, we have to prepare a very sumptuous dinner. Fortunately, he once opened a bronze treasure chest and gained excellent cooking skills. However, cooking skills are not mainstream in the Pokemon world, so the system page does not display it. May looked at Aoki's leaving figure, remembering the meaningful look in her eyes, and felt that she might have been detected. What to do? Will he be misunderstood by Aoki? May sat on the sofa and looked at Aoki in the kitchen, a little distracted. What a perfect man, and she might actually be in love with Aoki. In the kitchen, in addition to preparing food for humans, Aoki also prepared some energy cubes. Prepared one specially for Torchic. In addition to increasing nutrition, these energy cubes also partially enhance the control of attributes. They're the so-called fire energy cubes, Agran's rock system, and Orberg's system. This should be eaten together every day. The next morning, Aoki got up early, packed his luggage, and set off with May. The two left Little Root Town and embarked on a journey to Pedleberg City. On the way, there was a large forest. Normal people will never enter the forest because there is a passage that belongs to humans. The reason why May was able to arrive safely was because she took the right path and there was no danger. Alliance will conduct regular patrols and remove all dangerous Pokemon to protect the safety of pedestrians. But Aoki is not an ordinary person. With Agran, at least in this novice village, there is no danger. And only by entering the forest and fighting Pokemon can Torchic's growth be accelerated. In addition, there is a silver treasure chest in the forest. Although he had cleaned up all the treasure chests within this year, a silver treasure chest only appeared recently. Aoki didn't know where the silver treasure chest came from, but he didn't worry too much. The treasure chest was given to him for nothing. Brother Aoki, the forest is dark and gloomy. Do you have any powerful Pokemon? May held Aoki tightly with one hand, not wanting to let go because she was worried that danger might arise somewhere. I also wanted to get close to Aoki. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Aoki also grabbed May's little hand. Alas, I was trying to flirt with May crazily in the first place. Who would have thought that the system would be activated? The evil you have done must be dealt with by yourself. And May is cute too. Swish, brush, brush. There was a sudden, strange noise in the woods nearby. Show up, there's a Pokémon. May was startled and immediately grabbed Aoki with caution in her eyes. Just, Torchic immediately jumped out, stood in front of Aoki, and patted his chest. It seems to say, I can protect you. Aoki also stared at the trees, not too worried. With Agran, there is no danger as long as it is not an elite-level Pokémon. A small gray and white wolf dog emerged from the bushes. Poochyena, an evil-type Pokémon that can evolve into Mytyena. Species strength is not particularly high, and Aoki still hopes to conquer those with strong talents. However, Poochyena is also a good rival, at least suitable for the current Torchic. Poochyena, how about a fight with my Torchic, and I can give you some food? Aoki uses his Tokiwa power and holds an energy cube in his hand. Poochyena was originally very vigilant, but when she felt the power of Tokiwa, she immediately relaxed her vigilance. This man is really gentle. When she smelled the faint fragrance in the air, Poochyena's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. Then, Torchic, it's up to you. Aoki stretched out a hand, and Torchic rushed out immediately and patted his heart. Not exactly. Leave it to me. Aoki heard what Torchic meant. Poochyyena was not polite and rushed over immediately, hitting Torchic with her body. Perhaps being in the forest all year round and needing to catch food by herself, Poochyyena has a strong sense of fighting. Torchic was frightened for the first time in the battle, and Aoki had no orders. He was at a loss for a while. Torchic, use smoke on me. After Torchic listened to Aoki's order, he was no longer so panicked and blew out a stream of smoke from his mouth. Smoke filled the air, and Poochyena's sight was obscured. She was a little panicked for a moment and looked around. Then I remembered that I had a keen sense of smell and smelled it immediately. Ember. Can Aoki give Poochyyena this chance? Torchic spit out a large amount of ember from his mouth and hit Poochyyena head-on. Poochyyena let out a cry, obviously hurt, and the injury was not very minor. Give him the final vortex of flames. Naturally, Aoki would not give Poochyyena a chance to fight back and take advantage of his illness to kill him. Of course, this is just talk. The purpose is to defeat Poochyyena. It is impossible to really kill him. Torchic spit out a mouthful of hotter flames, forming a vortex and surrounding Poochyyena. After the flame vortex disappeared, Poochyyena fell to the ground, with a halo in her eyes, and lost the ability to fight. Aoki looked at the circles in Poochyena's eyes and still couldn't figure out why her eyes looked like this when she lost the ability to fight. But maybe that's how the world rules. When Torchic saw that he had won, he jumped up and down happily and kept eating in his mouth. Aoki heard what Torchic meant. Master, I am awesome. It is indeed very powerful. After all, he has elite qualifications and the inherited skill of Flame Vortex. Genetic skills are naturally not those in the game, but are inherited from one's parents. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a Torchic with Flamethrower. Aoki doesn't have that big ambition. A Flame Vortex is enough. After comforting Torchic, Aoki used the power of Tokiwa to heal Poochyyena. After Poochyyena woke up, she looked at the energy cube next to her, took a bite, and tasted it with relish. After eating the energy cube, Poochyyena reluctantly left. It really wants to be Aoki's Pokémon, but from the look of Aoki, it doesn't seem to be interested in it. Brother Aoki, you were so powerful, you actually defeated Poochyyena. There was admiration in May's eyes. In her opinion, everything Aoki does is right. Defeating Poochyyena means that Aoki is very powerful. Not exactly. Torchic has an opinion. It obviously defeated Poochyyena. Why not praise it? Torchic, you are awesome too. May praised Torchic, and Torchic became even more proud. His nose almost turned up to the sky. This Torchic really has a personality. Aoki quickly arrived near the river with one Pokemon per person. The silver treasure chest is in the river. Don't know exactly where it is. Unfortunately, his Torchic can't swim or go into the water, and Agran isn't good at it either. So I can only fish. May, take a rest here for now, and let's go fishing together. Aoki took out 2 fishing rods. They are all found in treasure chests. They are much better than ordinary fishing rods, and also have special attribute bonuses. Although the markup rate is not particularly high, it is still better than buying it. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to fish. May took over a fishing rod. Only May knew whether she really wanted to fish or not. 2 people sat together, holding a fishing rod, and fished happily. When you come to the Pokemon world, if you don't fish or catch a few Magikarp, is it still a trainer? Torchic was sitting next to him, happily eating energy cubes. This is the best food he has ever eaten. After eating energy cubes for 2 days, Torchic's hair became more colorful. The same type of Torchic, he is a handsome chicken. Brother Aoki, the fishing rod in your hand has moved. It only took a few minutes for the fishing rod to move. I don't know if it's a system bonus or luck. Aoki immediately pulled, and a red car popped out. Magikarp. Although he had guessed it, he was still helpless when he actually caught Magikarp. It's also because there are too many Magikarps all over the country. Anyone who hasn't caught 180 Magikarps can't say he has caught fish. This is Magikarp, brother Aoki. Do you need it? May asked. No, I don't need to. Aoki places Magikarp in the water. Regarding water-type Pokemon, he actually has an idea in mind. Mudkip is good, Milotic, and Gyarados are all good. Although Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, his energy cube can speed up Magikarp's evolution. But most of these Magikarp qualifications are not good. It is too difficult to find an elite qualification among tens of millions of Magikarp. And Aoki's attention was focused on the silver treasure chest. In addition to opening diamond treasure chests in his own home, Professor Burch also opened bronze treasure chests. The silver chest has not been opened yet. This is why he didn't go deep into the forest. Who owns the silver treasure chest? Next, Aoki and May caught a lot of fish, either Magikarp, Seeking, or Poliwag. Except for Poliwag, which he might subdue and check the qualifications, he didn't look at the others. After all, there are so many Magikarps, and it takes a lot of effort to find one. It's also because the rich people in this world are too greedy. Once a Pokeball is used, it can no longer be used. Although Aoki opened the treasure chest and had dozens of Pokeballs, he still couldn't bear the waste. All day long, Aoki couldn't catch any water-type Pokemon that he was satisfied with. He's interested in Oshawott, Poplio is good, and Froakie is acceptable. Especially the final bond, Greninja, Aoki's favorite, especially domineering. But this is all just illusion. At night, after dinner, everyone began to rest. Aoki brought a tent, but there were 2 people, so there was only 1 tent for everyone. May noticed Aoki's eyes and guessed it instantly, blushing and feeling a little at loss. Well, brother Aoki, if possible, the 2 of us can be in a tent. Then it's settled. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Aoki immediately got into the tent. Although May was shy, she was very happy and couldn't wait to follow behind. When zipping up, Aoki took out 2 Pokeballs. Torchic, Agran, I'll leave it to you tonight. Letting the Pokemon out was just my first time camping, so it might be dangerous at night. Once in danger, Agran can also resist. Not exactly. Torchic patted his heart, and then stole a glance at Agran next to him. He still respects this big brother very much, mainly because Agran is too powerful. The invisible pressure on his body prevented Torchic from even thinking about resisting. Wave, Agran also patted himself, then lay down next to the tent and closed his eyes rest. Torchic breathed a sigh of relief. This big brother is really powerful, and then got into a sleeping bag. Next, Aoki spent several days fishing and had no intention of leaving in a hurry. The main reason is that the silver treasure chest has always been here, and it is still early, so there's no need to set off in such a hurry. In addition to fishing, Aoki also does not forget to train Torchic. As a future fighting type plus fire type Pokemon, Torchic definitely needs fighting, so its physical strength cannot be missed. There's also a flame vortex that requires training. Although it is a genetic skill, the flame vortex is too scattered and the temperature is not high. The flame vortex must be concentrated so that it is powerful enough. Just a few days of training, plus Aoki's energy cube, and Tokiwa's power of help. Torchic's strength has reached the peak of the intermediate level, and he is only one step away from reaching the advanced level. Once you reach a high level, you might be able to evolve into a combustion. If you train him well, Torchic should be able to have gym-level strength when he finally evolves into Blaziken. When Lyron finally evolved into Agran, he had peak gym-level strength. After several more months of training, he successfully reached the quasi-elite peak level and was only one step away from being an elite. Now Agran is comprehending the secret and striving to break through to the elite level. Aoki sat next to the river and gently pulled on the fishing rod, which had a frog hanging on it. Yes, it's a frog, not Magikarp or his ilk. Aoki suddenly became alert, with disbelief in his eyes. This is actually Froakie. That's right, it's Froakie from the Kalos region. Why does it appear here? This is clearly the Hoenn region, which is far away from Kalos. In this Froakie, Aoki always felt like something was wrong. By the way, the color is wrong. Aoki suddenly figured out that the color of this Froakie was a little lighter than the ordinary Froakie. Flash Froakie. Brother Aoki, what Pokemon is this? May also saw this unique Pokemon and was curious. This is Froakie, the Earl Dervish Pokemon of the Kalos region, equivalent to our Mudkip here. Aoki was also shocked inside. This is the Hoenn region, and Froakie from the Kalos region actually appears. I don't know where it came from, but it doesn't matter. Aoki doesn't want to worry so much. He just wants to conquer Froakie. And it's Flash Froakie in a different color. He had wanted Froakie before, but he didn't expect his wish to come true. Torchic, it's up to you. As soon as Aoki waved, Torchic immediately rushed forward and stared at Froakie menacingly. This is his first conquering battle, and he must not let his master down. Froakie saw Torchic appear, looked at it, and then jumped into the river. Aoki, Torchic, this was a little too much. He was already ready to fight, and Froakie actually ran away. But he can't give up. This is a rare opportunity. Flash Froakie. This is consistent with the status of a time traveler. Which time traveler doesn't have Flash Pokemon and doesn't have the Bond Greninja? Brother Aoki, it seems to have jumped into the river. What should we do now? May was also worried about Aoki. After all, this is the Pokemon Aoki wants to conquer. Here, let me give it a try. Aoki took out an energy cube, placed it by the river, and shook it twice. Hey, good boy, I want to conquer you. As long as you follow me, you can eat such good things. In the river, all the Magikarp, Seeking, Poliwag, etc. all swam out. The scent of the energy cube is really so fragrant that humans can't smell it, but Pokemon can. They always feel that eating energy cubes is good for them. Aoki looked at these Pokemon and had an idea in his mind, so he took out a lot of energy cubes. I want to conquer Froakie. Can you tell me something? This is just a present. All Pokemon nodded and agreed to Aoki's request. Aoki was not polite and threw his energy cube into the river. Anyway, he has a lot of energy cubes and a lot of tree fruits, and he can make energy cubes at any time. And he's about to make some advanced energy cubes. These elementary ones may not be useful. The Pokemon, Stuffed Cheeks, are all trying to figure out how to eat the energy cubes. After they had eaten and drank enough, the Pokemon got into the river. Not long after, Froakie jumped out and shouted something to Aoki. Can you really feed me good food? I have a big appetite. Of course, I'll give you something good to eat. Aoki agreed without hesitation. Even if he doesn't want to eat, Aoki will give him good food and try to make Froakie grow up as soon as possible. Flash Froakie should be able to have elite qualifications and maybe even championship qualifications. Once fully grown, it would be great if it could still fetter evolution. Bonding Greninja, especially handsome. Torchic, use Sand Attack on me. Torchic immediately rushed over, kicking his feet on the ground, and a large amount of yellow sand flew towards Froakie. Guagua Bubble took his time and spit out a lot of bubble. Bubble attack. Bubble and Huangsha collided together, and Huangsha was scattered, covering everyone's affairs. Qua. Froke's figure flashed, and many shadows suddenly appeared. Double team. Such high qualifications. Aoki's desire to conquer became even stronger. This Froke is definitely very talented and is either an elite or a champion. Not exactly. Torchic looked a little panicked when he saw so many Frokes, not knowing which one was real. Don't panic. Use the flame vortex at a 30-degree angle to the left. Aoki has the power of Tokiwa, so he naturally knows which one is the real Froke. Torchic listened to Aoki's order and no longer panicked, spitting out a vortex of flames. A whirlpool of flames, thicker and hotter than before, shot straight at Froke. After several days of special training, Torchic's flame vortex became even more intense. Qua. Froke didn't expect that double team would be discovered and was hid in the front, letting out a scream and falling to the ground. Very well, Torchic, take advantage of the victory and use grasp. Not exactly. Torchic heard Aoki's order and immediately rushed over, grabbed Froke's face, and gave it a fatal blow. Froke's eyes turned white and he fainted. Good, go ahead, Pokemon Ball. Aoki took out a luxury ball and threw it hard. Compared with ordinary balls, luxury balls are more advanced and have a larger space inside, making them suitable for Pokemon to live in. After opening so many luxury balls, I naturally want to use them on my own Pokemon. The Pokemon Ball touched Froke, and a red light sucked Froke into it. Then it shook twice and made a dinging sound. Great, brother Aoki, you successfully subdued Froke. May was even happier than Aoki and even jumped up excitedly. Aoki picked up the luxury ball, released Froke, and used the power of Tokiwa to heal the Guaguapawa. Froke recovered quickly, then looked at Aoki beside him and did not refuse. He has accepted Aoki. Moreover, Tokiwa's strength in Aoki is really warm, and he doesn't really want to be separated from Aoki. Aoki took out a few more energy cubes and gave them to Froke and Torchic. Froke asked when he smelled the energy cube. His eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the energy cube and ate it in big gulps. Next to him, Torchic is also happily eating and replenishing his body. Aoki was very excited. Flash Froke. This is how a time traveler should be treated. By the way, we also need to look at Flash's qualifications. Aoki first opened the system, looked at the system log, and looked at the silver treasure chest he just obtained from Froke. Most of the system's treasure chests are on Pokemon, and you'll find them after defeating rival. A few are in special locations. For example, Otamaki Laboratory or his former home. Sometimes he even suspected that the diamond treasure chest in his house was probably a novice gift bag. Let's not mention this matter for now. Congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Eye of Data and the Rainbow Fruit. Eyes of Data. Aoki doesn't need to think too much to know what it is used for. The Pokemon articles of the past were not in vain. This probably depends on Pokemon data. Aoki looked at Froke, and Froke's data did appear in his eyes. Name, Froke. Ability, change freely, rapids. Attribute, water. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, champion level. Skills, pound, growl, bubble, quick attack, water wave, double team. Genetic skills, hydro pump, freezing ray. Aoki's eyes were filled with fire. As expected of Flash, he has the qualifications to be a champion. As long as he is trained well, he will definitely reach the championship level. Of course, if you cultivate malnourished animals, it goes without saying that you won't be able to reach the championship level. This is also why many quasi-gods are useless, just because they are not trained well and their strength is not good enough. In addition to having very good qualifications, he also has two abilities. One is Rapids, and the other is Changeability. As expected of a Flash Pokemon. Needless to say, Rapids, when the physical strength is low, the power of water skills increases by 50%. As for the freedom of change, you can change your attribute into an attribute with the same moves. This means that if you encounter an electric-type Pokemon and you use a ground-type skill, the attribute will become ground-type. This will make you immune to electric attacks. Aoki looked at Froakie with fire in his eyes. You must train them well, and the future champions are just around the corner. Oh, by the way, once the bond evolves, it will be no worse than a quasi-god. There are also genetic skills, and he actually learned Hydro Pump and Freezing Ray. Fortunately, Torchic also defeated Froakie in advance. Otherwise, once Froakie used Hydro Pump, Torchic would be instantly killed. Froakie noticed Aoki's eyes and couldn't help but look up. Qua, I know I'm handsome. Don't look at me. We're impossible. After hearing Froakie's words, Aoki's face turned dark instantly. If it weren't for the bond, Greninja would be handsome, and it belongs to Flash and has 2 abilities. Aoki would never want such a narcissistic Froakie. Who would like Pokemon? Even if I were to be with a Pokemon, it would be Gardevoir, definitely not Pidgeot. Cough, cough, cough. It seems like I'm overthinking it. Aoki looked at another reward, the Rainbow Fruit. This is the main material for making Rainbow Energy Cubes. He has collected a lot of them, except for the Rainbow Fruit. Rainbow Energy Cubes, Advanced Energy Cubes, have better effects than Primary Energy Cubes. There's also a Rainbow-colored Energy Cube, which is the top energy cube and can also enhance the understanding of the mysteries. It has a better effect on elite-level Pokemon, and even champion-level Pokemon have a slight effect. It's just a pity that he hasn't collected all the materials for the Rainbow Energy Cube yet. There's a big difference. However, the Rainbow Energy Cube is not bad, and it will be of great help to the current Agran. Not to mention Torchic and Froakie. As long as they take Rainbow Energy Cubes for a long time, they will grow faster. Brother Aoki, congratulations. May is really happy for Aoki. Aoki also reached out a hand and gently rubbed May's head. He's indeed happy now. Froakie, who has championship-level qualifications and dual abilities, is one step closer to becoming a champion. By the way, I've been here for a few days, and it's time to leave. Let's leave the forest as soon as possible. Aoki has no intention of staying, and looking around, none of the Pokemon watching by the river had high qualifications. The highest is the gym level. This is of little use to him. He will only conquer Pokemon with quasi-elite qualifications now, and with the help of energy cubes, he can reach the elite level. Kindness. May naturally won't refuse. She just wants to be with Aoki now. The 2 of them packed up, took their luggage, and headed upstream along the river. Aoki is preparing to cross the forest, in addition to training Torchic and Froakie, just to see if he can capture any decent Pokemon. The forest is so big, you might be able to encounter Trico or other grass-type Pokemon. After all, he is a time traveler and should be treated like a time traveler. In addition, Aoki will always pay attention to the system to see if the forest will refresh the treasure chest. If there is a high-level treasure chest, there may be powerful Pokemon or rare Pokemon, just like Froakie before. At night, Aoki didn't gain much, but he had no regrets. After all, today's harvest has been great. Flash Froakie, the future Flash Greninja. My son Froakie looks like a champion. That's too far. May, it's getting late. Let's rest first and continue setting off tomorrow. Kindness. The 2 of them, Torchic and Froakie, helped pitch the tent together, while Agran prepared the wood for camping. At night, people and Pokemon sit around a fire and enjoy the delicious dinner. Froakie, Torchic, and Agran ate heavily. Today's Rainbow Energy Cubes were delicious. Agran finished eating quickly and looked at Torchic and Froakie next to him. These 2 little brothers should be able to share a little bit. Froakie looked at Big Brother, hesitated, took out a Rainbow Energy Cube, and gave it to Agran. Pull. Agran thanked him, picked up the Rainbow Energy Cube, and swallowed it in one gulp. So delicious. After eating, everyone and the Pokemon went to sleep. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. After Aoki woke up, he started preparing breakfast. In addition to his own food, he also had to prepare energy cubes for Pokemon. He does have a lot of primary energy cubes, but since he has opened more than a ton of rainbow fruits, the primary energy cubes can be eliminated. Maybe it can be used by wild Pokemon, allowing them to fight with their own Pokemon. This can promote the growth of Pokemon and reach elite level as quickly as possible. Fight for this Evergrande conference and let those contestants know what genius is. Torchic, Froakie, Agran, it's time for breakfast. May it's time for you to wake up too. Not exactly. Quack. Cora. Agran was the first to run over, his huge body making the ground tremble. Torchic and Froakie were faster, grabbing their own plates first and eating with big mouthfuls. While eating, he barked. It was so delicious, I was lucky to follow the owner. Agran took one bite at a time, with a very happy expression on his face. I have been with Aoki for more than a year. He has eaten a lot of delicious food and is the happiest in his life. Especially compared to other Pokemon, it lives a paradise-like life. I know, I'll be right over. May rubbed her sleepy eyes and then started to fix her hair. She didn't want to show her worst side, especially in front of the people you like. After getting dressed, May came to the dining table and Aoki had already prepared the food. May, Torchic, they've been eating for a long time. It's our turn. Thank you, Brother Aoki. May picked up the chopsticks and tasted her breakfast. Still as delicious as before. Brother Aoki, your breakfast is really delicious. Whoever can marry you in the future will be truly happy. May grabbed breakfast and daydreamed about life. I really want to marry Aoki. Aoki didn't know what May meant, so he pinched May's face gently. Then you will be so happy in the future. Alas, I want to finish teasing the girl I teased with tears in my eyes. Fortunately, as the heroine in the anime, May is not bad, and she is also very beautiful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find May as a soft meal before. May immediately understood what Aoki meant. She was very happy. So, didn't she want to marry Aoki? So shy, but also more exciting. After finishing breakfast, Aoki packed up carelessly and was not in a hurry to leave. It will take at least several days to get out of the forest, so there is no need to be so anxious and train your Pokemon while walking out of the forest. Torchic is about to reach the advanced level, and when it evolves into Combuskin, he might be able to reach the elite level. The same goes for Froakie. When he first conquered it, he was already on the verge of reaching a high level and could break through at any time. It was just because of carelessness that Aoki won a reverse attribute victory. As for Agran, there is no need to train. His main purpose now is to understand the secret. As long as he can understand the secret, he can become an elite-level Pokemon, and he is also an elite trainer in the wild. That is the so-called alternate. After finishing packing, Aoki took out a large number of energy cubes from the system backpack and placed them in the purchased space backpack. This space backpack is a product of Alliance. Although it is not as good as the system space, it can be used to show off. Okay, let's go find the wild angry babies and let them fight me. Good. May took her luggage and immediately followed Aoki. Aoki continued across the forest. Not long after, Aoki met a Beautifly. Beautifly, do you have time? Can you play with me? This is your reward. Beautifly looked at the energy cube in Aoki's hand and was immediately moved. It had a hunch that this energy cube would be of great use to it. Beautifly agreed and immediately flew in front of Aoki. Okay, Froakie, this is our first fight. Don't let me down. Quad. Aoki stretched out his hand, and Froakie immediately jumped out, staring eagerly. The first battle must not be lost. Torchic was originally ready to take action, but after hearing Aoki's words, he felt very disappointed. Beautifly took the lead and flapped its wings slightly. A lot of silver powder appeared in the void. Stun Spore, which this type of Pokemon is best at, will be paralyzed once touched. Quack a Bubble, quickly dodge, then use Bubble Beam. Froakie ran on the ground, ducked to the side, and spit out a lot of bubble. Beautifly's reaction was not slow. It flapped its two wings, and a silver-white storm appeared in the void, blowing up a large amount of leafage. Silver Wind. This Beautifly's skills are quite good, and she is a worthy opponent. Bubble Beam and Silver Wind collided and exploded immediately, causing smoke to cover everyone's sight. Froakie used the Hydro Pump. Aoki didn't need to look. Tokiwa was able to sense Beautifly's direction. The Guaguapawa opened its hands, blue light emitted from the palms, and then gathered a large amount of water and rushed towards Beautifly. Beautifly quickly flew into the air and avoided the Hydro Pump. The Hydro Pump hit the big tree and a large number of leafage fell down. A pair of wings flapped gently, throwing out several wind blades. Aircutter also learned, well, Froakie, double team, and then freeze ray. Aoki gave an order, and Froakie moved quickly, with many shadows appearing around him. Aircutter hits one of the shadows, but misses Froakie. Beautifly panicked all of a sudden. After all, it was a wild Pokemon, so it was a bit at a loss when faced with the situation. All Froakie opened his hands and threw out a silvery white light. Only one ray is real. Beautifly was unable to dodge and was hit head-on by the freezing beam, losing her ability to fight. Froakie was very excited and walked up to Aoki, showing off proudly. Master, I am very powerful. No. Torchic looked a little unhappy. I can do this kind of thing. Okay, I'll need you in the future. Aoki comforted the two of them, then healed Beautifly and gave it an energy cube. Beautifly ate the energy cube and then flew into the forest, and Aoki continued his journey. Aoki has been in the forest for several days, but there's only one day left to travel through the forest. During these days in the forest, Aoki trained Torchic and Froakie every day. Because of the rainbow fruit, the rainbow energy cubes produced have more nutrients, and Torchic and Froakie grow quickly. Even Agran has made remarkable progress and is only one step away from the elite level. Coupled with Aoki's Viridian power, he can heal quickly regardless of the battle. Therefore, Torchic and Froakie have improved very quickly, at least much better than Rookie at the same time. Guaguapawa successfully broke through the intermediate level and reached the advanced level. Torchic is also progressing very quickly. He is only one step away from evolving into Combuskin and reaching the elite level. Because he was about to walk out of the forest, Aoki stepped up his training to become stronger. After leaving the forest, you can relax. Torchic, give it one last ember. Not exactly. Torchic spit out a large amount of ember, completely defeating an Arbok. Very good. Aoki praised. Torchic listened happily and held his head up proudly. Froakie next to him was also shouting, "It's okay for me to come." Facing two Pokemon that were facing each other tit for tat, Aoki didn't stop him. Appropriate competition can promote the progress of both parties, as long as it is not excessive. Aoki healed Arbok, gave it an energy cube, and continued on with May. When we arrived at the river, it was already noon, but Aoki did not move forward. May, it's already noon. Let's take a rest here. I think we can leave the forest tomorrow. Good. May was a little lost. After leaving the forest, it's not that far away from the Pedleberg gym. Then she can no longer be with Aoki. Aoki also knew what May was thinking. Although she wanted May to travel with him, this was absolutely impossible. At least May's parents wouldn't agree, and May didn't have Pokemon and wasn't old enough to travel. He could only travel alone. At lunch, Aoki and May ate together, and Torchic and Froakie ate quickly. They fought many times today, and although they were healed each time, they were mentally tired. So I eat quickly to replenish my energy. Agran doesn't have to fight. It only needs to understand the secret now and doesn't need to fight at all. However, the rainbow energy cubes are so delicious that even Agran eats a lot of them every day to supplement his nutrition. Rumble. Suddenly, an explosion was heard not far from the forest, and a large amount of smoke and dust was emitted from soaring in the sky. Aoki and May looked at the same time. Agran gave up eating and moved next to Aoki, his eyes wary. Torchic and Froakie were also quick to respond, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Aoki and May. Brother Aoki, what's going on? This was the first time May had encountered such a thing, so she was a little panicked. It should be a Pokemon hunter. Let's take a peek. If it's not strong enough, I'll deal with it myself. Aoki pulled May and quietly approached the center of the explosion. At the same time, the system page is opened. Sure enough, a silver treasure chest appeared on the system map. It seems that this enemy is not very difficult. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a silver treasure chest. At least it is a gold treasure chest. Although Aoki thought so, he still acted very vigilant to avoid making mistakes accidentally. The two people quietly arrived at the center of the explosion and then saw a car. There are many Pokemon locked inside the car. Arbok and Weezing. There's a huge Pokemon next to it. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Ground and rock Pokémon. Species strength is very high, no worse than Agran, and is restrained by Agran Steel type. Of course, Agran was restrained even more severely. The two sides restrained each other, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus had the advantage. Fortunately, Aoki's Agran is more powerful. Next to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, there is also a Fearow. Name: Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Attribute: Rock Ground. Strength: Gym level. Moves: Name: Fearow. Attribute: Normal Flying. Strength: Gym level. Moves: Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just gym level strength, then he really didn't care. Even though Super Iron Tyrannosaurus can earthquake, there is a gap in strength between the two sides. Not to mention that Aoki still has the power of Tokiwa. This battle is over. He wants to order the silver treasure chest. Moreover, he is now in a sneak attack contest condition. As long as he can defeat the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus with one move, Fearow will no longer be a threat. May was about to speak, but was stopped by Aoki. Give it to me. Aoki quietly took out the Pokeball. Torchic and Froakie were nearby and were in no hurry to do anything. Torchic, later, you and Froakie will deal with Fearow together, one using Flame Vortex and the other using Freezing Ray. Not exactly. Quack. The two Pokemon whispered. Aoki grabbed Agran's Pokeball and threw it hard. Agran, rush over to me and use Heavy Slam on Rhydon. After Agran appeared, his huge body rushed towards the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The earth was shaking. In addition, Agran's ability is Heavy Metal, making it heavier and more impactful. The power of Heavy Slam increases as the weight increases and the damage increases. Not to mention that the Steel type is twice as powerful as the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Basically, as long as it is knocked down, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus will probably lose its combat effectiveness. Who is it? Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, get out of the way. The Pokemon Hunter was startled. Seeing the Agran rushing towards him, he didn't care so much and immediately prepared to let the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus escape. Torchic, Froakie now. Torchic and Froakie rush out together, attacking Fearow at the same time. The Flame Vortex and the Freezing Light flew towards Fearow together. No, Fearow, get out of the way. The Pokemon Hunter had no time to fight back and could only let Fearow get out of the way. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is also preparing to get out of the way, but it's very slow, even slower than Agran. Coupled with Agran's strong strength and another sneak attack, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus didn't react at all and was knocked down by Heavy Slam. Steel type has twice its resistance, plus the Quasi-Elite peak versus the gym level. The gap is also huge. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was hit, let out a pitiful growl, and then fell to the ground, its eyes turning in circles, and it lost its ability to fight. Just one move. The Pokemon Hunters were so anxious that they were cursing in their hearts. Your uncles. Agran is so powerful, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus that has twice restrained him actually launches a sneak attack. If you have the guts to be confrontational, my Earthquake is not a vegetarian. It's a pity that the Pokemon Hunter just thought about it, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has been defeated. Fearow was lucky. Although he didn't dodge in time, only his lower body was frozen by the freezing light. With twice the restraint, Fearow also screamed, but still endured it. Damn it, Fearow, use Air Slash on me. The Pokemon Hunter was angry, with a ferocious expression on his face. This brat unexpectedly attacked him. He must be taught a lesson. Fearow flapped his wings vigorously. White light emitted from them, and then rushed towards Aoki. Yes, to Aoki. After all, you are still a Pokemon Hunter, so naturally you have to eliminate the trainer first. Agran, protect. Agran immediately appeared next to Aoki, blocked it with his hands, and a light appeared in the void. Fearow hit the light and was blocked by Agran's protect. Damn it, Fearow Drill Run. The Pokemon Hunter gritted his teeth and prepared to deal with Agran first. Even though the strength gap between the two sides is known, Agran must be defeated at this time. Fearow rushes towards Agran. Drill Run. Ground skills for Agran. That's 4 times the damage. Once hit, Agran will definitely be injured. However, Agran's defense is very strong, and it can still survive even if it is 4 times more restrained. In addition, he still has the strength of Viridian, so he can definitely bear it. One-on-one, let's see if Fiero can bear it. Agran, carry it down for me and use Stone Edge. Agran opened his hands, and gray light appeared in the void, forming a huge rock. Fiero's drill run. Agran hit head-on. The ground was shaking violently. Pull. Even though Agran had quasi-elite level strength, he still suffered damage despite being 4 times more restrained. Aoki immediately used the power of Viridian, and a green light enveloped Agran. Under the healing power of Viridian, Agran quickly recovered to almost the same level. Although he did not fully recover, he could still continue fighting. The angry Agran threw the rock in his hand towards Fiero. Fiero was hit from the front, screamed, and then fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Under the attack of the quasi-elite, Fiero had been injured before and could not resist at all. He was easily killed instantly. It's ugly for a Pokemon hunter. 2 of his strongest Pokemon were defeated by Aoki. And looking at Agran's current appearance, he is not injured at all and is fully capable of fighting. Damn it, you little brat, you actually attacked me. Are you still shameless? The Pokemon hunter cursed loudly. If Aoki didn't sneak attack the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, he could definitely defeat Agran with the help of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and Fiero. As for Torchic and Froakie, he has already ignored them. The 2 Pokemon have not yet evolved and have no ability to participate in battle. Don't worry about whether I have a sneak attack or not. Now think about how you should defeat me. Otherwise, I will send you to prison. Aoki crossed his arms, quite confident. He didn't believe that such an ordinary Pokemon hunter had elite-level Pokemon. If he really had an elite level, he wouldn't be so angry. The Pokemon hunter thought for a moment, then took out another Pokemon and threw it out hard. Fortress Explosion. A black shadow was hovering in midair, with white light emitting from its body. I'll go, Agran. Hurry up and gimme Protect. Aoki's expression also changed. For the elite-level Fortress, once he uses the most powerful explosion, he may not be able to withstand it. After all, he is only one person. Agran immediately used Protect to block the explosion. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Protect succeeded. If it failed, Agran would be able to withstand it, but he wouldn't necessarily. At least you need to lie down and rest. You brat, just wait for me. I won't let you go. The Pokemon hunter drove his car without forgetting to say a harsh word. Destroy the Death Ray. Aoki rolled his eyes. At this time, without Pokemon to protect him, he still dares to be so arrogant. Agran opened his mouth, and a white light gathered together. Destroy the Death Ray, which is very powerful. The Pokemon hunter's expression changed. Once he is hit by this destructive death light, he will definitely not be able to withstand it, and the car will be destroyed. Wait, don't do this, The Pokemon hunter wanted to beg for mercy, but was still a step too late and was hit head-on by the destruction death ray. The car even exploded. Explosions and smoke enveloped the Pokemon hunter, and the cages holding the Pokemon behind flew out. Come over and have a look. Aoki immediately ran over, followed by Agran and Torchic. May followed closely behind. The explosion gradually calmed down, and the Pokemon hunter lay motionless on the ground. Although he was not dead, he was not far from death. This is still in the Pokemon world, where people have relatively strong resistance. If it were a modern person, they would have failed a long time ago. After all, being hit head-on by the destruction death ray caused such a huge explosion. Okay, this guy can't die. Aoki healed the Pokemon hunter to make sure he wouldn't die. If he was alone, it would be impossible to waste time, but with May nearby, he still left a good impression on her. After all, May is still young. Brother Aoki, let these Pokemon go. May is kind-hearted and looks very concerned when she sees so many Pokemon being locked up. Agran, Brick Break. Agran stretched out his right hand. White light emitted from his hand, and then slashed hard. All the iron cages were given to slash by Agran. Weezing and Arbok all swam out. Aoki didn't pay any attention to these Pokemon whose species strength was very low and their qualifications were not very high. The captured Pokemon thanked them and then all fled. Only the small silver-white figure did not leave, but came to Agran's side, his eyes full of admiration. "I'll go, Aaron." Aoki looked at the silver-white shadow with surprise in his eyes. This is Aaron, and his final form is Agran. It is a powerful Pokemon comparable to the Gosen family, and can even Mega Evolve. In terms of rarity, Aaron is even rarer than Usangia, making it very expensive. Unexpectedly, this Pokemon hunter was so lucky to catch Aaron. But he also had bad luck. If this Aaron is properly trained, it will definitely be an elite-level Pokemon, but it meets Aoki. Name: Aaron. Attribute: Steel Rock. Ability: Heavy Metal. Qualification: Elite. Moves: Genetic Skill: Earthquake. Yes, this is an elite qualified Pokemon. As long as it is not trained blindly, it can definitely reach the elite level. Too bad Pokemon hunters can no longer use it. May, this Aaron doesn't seem to want to leave, so I'll leave it to you to control him. Aoki took out a baby ball and handed it to Aoki. Although this is Aaron with elite qualifications, he already owns an Agran, who also has elite qualifications. And after a year of cultivation, the relationship is very good. Having one more Aaron is a waste of resources. A ton of rainbow fruits won't last long at all, so I had to give up. And as his future girlfriend, Aoki must have several powerful Pokemon. Aaron with elite qualification is very good. Cultivate him well, and in a few years, when Aoki is able to travel, he will definitely be an elite. Ah, can I? May was a little hesitant, but she actually wanted it too. In particular, I think Aoki's Agran is very handsome, and I want an Agran myself. Of course, I already have an Agran. Another Aaron would be a waste for me. Aoki rubbed May's head and acted very gently. Okay, I'll do it. May mustered up her courage, took the Ultra Ball, and squatted in front of Aaron. Aaron, will you stay with me? Aaron may have admired Aoki's Agran, so he didn't refuse. He touched the Ultra Ball lightly and was sucked into the Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball only shook twice and then made a ding sound, indicating that it had been successfully conquered. Great, I've captured the Pokemon. May happily posed. Aoki, this pose is really good. Although it is not as good as Future Ash, it is comparable to it. Well, I was actually not like this before. May lowered her head in shame. Her face was extremely red, and she felt very upset inside. If I had known earlier, I would have restrained myself, but now I am fine, being exposed to such an embarrassing scene by Aoki. It's okay. In fact, I think you are quite lively. By the way, take this person with you. We should leave. Aoki randomly picked up a rope, tied up the Pokemon hunter, and collected his Pokeball. Then he left the woods directly. Originally, he was planning to train in the forest for a while, but after something like this happened, Aoki was not in the mood anymore. Give this Pokemon hunter to Officer Jenny first to avoid any surprises later. One day later, Aoki left the forest, found Officer Jenny, and handed over the Pokemon hunter. Thank you very much. This Pokemon hunter happens to be wanted by us. Since you caught him, you can naturally get his bounty. Officer Jenny admires Aoki very much. After all, the person who was caught was an elite trainer and even had a few gym-level Pokemon. That's it, still defeated by Aoki. And Aoki is also a rookie trainer. You brat, you waited for me and you actually dared to stop me. When I come out in the future, I will kill you. The Pokemon hunter gnashed his teeth angrily. He knew he couldn't do anything to Aoki, but he could definitely say a harsh word. Anyway, we can't just give in. Listening to the Pokemon hunter's harsh words, Aoki raised one foot and stepped hard on his calf. Oops, I accidentally stepped on someone. Torchic pecked hard and then barked occasionally. Sorry, I accidentally pecked someone. In other words, Froakie and Agran are now contained in the Pokeball, otherwise they might take action. Damn it, be ***ch. Didn't you see him beating someone? As a police officer, didn't you know how to stop him? The Pokemon hunter roared wildly and even growled at Officer Jenny. Aoki admired his courage. I don't know this world. Can Nurse Joy and Jenny Chow be offended? Sure enough, Officer Jenny's face turned dark, and she stepped on the Pokemon hunter's foot hard. I'm so sorry. I accidentally stepped on it. Oh, I'm so sorry. The Pokemon hunter was too scared to speak for fear of offending these two people. However, these two men were extremely ruthless, showing no moral integrity and abusing the prisoners. Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy, it's up to you. Aoki picked up his Pokeball and handed it to the humanoid Pokemon Nurse Joy. Not to mention, Nurse Joy is really beautiful, but it's a pity that there are so many Nurse Joys who look exactly the same. If it is twins or triplets, it is still acceptable with difficulty, and at worst they can be taken together. But with so many twins, Aoki doesn't have the ability, so he can only give up this unrealistic idea. He felt that his waist might not be able to bear it. No problem, just leave it to me. Nurse Joy picked up the Pokeball, smiled, and left. May, let's go eat first. Thank you, Brother Aoki. Naturally, May would not refuse, and silently followed Aoki to the cafeteria of the Pokemon Center. Aoki opened the system log while eating. I just caught a Pokemon hunter and got a silver treasure chest. He was looking forward to what was in the silver chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the silver treasure chest, obtained 4 ruins, orbs, and obtained the location and method of opening the ruins. Aoki took out a few orbs from the system backpack. It's just a few ordinary orbs, but it's a way to open a ruins. There should be good things in the ruins. Maybe they're ancient Pokemon. Although Aoki opened treasure chests and worked as a researcher for a few years, he was not particularly rich. It takes a lot of money to train Agran, Froakie, and Torchic. Only with enough money can you buy more high-grade tree fruits and other resources to cultivate your own Pokemon. There may be quasi-gods in the future, maybe more than 1 or 2, so more money will be needed. He is still a poor man. After eating and drinking, and with the Pokemon recovered, Aoki decided to go to this ruins and explore it. Brother Aoki, where are we going now? May asked. She actually didn't want Aoki to be in such a hurry to get on the road, nor did she want to go home as soon as possible. Would love to be able to follow Aoki. Even if the time is short, don't separate. Let's go shopping around and see if we can recover some rare Pokemon. Aoki didn't say anything about going to the ruins. After all, there were so many people nearby, so it wouldn't be good if he was heard. Okay, let's go now. May naturally wouldn't refuse. She was even very happy and wanted to follow Aoki. With a sunny smile on his face, Aoki took May and left the Pokemon Center to the nearby forest and entered remote areas. Agran, please. Aoki releases Agran. The forest is getting denser and denser, and there may be dangers inside, so you should be careful. May was also a little nervous and also released Aaron and followed Aoki. As soon as Aaron came out, he looked at Agran with envy, hoping that he could evolve. Agran was also very proud when facing this lost brother. He walked with his head held high, showing off his strength. Aoki was really speechless. He didn't expect that Agran also had this side. After walking for a long time, Aoki finally found his destination this time. A relic. The ruins near Oldale Town should be the ones that appear in the original novel, and they contain relicanth. But there are relatively few plots in the anime, so maybe there are some treasures in it. Brother Aoki, this seems to be a ruins. Is it dangerous? May grabbed Aoki's arm, feeling a little uneasy. There are many ruins in this world, but most of them are dangerous. Don't worry, my Agran. That's really powerful. Agran also patted himself, saying that he was very strong and there was no need to worry. Aaron admired him even more. This is my evolved form. I really hope I can evolve earlier. Then I'll leave it to you, Agran. May was also relieved, believing that with Agran's protection, nothing would happen. Aoki came to the front of the ruins, took out the orb he had obtained before, and placed it on the door. Then the door to the ruins was opened according to the opening method. Brother Aoki, how did you do it? May saw Aoki opening the door to the ruins with a hint of curiosity in her heart. Oh, I've studied it. Aoki didn't say much, so he couldn't say he had a system. May didn't doubt Aoki either. Entering the ruins, Aoki took out the camera he had prepared and took many photos inside. He is not interested in these, but he can send them to Professor Burch. Maybe he will be interested. After taking the photo, Aoki was not in a hurry to leave. According to the original book, as long as there is sun, the other door of this ruins will also open. I just want to have sunshine, at least until tomorrow morning. At this time, I should still take a rest. May, we'll camp here tonight and train Pokemon together while we still have time. Kindness. May naturally wouldn't refuse. Next, Aoki prepares dinner while May helps. Torchic is training Flame Vortex and try to learn Flamethrower. Froka trains on the power of the Hydro Pump. Agran, as always, is one step away from understanding the secret, but this step is difficult to overcome, even if it has elite qualifications. Otherwise, there won't be only so many elites in this world. The vast majority of Pokemon with elite qualifications are unable to transform because their owners are too useless and their resources are not sufficient. Aoki's Agran does not have this problem. It just takes a little time at most. May's Aaron is also training. Okay, dinner's ready. You can come over for dinner. Torchic was the first to run over, grabbing his own rice bowl and eating big gulps. Aaron and Froki are not slow either, and they have already wanted to have dinner. Especially the rainbow energy cubes are really delicious, and Aoki specially prepared one for Aaron. Of course, he may not be able to eat it in the future, but you can provide him with some primary energy cubes. That's enough for Aaron too. The next morning, Aoki got up early, had breakfast, and trained. When the sun arrived, Aoki took May to the ruins again. Because of the sun's rays, the secret passage inside the ruins opened, and a step appeared. What's going on? Where did this passage come from? There seemed to be no passage yesterday. May's eyes were full of confusion. Could it be that she forgot? Was there a passage here yesterday? Don't worry so much. Let's go down and take a look. There might be some treasures there. Aoki is still looking forward to these ruins. Maybe there are some treasures there. At least there's a silver chest here. Okay, let's go down and take a look. May looked a little nervous, worried that there was danger nearby. Not to mention it's eerie here. For Stephanie, it was very scary. Aoki followed Agran, also wary inside. Although there is no danger in the original work, who knows if there will be accidents. Torchic and Froki are also cautious. Soon, Aoki came underground and saw an underground river. Apart from the underground river, the area is quite empty and there are no secret passages or anything like that. In the river, there is a dark shadow. Brother Aoki, there seems to be something in the river. May said, there is indeed something. This is Relicanth, a super ancient Pokemon. Aoki recognized these Pokemon at a glance. Name, Relicanth. Attribute, rock water. Ability, travel freely. Strength, elite, quasi-elite. Weak contest condition. Qualification, quasi-elite. Name, Relicanth. Attribute, Aoki took a quick look and saw that there were several Relicanths, but they were all in weak contest condition. Originally, they all had at least gym-level strength, and a few had quasi-elite strength. But because they are too weak, they only have elite-level strength, and may not be able to use their full strength. Also, in a place like this, where you can't get out for thousands of years, and there's not much food, it's good to be alive. But it can be conquered just right, and there's no need to waste too much energy. Although the talent is not high, it can be sold. Relicanth, an ultra-ancient Pokemon, is rare in quantity and must be very expensive. Agran, use Rock Slide on me. Agran immediately walked to the river, his hands glowing with rock color. Then several rocks condensed in the void, covering Relicanth. Relicanth felt a lot of pain after being hit like this, and rage also felt special. A group of Relicanth all gathered around and used the water gun at the same time. It's just that because he has been in a weak contest condition for a long time, even using the water gun is not very powerful. Froki, Hydro Pump, Torchic, Fire Vortex, Agran rocked him. 3 Pokemon attacked together. Agran was the fastest, throwing a lot of rock, defeating Hydro Pump and hitting Relicanth. Relicanth let out a scream. The weaker ones couldn't withstand Agran's attack at all and screamed in agony, losing their ability to fight. Only the leader of Relicanth, who was once close to elite, is now weak and only at elite level, but he can still withstand it. Torchic and Froke's attacks simultaneously hit the Relicanth leader. To be honest, Torchic's Flame Vortex is probably just tickling, but there is no way Relicanth is in the water, and the only long-range skills Torchic knows are Fire-type skills. Fortunately, Relicanth was injured. After being hit by Torchic and Froke, he let out a scream and finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Aoki, I thought this Relicanth was very strong and took Agran's move head-on. The result was also the ultimate. He was hit by 2 cute guys and fainted. Awesome, brother Aoki, you win. May is really happy for Aoki. Aoki picked up the Pokemon Ball and first subdued the Relicanth leader and then subdued the other Relicanth. However, he didn't particularly care about these Relicanth, so he used the Pokemon Pokédex to pass it to Professor Burch Laboratory. Only the Relicanth leader remained. Such a person with low species strength is really not worthy of his status as a time traveler. No matter what, it must be above 500 species strength. But he doesn't have many Pokemon right now, and with this Relicanth, it can be regarded as a little bit of combat power. Once recovered, you'll be almost elite. Aoki released Relicanth, healed it a bit, and then took out a large number of energy cubes. Relicanth originally didn't want to accept Aoki, but when he saw the energy cube, he immediately fell for it. There was no way. The energy cubes tasted so good, and since it had been hungry for so long, it really couldn't bear it. After Relicanth had a full meal, Aoki said, "Relicanth, is there something in this underwater? Can you fish it out?" Through the system, Aoki can see a silver treasure chest in the river, which means there is something in the water. Relicanth nodded, then jumped into the water, and soon took out a box from inside. Great, there really is a treasure. May ran over excitedly, with a hint of curiosity in her heart. Wait, don't worry, you might be interested, Agran. Use iron defense and then open it. Based on the principle of safety, Aoki first asked Agran to use iron defense to increase defense. A silvery white light emitted from Agran's body, and the metal armor on his body became stronger. Then the treasure chest was opened. Facts have proved that Aoki was simply overthinking, and there was no trap in the treasure chest. There was only a stone with a spiral pattern and a bracelet. Aoki felt a little excited when he saw this bracelet and the spiral pattern stones. Could this be the evolution key stone and mega evolution stone? The so-called mega evolution means that some Pokemon can evolve briefly after evolving to the limit. In game terms, that would be a 100 increase in species strength. Aoki eagerly walked up, hoping it was Agran's mega evolution stone. This way he can use it directly. Aoki picked up the Mega Evolution Stone and looked at it carefully, then looked regretful. Unfortunately, this is not Agran's Mega Evolution Stone, but Aerodactyl's Mega Evolution Stone. Otherwise, once Agran Mega evolves, he might be able to fight against elite-level Pokemon. Although it was a pity, Aoki still put away the Mega Evolution Stone. He doesn't have Aerodactyl now, but that doesn't mean he won't have it in the future. He can also conquer Pokemon as powerful as Aerodactyl. Next year, I will go to Dasha Valley in the Kanto region and conquer the Aerodactyl there. I just hope that Aerodactyl has higher qualifications, preferably elite qualifications, and semi-elite qualifications are also acceptable. Of course, if it is a championship qualification, Aoki will probably laugh out loud and wake up laughing at night. Aoki picked up the evolution keystone and put it on his wrist. Maybe you can use this thing in the future. Just put it on your hand first and get used to it a little bit. Okay, May, it's almost time to go. There's probably nothing here. When Aoki saw that the treasure chest was gone, he guessed that there was nothing good here. I see. May didn't ask what it was. She only cared about Aoki. Before leaving, Aoki specially treated Relicanth. After all, he has near-elite peak strength. Although his qualifications are at their limit, if he trains them well, he might be able to reach the elite level. You can overdo it in the early stage. After all, the Hoenn region has 2 evil organizations, Team Lava and Team Aqua, and there will always be dangers along the way. After Relicanth was cured, he ate and drank enough. His strength was generally restored, and he recognized Aoki. No way, the energy cubes are too delicious. Not to mention Aoki's Tokiwa power, which makes it feel warm inside. Aoki looked at the system log as he walked. After opening the silver treasure chest I just obtained, I got 2 skill machines. Thunderbolt, Flamethrower. They are 2 powerful skills. Aoki didn't think too much and used them both for Agran. Agran is currently the strongest, and learning these 2 powerful skills can be regarded as increasing his strength, especially when facing water Pokemon. Agran is not easy to attack when hiding in the water. Once you learn Thunderbolt, you can attack water-type Pokemon. If you know Thunderbolt before, you can easily defeat Relicanth. As soon as he walked out of the ruins, Aoki saw several people wearing the same clothes standing at the gate of the ruins. Team Lava. Seeing the clothes of these people, Aoki guessed their identities. The evil Force Lava team in the Hoenn region has been looking for the whereabouts of Groudon in an attempt to revive Groudon. May, be careful. These people are from Team Lava, not good people. Aoki held May back with one hand, his eyes wary. Captain Nakamura, there seems to be someone. It should be rookie trainer. Of course, Team Lava also discovered Aoki. Captain Nakamura didn't take Aoki seriously at all. What kind of strength could a rookie trainer have? As for Agran, he just learned the skill machine and has been taken back into the luxury ball. You brat, tell me, what did you see inside? Captain Nakamura spoke with arrogance. If you see anything, come and see for yourself. Aoki immediately picked up the luxury ball and threw it hard. Agran, Relicanth, it's up to you. 2 black shadows suddenly appeared. Agran, use Earthquake on me. Relicanth, use Hydro Pump. Aoki knew how powerful Team Lava was and had to clear out some miscellaneous soldiers as soon as possible. Otherwise, Captain Nakamura might be too powerful and he might actually be defeated. After all, Torchic and Froakie are only high-level players at the moment, while Team Lava's Houndoom is both elite level. Not only is there a gap in strength, there is also a huge gap in quantity. As soon as Agran appeared, he raised his strong right foot and stomped the ground hard. Relicanth spit out a huge Hydro Pump, and the target was clearly Houndoom. No, everyone, please run away. Captain Nakamura looked a little embarrassed when he saw Agran and knew that he had underestimated Aoki, and immediately whipped out his own Pokeball. It's a pity that it's still a step too late. Houndoom didn't have time to dodge, and was hit head-on by Persian Laren's Earthquake, causing him to wail. Then it was swept away by Relicanth's Hydro Pump, and it immediately lost its ability to fight. An elite-level Pokemon faces 2 quasi-elites, coupled with move restraint. Of course I can't bear it anymore. Not everyone is a protagonist. Even if the protagonist is faced with the gap between the 2 levels and is still restrained, he may not be able to withstand it. Very good, these soldiers have been dealt with. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. The minions have been dealt with. Next, we only have to fight against Captain Nakamura. He didn't even know Captain Nakamura, so there was definitely no elite-level Pokemon. At best, it was a quasi-elite. Maybe only the gym level. If it were executive, he might be doomed today. Go Houndoom, Camerupt, Torkoal. Go ahead, Numel. Captain Nakamura, along with the rest of Team Lava, threw out Pokemon at the same time. More than a dozen Pokemon stood in a row. Aoki glanced at these Pokemon. Name, Camerupt. Strength, quasi-elite. Name, Houndoom. Strength, gym level. Name, Torkoal. Strength, gym level. Name, Numel. Strength, advanced. Name, Houndoom. Strength, elite level. Aoki took one look and breathed a sigh of relief. There is only one quasi-elite level, and he has just entered the quasi-elite level, and he is restrained by his Agran. The remaining 2 gym levels were also restrained by his Relicanth. The other party just has more numbers. Other than that, there is no advantage at all. Just be careful. Damn it, you brat. It's really not easy, but it's okay. Your Agran will be mine soon. Captain Nakamura gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy. He has been in Team Lava for so long, and they are all Pokemon with relatively poor species strength. As a result, Aoki actually got an Agran, which also filled him with greedy desires. Be sure to capture Agran. Not to mention Aoki's Agran, which seems to be developing very well and may become an elite-level Pokemon. Then he will be executive. So much nonsense. Agran, Rock Tomb, Relicanth, Hydro Pump, Torchic, Froakie, Hydro Pump. Aoki doesn't want to waste time. The opponent has more people, so take the opportunity to deal with some of them. This is the right way. He is now grateful that he left behind the strongest Relicanth. But I have some regrets. If I keep the other Relicanth, I can push the opponent this time. No, everyone quickly dodge and attack individually. Captain Nakamura gave the order, and the other members retreated, taking their own Pokémon with them, preparing to beat up Aoki. Torchic, you deal with those Nummel. May, get your Agran out. Froakie, you could deal with the Houndoom. Use Water Pulse. Aoki quickly assigned Rival. It doesn't have an advantage in Torchic attribute, and can only deal with a weaker Nummel. Froakie has an advantage in attribute, and can just deal with Houndoom. Even if there is a slight gap in strength, it can last for a while. Okay, Agran, come out. The first time May came out, she was a little panicked and didn't even know what skills Agran had. Well, Agran, you go help Froakie and use whatever skills you want. Pull! Agran didn't refuse, called out, and then rushed towards Houndoom. Tackle. Although talented, Agran only has a few skills. Eruption Tor, Smoke, Houndoom, use Thunderfang on me, Torkoal, use Rapid Spin. Captain Nakamura also had a headache. His Pokemon attribute is restrained by Aoki, but fortunately, the number of them makes up for his weakness. But as long as he defeats Aoki and takes away Agran and Agran, he can become a captain or even an executive. Spit up a lot of smoke on Camerup's back, and Black's smoke obscured everyone's sight. Houndoom moved quickly and came to the side of the ancient hollow fish. He opened his mouth with thunder and lightning on his teeth. Torkoal retracted into the turtle shell, Rapid Spin, and crashed into Agran. Agran, use Rock Tomb, Relicanth, carry it down, use Hydro Pump. Aoki snorted coldly. Two quasi-elite level Pokemon still had attribute advantages. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat these people. Agran created a lot of rock and threw it hard, forming a blockade. Eruption and Torkoal were unable to dodge and collided head-on with rock, traumatized and wailing at the same time. On the other side, Houndoom agility quickly moved next to Relicanth. Open your thundering teeth and bite down hard. It bit Relicanth. Lightning flashed away, and Relicanth let out a wail, but with the strength of a quasi-elite, he still managed to withstand it. Fortunately, Aoki has the power of Viridian, which restored Relicanth to quasi-elite strength in time. Relicanth held Thunderfang, showed a fierce gaze, and spat out a huge water column. Because he was too close, Houndoom was hit from the front, then swept away by the current and hit the rock wall. With the quasi-elite level Hydro Pump and double restraint, Houndoom let out a wail and then fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. How is this possible? You are so young. How can you have a quasi-elite level Relicanth? Captain Nakamura couldn't accept it. I thought it would only be elite level at best, but with Houndoom's Thunderfang, I would definitely be able to kill it instantly. If he knew that Relicanth had quasi-elite strength, he would definitely not be so impulsive. Well, now, get Houndoom for free. Torkoal and Camerupt were also blocked by rock, slowing them down and taking damage. On the other side, Torchic faced a lot of Nummel, which wasn't rival at all. No matter how talented you are, it's hard to defeat so many Pokemon. Not exactly. Torchic was accidentally knocked down by Nummel and let out a scream. Torchic, are you okay? Aoki is very concerned. This is his Earl Dervish Pokemon after all. Although he is a bit arrogant, he just likes this kind of character. Not exactly. Torchic stood up with difficulty, thinking of every moment between himself and Aoki. Although they don't spend a particularly long time together, they like Aoki very much. Not only is it gentle, but it is also indulgent. And most importantly, the energy cubes made by Aoki are particularly delicious. It doesn't want to disappoint Aoki. Torchic had determination in his eyes, and a white light suddenly appeared on his body. Evolution, great, you have finally evolved. When Aoki saw this white light, he immediately guessed it and was also looking forward to it. Torchic has already reached the advanced level and is only one step away from the elite level, but it has never evolved. Now it has finally evolved. Damn it, this little brat is so lucky. If you join me, I will definitely not be able to successfully evolve it. Captain Nakamura gritted his teeth and only wanted to destroy Aoki. He envies Aoki for not only having the Usangia, but also Agran. Jealousy makes him crazy, and he just wants to destroy Aoki. Agran, hold off Torkoal and Eruption. Relicanth, protect Torchic. Relicanth is inconvenient to move on the ground, but it spits up a huge water column, blocking the way of other Pokemon. Torchic also took advantage of this time to continue to grow in size. After the light dissipated, Torchic successfully evolved into Combusken. On the other side, Guaguapawa and Aaron were suppressed. Seeing Torchic successfully evolve into Combusken, Froakie also had the idea of evolution in his heart. Especially during this period of time, the two of them have been competing for favor. Froakie, who was already in the contest condition of evolving at any time, also had a white light coming out of his body. Froakie, great, you've evolved too. Aoki laughed excitedly. He was still having a headache when Torchic and Froakie would evolve. Unexpectedly, I evolved because of the pressure. All thanks to the people of Team Lava. Norman gives experience. Captain Nakamura noticed Aoki's grateful eyes and always felt that he was humiliated. You brat. What's that look in your eyes? Agran, rock Polish. Aoki ignored Captain Nakamura. No. Camerupt, use Flamethrower. Torkoal, you use Flamethrower too. Captain Nakamura looked ugly. It would be great if his eruption head learned Earthquake. Unfortunately, he has poor qualifications and has not learned Earthquake, so he can only use fire skills. Fortunately, there are still normal injuries, otherwise Captain Nakamura would have fainted in the toilet from crying. Camerupt and Torkoal simultaneously breathed out hot flames, forming a vortex that enveloped Agran. Although the strength of the two Pokemon was worse than Agran, they still caused Agran to feel pain. Agran gritted his teeth and accepted it, polishing his body to reduce air resistance and make himself faster. Damn it, who is this kid? Captain Nakamura looked ugly. He didn't have the eye for data and couldn't see Agran's strength. But through this attack, he knew how powerful Agran was, and it was definitely at the peak elite level. This made Captain Nakamura even more envious. Agran, charge forward and use takedown. Agran ran quickly, his strong body, and even the ground was trembling. No, hurry up and dodge. Captain Nakamura came to his senses, his expression ugly. Agran is so huge that if he is hit head-on, he will definitely be injured. Unfortunately, neither Camerupt nor Torkoal are as fast as Agran. Not to mention that Agran just passed by Rock Polish. With just one charge, Agran approached Camerupt and bumped into a hard. Camerupt was knocked away and let out a wail. Within a short time, he was basically unable to stand up. Use Earthquake on me. Agran raised his feet and stomped the ground hard, causing the earth to tremble. Camerupt didn't have time to stand up and was hit head-on by Earthquake. He howled and lost the ability to fight. Camerupt. Captain Nakamura's face looked ugly. His strongest fighting force, Camerupt, had been defeated. What should we do next? Agran, rock cannon. Agran opened his hand and quickly formed a huge rock, throwing it hard towards Torkoal. No, Torkoal, get out of the way. Captain Nakamura was anxious and lost his mind for a moment. He actually made such a big mistake. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to regret it. The huge rock hit Torkoal head-on, knocking Torkoal away. Torkoal fainted completely before he could scream. At this point, all three Pokemon of Captain Nakamura were completely defeated. He only has 3 Pokemon. No matter how many Pokemon he has, he can't afford to raise them. Not everyone has a godfather, Professor Oak. Agran, Relicanth, helped Torchic. No, Combusken and Frogadier. Just now, Froakie also successfully evolved in a Frogadier. After losing Captain Nakamura's Pokemon, the remaining ones are not Agran's rival at all. In less than half an hour, it was easily resolved. May, go out and I'll take care of these people. Aoki had a murderous look in his eyes. He doesn't want to offend Team Lava yet, so he can only feel sorry for these people. What? deal with these people. May seemed to have figured it out. Her expression changed slightly. She was a kind person after all. That's right, the boss behind them is a championship-level trainer. If they target us, we will definitely be doomed. Champion-level trainer. That's better solved to avoid danger. Although May is kind-hearted, she is not stupid either. Her father is just a gym leader, and if he offends the championship-level trainer, it will only harm his family. 5 minutes later, Aoki left the ruins, and Captain Nakamura and others were also completely eliminated. Combuskin, Frogadier, congratulations to you two on your successful evolution. Aoki is very happy and has gained a lot this time. Not only did he conquer the quasi-elite level Relicanth, he also obtained the evolution keystone. The most important thing is that Combuskin and Frogadier have successfully evolved and are one step closer to their final evolution. Not exactly. Quack. Combuskin and Frogadier were also very happy and glanced at each other at the same time, with a fire of competition in their eyes. Aoki looked at the data of Combuskin and Frogadier. Name, Combuskin. Strength, elite level. Qualification, elite. Name, Frogadier. Strength, elite level. Qualification, champion level. In less than a month, 2 Earl Dervish Pokémon successfully reached the elite level. This is thanks to the energy cubes, and their qualifications are already very good. You know, the vast majority of trainers will only reach elite level with a few Pokémon in their lifetime. If the family conditions are slightly better, it is possible to gather a team of elites and individual gyms. It is almost impossible to become a quasi-elite if you are not from a well-off family or have bad luck, unless the focus is on just raising one Pokémon. Aoki then remembered that he had just defeated Captain Nakamura and obtained a golden treasure chest. This is his first rival, a quasi-elite, 2 gym levels, and many elite levels. If Captain Nakamura hadn't been careless and gave away a Houndoom for free, this battle might not have been so easy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the secret fruit of steel and the secret fruit of rock. When Aoki heard this reward, his eyes lit up, and he knew the use just by hearing the name. It must be able to help Agran understand the secret. Just as Aoki expected, the secret fruit of steel and the secret fruit of rock can help Pokémon with the corresponding attribute understand their own secrets. Of course, it is not 100% successful. It is purely a help to speed up the understanding of the secret. Aoki immediately took out 2 secret fruits and looked at them carefully. They were very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. With joy in his eyes, Agran just came over, lying on his back, watching with big eyes. This looks like a flattering dog. No, this is not a dog. Aoki shook his head and handed both fruits to Agran. Pull! Agran was very happy. He took 1 piece of fruit in 1 mouthful. After eating, he lay on the ground and understood the secret. Aoki did not bother him, but took out the luxury ball and took back the Agran. May, we can go. We can't stay here long. Aoki doesn't want to be caught up by Team Lava. I understand, brother Ao. A few days later, Aoki walked out of the forest and came to Pedleberg City. In the past few days of walking through the woods, Aoki's Pokémon has made great progress. Agran, quasi-elite level. Relicanth, quasi-elite level. Frogadier, elite level. Combuskin, elite level. It can be said that the progress is particularly obvious. Among them, except for Relicanth, which is only used in the early stage to prevent danger, the others are the main force. In the future, with good training and the system, he will have the qualifications to become a champion. As for Relicanth, its species strength is relatively low and its potential has already been developed. It requires a lot of resources to become an elite, let alone a champion. Therefore, Aoki does not intend to focus on cultivating Relicanth, but only for early use to prevent danger. Like this encounter with Team Lava, thanks to Relicanth, who would otherwise be in trouble. Pedleberg City. May felt very disappointed and didn't want to go home, because going home would mean being separated from Aoki. She really didn't want to be separated from Aoki, but unfortunately she wasn't old enough to travel, so her parents wouldn't agree. Outside the Pedleberg gym, Aoki gently rubbed May's head. Okay, It's time for you to go home. When you reach the age of traveling, I will travel with you. Kindness. May regained her energy and followed Aoki into the gym. Dad, Mom, Xiaosheng, I'm back. Sister, you are back. Brother Aoki, what Pokemon did you get? The first one to rush out was the very young Xiaosheng. In the original book, you can travel only when you are 10 years old, and Xiaosheng is only 5 years old. However, in the real world, if you travel at the age of 15, Xiaosheng is already 10 years old. Kakin just glanced at May, then ignored his sister and focused on Aoki. Mainly, I care about the Earl Dervish Pokemon that Aoki got. What I got was Torchic, but now it has evolved into Combuskin. Aoki released Combuskin. Awesome, it's Combuskin. Has Torchic evolved? Xiaosheng's eyes were gleaming. I still like Trico, though. Still seeking death as before. Fortunately, Combuskin had a better attitude, so he just glared at Xiaosheng and did not hit anyone. Oh, it's only been more than a month, and your Torchic has already evolved into Combuskin? You really have the talent to become a trainer. Norman also came over and saw a gleam in his eyes as he watched Aoki successfully evolve and look particularly strong as Combuskin. As a well-known trainer, he can naturally see that Aoki's Combuskin is stronger and more energetic than ordinary Combuskin. The hair on the body also looks very impressive. What impressed him most was that he had successfully evolved into Combuskin in just over a month. Fortunately, it mainly depends on its own efforts. Aoki rubbed Combuskin's head with a hint of joy in his heart. Combuskin has grown so fast, not only because of its relatively high qualifications, but also because of the Rainbow Energy Cubes. As high-level energy cubes, Rainbow Energy Cubes are rich in nutrients, can promote the growth of Pokemon, and can also slightly increase their qualifications. If you want to change to a trainer, it will take at least half a year if your family conditions are not particularly bad. This is the difference between systematic people and ordinary people. Norman's eyes were filled with relief. Originally, he was hostile to Aoki, who was relieved to kidnap his daughter. But seeing that Aoki was so talented and an excellent researcher, I immediately recognized Aoki. By the way, sister, where did you get Pokemon from? Xiaosheng noticed that May also had a belt with a luxury ball hanging on it. Norman and Caroline also turned to look. Brother, Aoki gave this to me. It's an errand. Let me show it to you. May was very proud, picked up the Ultra Ball, and threw it out with all her strength. Erin appeared in front of everyone. She planned to show off and let Norman accept her being with Aoki. Erin, this is a very rare Pokemon. Norman's eyes sparkled. Erin is not only rare, but even the final form Agran is particularly powerful. And he has seen Hoenn champion Steven's Erin, and May's is not bad at all. If you train him properly, he will definitely be an elite level Agran. Aoki, Erin is very rare. Are you going to give it to May like this? Norman couldn't help but ask. A normal rookie would not give away a Pokemon of this rare level. It doesn't matter. I already have an Agran. It's really hard to support another Erin. Of course, Aoki won't care. He has taken a fancy to Bagon, Larvitar, and Erin. One of them is enough, not to mention that May is still his person. Norman nodded. Really? Normal rookie can't afford to raise so many Erins. It seems that he needs help May to train him well and invest a lot of resources. In the future, this Erin will definitely become an elite level, and he will be able to protect May when the time comes. Alas, you gave such an expensive Erin. It seems that I can only give you May. Caroline sighed, with a hint of teasing in her words. May's face turned red when she was told that, and she was embarrassed to raise her head. I'm so envious. I also want an Erin. Brother Aoki, can you give me one? Kakin had covet in his eyes. Xiaosheng, don't talk nonsense. Erin is so rare. Is it so easy to come across? Norman interrupted Xiaosheng. Aoki gave such a precious Pokemon as a gift, and he felt a little sorry. How could he give it to Xiaosheng again? But why can sister do it? Xiaosheng felt aggrieved and a little envious. Xiaosheng, because your sister will be someone else's from now on. She can work to pay off debts, but you can't. Caroline teased again. Mother, May was so shy that she couldn't help but give Caroline a look. It's okay. When I meet the right one in the future, I can give you one. If it's suitable and Aoki doesn't need it, it can indeed be given to Xiaoshang. But if it is excellent, it is impossible, and he himself wants it. By the way, Aoki, what other Pokemon have you conquered? Norman asked suddenly. He was really curious about what Aoki had gained in the past month. My Pokemon? Come out then. Aoki throws all luxury balls. Figures appeared in front of everyone. Agran, Combuskin, Frogadier, Relicanth. Except for Relicanth, all are main force. What a Pokemon! Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and he looked at all the Pokemon carefully. Finally, I set my sights on Agran, and I found Agran more and more handsome. Mainly because his sister also has one. It's really great, especially this Agran. It's really well cultivated. Norman set his sights on Agran at first sight. Agran is still too eye-catching, and he still has an aura of mystery about him. Obviously, this Agran is probably only one step away from being able to comprehend the secret and become an elite-level Pokemon. Aoki has just started. He is a rookie, and he actually has elite-level Pokemon. Excellent talent. It seems that May will make a lot of money if she follows Aoki. How long have you owned this Agran? Norman asked curiously. He wanted to know how long it took for Aoki to get such a strong Agran for breeder. So far, about 13 months. Aoki didn't hide it. Norman felt very depressed after hearing this. His talent is pretty good, but it took several years to train an elite-level Pokemon. It has taken nearly 20 years to become an elite-level trainer and own 6 elite-level Pokemon. As a result, Aoki has had an elite Pokemon for more than a year, which makes people really envious. But this shows that Aoki's Agran is really talented. By the way, Aoki, since you have become a trainer, would you like to have a gym challenge? Logically, you don't have 4 badges. I can't let you challenge it, but there are always exceptions. I can give you a chance. Norman suddenly wanted to compete with Aoki just to see Aoki's strength. Maybe Aoki is only good at breeder and not very good at fighting. No problem. In that case, let's do the gym challenge. Aoki didn't refuse. He also wanted to fight Norman to avoid having to come back later and waste time. Although there's a good chance he will come again in the future. Okay, let's have a gym match, you and me. Norman walked in the front, and Aoki followed Norman and came to the inside of the gym. It's great. I can see Dad and Big Brother, Aoki, competing in the gym. May followed eagerly. Xiaoshang was also particularly curious. In the gym, Norman held a Pokeball and threw it hard. This is my Pokemon. On the field, a white, ape-like Pokemon appeared. Vigoroth, elite level. This is Norman's Pokemon Vigoroth, and its evolved form is Slaking. It had species strength comparable to that of a mythical beast, but unfortunately, it was completely useless due to its ability. Lazy ability. You can only fight once every 2 rounds, which is really wasteful. If I could change it to ability, Slaking would be absolutely amazing. Hercules Slaking. Aoki thought to himself that if he could change ability in the future, he would definitely conquer a Slaking. Hercules Slaking punches an elite-level Pokemon. Combuskin, I leave it to you. Combuskin is already ready to make a move. When he heard Aoki calling him, he immediately rushed out and taunted proudly. Combuskin? Even if attribute is restrained, we can't lose. Vigoroth, use workup. Norman took the lead, but instead of rushing to attack, he increased Vigoroth's attack level. Combuskin, bulk up. Aoki wasn't in a hurry either. If you improve your attack, I will also improve. And not only can I improve my attack, but I can also improve my defense much more than you can. Combuskin makes a bulk-up posture with white light emitting from his body, and his attack and defense are increased at the same time. Vigoroth, don't give it a chance. Use the crazy fury swipes on me. Vigoroth jumped up and down, rushing towards Combuskin. Furiously fury swipes with both hands at Combuskin, and the air was full of shadows of claws. Combuskin, don't be afraid. Just carry it on and use Slash. Their strength was similar. Attribute restrained Vigoroth, and Aoki had no intention of retreating. Combuskin heard Aoki's words, raised a hand, and struck Vigoroth with a white light on his hand. Vigoroth also went crazy fury swipes, constantly attacking Combuskin, and also had no intention of retreating. There is no way for it to retreat. After all, Vigoroth is not Norman's main Pokemon and does not have that many skills. Not like future learned Flamethrower. It has just evolved now and has limited skills. Boom! Combusken. May saw Combusken being hit with a pained expression on his face and was very concerned. Norman naturally noticed his daughter's expression, and his face darkened. Even before she was with Aoki, she already cared about Aoki so much. When we get together in the future, maybe we won't care about him anymore. Combusken withstood Vigoroth's crazy fury swipes and smashed his arm hard on Vigoroth's body. Slash! The double restraint of the fighting type will do a lot of damage to Vigoroth. Coupled with the frontal hit, Vigoroth suffered great trauma and screamed, but he also persisted and did not lose his fighting ability. Combusken Encore Slash. Combusken's arm was a little sore, but he didn't want to let Aoki down. He gritted his teeth and endured it. He raised his right arm again and slashed at Vigoroth. Very well, Vigoroth, use Endure. Norman encouraged loudly, and Vigoroth's body was glowing with white light, and he withstood Combusken's slash head-on without falling. Endure, no matter what kind of attack it takes, it can still have some physical strength left. It's a very practical skill. Although he blocked Combusken's slash, Vigoroth's physical strength had reached its limit. Very well, Vigoroth, don't be afraid. Use reversal on me. Use quick attack, duck for me, then double team. Of course, Aoki couldn't hold on. Reversal, the less physical strength, the greater the power. Once it is endured, Combusken will definitely lose its fighting ability. In a competition arena, Vigoroth clapped his hands on his heart, roared, and the white light on his body became more intense. Then he rushed towards Combusken with his usual momentum. It is bound to perish together with Combusken. But just when he was about to hit Combusken, Combusken used agility and easily dodged it. In terms of speed, the Combusken with acceleration ability is faster, so it is easily dodged. After Combusken dodged, Double Team transformed into many shadows and rushed towards Vigoroth together. Vigoroth's physical strength was not enough, so he was a little panicked when facing so many Combuskens. Then he was caught off guard and was hit by Combusken, knocking him away and losing his ability to fight. Great, Combusken wins. May jumped up excitedly and looked at Norman's face darkening. My father was defeated and he was still so happy. Even before he got married, he was thinking about Aoki. If we get together in the future, we might forget about him as our father. Sister, who are you cheering for? Xiaoshan couldn't help but complain. May reacted, as if he was too happy. He was his father after all. It seems that May has found her home, and even her father has forgotten about her. Caroline covered her mouth and made a joke, which made May blush and lower her head shyly. Very well, Vigoroth. Thank you for your hard work. Norman didn't pay too much attention. After all, this Vigoroth had just been trained and hadn't learned many skills yet, naturally restrained by fighting type. Moreover, the responsibility of the gym trainer is to train rookie trainers, not to attack rookie. So Vigoroth isn't particularly powerful. Of course, this is also because Aoki has cultivated Combusken very well, so he was able to defeat Vigoroth. Well, Lanoon, please. Norman threw another Pokemon ball. Name, Lanoon. Strength, elite level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. Aoki looked at this Lanoon. In terms of species strength, this qualification was pretty good. However, it is estimated that it can only be used as a gym Pokemon and cannot be used as Norman's main Pokemon. Once trained, normal Pokemon really can't be defeated. Okay, Lanoon, use Sand Attack on me. Lanoon rushed towards Combusken quickly. When he was about to get close, he stepped on the ground hard, and a large amount of yellow sand spread out. Combusken subconsciously blocked it with his right hand. Combusken agility. Aoki gave an order, and Combusken immediately moved to the side and quickly dodged. On the playing field, many shadows suddenly appeared. They were not double teams, just Combuskens who were very fast. This is acceleration ability, and as time goes by, Combusken will get faster and faster. It's so fast. Combusken is getting faster and faster. If this continues, Lanoon's speed won't be able to catch up at all. Xiaoshan was worried about Norman. Norman didn't pay too much attention, with a confident smile on his face, as if he had something to do. Even if Linoon can't catch up with Combusken's speed, he still has a way. Linoon, use Roar on me. Linoon was initially a little panicked when facing Agility's Combusken. But after hearing Norman's words, he was no longer so panicked and yelled at Combusken. Combusken, which was moving, suddenly seemed startled, paused, and then returned to the baby ball. Frogadier, who was outside the field, was forced to be pulled onto the playing field. I see. Using Roar to force a Pokemon change, Combusken's speed will be restored. Xiaoxing suddenly understood and felt happy for his father. May started to worry about Aoki. Frogadier, since it's you, Bubble Beam. Aoki doesn't care. Even if he uses Frogadier, he is sure to defeat Linoon, and he has the advantage now. Frogadier opened his mouth, and countless blue bubbles flew out, and the target was clearly Linoon. Get out of the way. Linoon immediately stepped aside, and the bubble beam hit the ground, causing an explosion and raising smoke. Frogadier turned his head, and Bubble Beam also changed its direction of movement, continuing to follow Linoon. Linoon dodged while rushing towards Frogadier. Linoon kept moving on all four legs, dodged the Bubble Beam, and rushed towards Frogadier. Frogadier also dodged and attacked, constantly using Bubble Beam. Frogadier double team. For a moment, many shadows of Frogadier appeared on the field, and Linoon couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Linoon, don't panic. You use double team too. Norman is also a veteran. You must not panic at this time. Linoon calmed down and also used double team, and the entire field was filled with shadows. Neither Frogadier nor Linoon can tell who is real and who is fake. How about it? Now you don't know who is real and who is fake, right? Norman said proudly. The corner of Aoki's mouth twitched. The power of Viridian had already told him which Linoon was real. Linoon, use Odor Sleuth, find the true Frogadier, then use Sacrifice Tackle. Of course Norman can't double-team forever, otherwise the two of them can't continue to be so exhausted. Linoon, including his shadow, makes a gesture of smelling the air. Odor Sleuth, although it is used against ghost Pokemon or those with a high dodge rate. But in the real world, you can also smell Pokemon. For example, Double Team can smell the location of its main body. Frogadier, use Water Pulse. Target the shadow in front and left. Frogadier couldn't tell who was real and who was fake, but he still opened his hands, gathered a large amount of water elements, and threw them out with all his strength. A giant water balloon flies towards Linoon, and it's the real Linoon. Even Double Team cannot hide the power of Tokiwa. The power of Viridian is really a good ability. What? Linoon, get out of the way. Norman was a little surprised. He couldn't imagine that Aoki actually foresight Double Team. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late, and Linoon was hit head-on by Water Pulse, flew out, and fell to the ground. Ka! Linoon screamed, fell to the ground, and rolled several times before steadying his body. Linoon, hold on. Norman was worried, and at the same time wondering how Aoki discovered Linoon's identity. This kind of double team, normal people can't see the reality clearly. Although Linoon was hit by Water Pulse, he did not lose his fighting ability and was only slightly damaged. Very well, Frogadier, go ahead, use Quick Attack, get close to Linoon quickly, then use Pound. Frogadier ran towards Linoon quickly, as fast as Spark Normal, leaving only a shadow. Linoon, carry it down for me and use Tackle. Linoon was slapped by Frogadier with a painful expression on his face, but he still managed to survive. Then he used his body to hit Frogadier hard. Both sides wailed at the same time, but they both steadied their bodies and looked at each other warily, with fierceness in their eyes. Frogadier, use Hydro Pump. Linoon, use Double Edge. Frogadier opened his hand, and a large amount of water elements emerged from his palm, and then a huge water column emerged and crashed into Linoon. Because the distance was so close, Linoon had no time to dodge and could only rush towards Frogadier like crazy. Boom! Linoon hit the water column and trembled, but still gritted his teeth, faced the water column, and hit Frogadier. Frogadier was hit head-on and sent flying. Qua, Frogadier, are you okay? Aoki was also worried about Frogadier, and May clenched her hands. Frogadier's body was very sore, but he still stood up with difficulty. Although he was still standing, his body was trembling, his eyes were firm, and he didn't want to lose. Linoon's limbs were also trembling. He was hit head-on by Hydro Pump, and he also received a big impact. And whether it's Hydro Pump or Double Edge, they're very powerful. Thump! After only holding on for a few seconds, Frogadier fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Very well, Linoon. Norman just felt happy, and Linoon also fell to the ground due to the side effects of Double Edge. After all, if he was hit in the front and with the Double Edge, he would be injured, so he didn't hold on. Frogadier and Linoon have lost their ability to fight at the same time. Please send the next Pokemon from both sides. Come back, Frogadier. Thank you for your hard work. Aoki comforted him. He was still full of expectations for Frogadier's future, so naturally he would not reprimand him. Linoon, you did a good job. Now I'll leave it to your companions. Norman also took back Linoon, with recognition in his eyes. Aoki, you are really powerful. You have only been traveling for a month, and you defeated 2 of my Pokemon. He truly admires Aoki. In 1 month, the 2 Pokemon were so good, much better than he was before. I don't know how it was cultivated. It would take at least 3 months for him to achieve this, and about half a year for ordinary people. Uncle, next is my trump card. I hope you can come up with it to fight against. Aoki grabs the Great Ball. Needless to say, Combuskin is sent up at this time to give experience to Norman. We can only let Agran appear. No problem. This is my latest training. It's enough for you Agran to fight. Norman also cares about Aoki's Agran, and he doesn't know how far he's been raised. Here it comes, Dad's trump card and Brother Aoki's trump card. This is definitely a showdown between kings. Xiaosheng is looking forward to both of them. One is his father, and the other promises to give him Pokemon. Who should he help? May looked at Aoki silently, sincerely hoping that Aoki would win. Go, Agran. It's up to you, Slaking. 2 huge figures appeared on the playing field, one standing, wearing heavy armor, looking like a majestic behemoth. The other one was lying on the field, very lazy, and didn't seem to take it to heart. Really, Aoki knew that what Norman sent must be Slaking, and it seemed to be one of his trump cards. Name, Slaking. Ability, laziness. Strength, quasi-elite. Qualification, elite. This Slaking should be the Slaking when Norman becomes elite in the future, but it is still quasi-elite now. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Slaking was the ability of the Hercules. Fortunately, Norman is not the protagonist. Agran, use Iron Defense. Agran obeyed Aoki's order and patted his armor, which glowed white. The light dissipated and the armor enveloped Lucas, making his defense stronger. Slaking, using Earthquake. Norman also issued the order immediately. Slaking immediately stood up, raised his feet, and stomped the ground hard. The earth was trembling violently, and the ground was shattered, with many cracks appearing. Agran was affected by Earthquake and fell to the ground with a pained cry on his face. After all, Earthquake deals 4 times the damage to it, and even a quasi-elite may not be able to withstand it. Aoki's eyes were filled with joy. He had already guessed that Slaking might use Earthquake or fighting skills, so he immediately increased his defense. Otherwise, Agran's speed may not necessarily be able to get ahead of Slaking and attack Slaking. Agran, carry it down, then rush up and use Focus Punch. Agran took advantage of Slaking's rest and immediately rushed forward, raising his thick right hand with a blue light coming from it. Then he punched with all his strength, hitting Slaking right in the body. Slaking couldn't move due to his lazy ability, so he could only take the punch head-on. The most powerful Focus Punch of the fighting series. Even if it is Slaking with rough skin and thick flesh, it still feels very painful after all. There was a pained expression on his slouched face, but in the end, he relied on his own strength to withstand this move. Very good. Slaking, you managed to survive. Then give him a slap in the arm. Norman shouted excitedly. Slaking stood up immediately with anger in his eyes. He had just been punched, and it felt very painful. Naturally, he wanted to avenge his shame. Agran, come to, focus punch, don't be afraid, fight him head on. To deal with normal-type Pokemon, you naturally have to use fighting-type moves. At this time, we should fight hard to see who has more foundation, and finally see who can fall. Agran's defense is very strong, and with the use of Iron Defense, the defense increases, but the fighting type does 4 times more damage, which is a lot of damage. Slaking also has to endure double the damage of the fighting type, and since he is lazy, he will also suffer heavy damage. In this battle, it depends on who falls first. Agran and Slaking's fists hit each other at the same time. Both sides were in a stalemate and were trembling. Both Pokemon felt severe pain, but they didn't cry out and just stared at each other. Being able to endure such pain shows that both parties have undergone rigorous special training and have strong willpower. Agran, hold on, I believe you can win. Slaking, I also believe in you. You can definitely defeat the opponent. Agran and Slaking heard their master's encouragement. Their eyes were full of determination, and they continued to raise their fists. As time passed, both Pokemon felt a burst of pain, and then they released their fists at the same time. Because of Slaking ability, although Slaking was very painful, he had to lie on the ground to rest to relieve fatigue. Very good, Agran. Encore focus punch. I want to see how many punches he can take. Agran raised his fist, blue light emitted from his arm, and then hit Slaking hard. Although Agran's attack, species strength, was not very strong, but with twice the damage, Slaking felt severe pain, and there was even sweat on his face. Slaking, hold on. Norman encouraged loudly. Although Slaking's body was shaking, he still persevered. It was obvious that this Slaking was well trained. Spanking training should be carried out multiple times on a daily basis. It's really powerful, but I want to see how long you can endure it. Agran, continue focus punch. Why did brother Aoki let Agran use focus punch? May asked in confusion. Sister, you didn't know this. Slaking is a normal type. Only the fighting type can cause double damage. Naturally, Agran uses focus punch. Xiao Shang held his head high proudly. He is still smarter. This sister, Aaron gave her in vain. Slaking, since you can move, you're welcome, counter. Counter returns double the damage received to the opponent. This was a huge blow to Agran. Agran, I believe you. You can definitely go on and give Slaking the final blow. Agran and Slaking stretched out their fists at the same time and punched each other again. To be honest, when it comes to fighting Slaking, only the fighting type can deal damage. Otherwise, Aoki will never fight head-on. Both sides hit each other again. There was severe pain again, but both Pokemon had undergone special training and still persisted. But this time, the physical strength of both sides has obviously reached its limit. The body is stumbling and may fall down at any time. Agran, in particular, seems to have reached its limit, giving people the feeling that it could fall over even with the slightest breeze. Slaking stood still, but he only lasted a moment before falling to the ground and losing his ability to fight. In terms of background, Slaking is not as good as Agran. After all, Agran has used energy cubes for a long time, and his physical strength and endurance are very thick. Not to mention understanding the secret right away. When Agran saw Slaking fall to the ground, he was immediately deflated and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Slaking has lost the ability to fight. In this game, Agran wins. Although it was difficult for Xiao Shang to accept it, he still announced the result of the game. No way. Aoki promised to provide him with Pokemon if he had the chance. For his own sake, he could only betray his father. Slaking, you have worked hard in this battle. Come back. Aoki, your Agran is really powerful. It was able to defeat the Consulting King that I carefully trained. Norman took back Slaking and really admired Aoki. Agran, who had been training for a year, actually defeated Slaking, whom he had carefully trained for more than 2 years. Maybe it won't be long before he becomes an elite, and Aoki might also have an elite-level Pokemon. Uncle, your Slaking is also very good. Aoki took back Agran, treated Agran through the luxury ball, and treated Frogadier at the same time. Aoki, This is the balance badge of our Pedleberg gym. Since you won, I'll give it to you. Thank you, Uncle. Aoki was not polite. After all, he won the battle, so there was no need to refuse. As it happens, he also has the Evergrande conference to attend. Brother Aoki, you are so awesome. You actually defeated Dad. Yeah, Agran is really awesome. I want an errand too. May is very grateful to Aoki. Xiaosheng's attention is focused on Aoki's luxury ball. He also specifically reminded Aoki to give me an errand. Aoki ignored it completely. If he has a lot of errand, it is not impossible to give it to his brother-in-law. But errand is not easy to get. Aoki, are you hungry? Why don't we have a meal here and let's discuss how to raise Pokemon? Norman interrupted Xiaosheng and took the initiative to keep Aoki. He really wanted to have a good talk with Aoki about how Aoki cultivated such excellent Pokemon. No problem, Uncle, then I'll leave it to you. At night, during mealtime, Aoki and Norman were discussing training Pokemon. Suddenly, there was a noise of fighting outside. What happened? Norman immediately ran out. Aoki followed, and the others quickly followed. As soon as they went out, they saw Agran and Xiao Wang quarreling, and Combuskin and Frogadier next to them also quarreled with each other. Slaking, what happened? Norman couldn't understand Pokemon's language, so he could only ask Slaking. Slaking was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it. Combuskin and Frogadier immediately ran to Aoki's side, grabbed Aoki's feet, and kept shouting. Aoki understood instantly. Uncle, it seems that your Pokemon stole my Pokemon food, and then they got into a fight. Norman suddenly felt very embarrassed. It was his Pokemon that stole the food. It would be too embarrassing to tell him. It was like he was withholding food from his own Pokemon. But Norman noticed at this time that Aoki's Pokemon food was actually a cube with colored lights, which was a little different from his. Is this the Pokemon food you prepared? It seems a little different. Norman picked up a rainbow energy cube, took a bite, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's such a delicious energy cube. No wonder Pokemon likes to eat it. You must have made this yourself, right? Aoki suddenly thought of something. He has a lot of high-end energy cubes and needs top-notch tree fruits, but he has no money and can't buy many. As the next elite, Norman must be rich, and he can sell some to Norman. Yes, this is the energy cube I made. My Pokemon is so strong because of this energy cube. Yes, Dad, my Aaron also likes to eat. May said. Norman looked at his Pokemon, and everyone had covet in their eyes. Look at Aoki's Pokemon again. Their hair is brightly colored and their muscles are strong. Agran's armor is quite bright. Obviously, these energy cubes are some top Pokemon food, even better than his. It seems that Aoki is not only an excellent trainer, but also an excellent breeder. Aoki, can you sell me some energy cubes? Norman didn't ask for the formula. This thing was so precious that even he was embarrassed to ask for it. And May might be with Aoki in the future, so there's no need for it. That's no problem, but these energy cubes require the use of tree fruits, so the price is high. The price is not a problem. I bought it. Norman waved his hand. As the gym trainer and the next elite, he was indeed not sure of money. Well, Aoki is very happy. He found a victim. No, it should be a customer. He should be able to make a good fortune. Alas, those top tree fruits are monopolized by major groups, and the prices are really expensive. Fortunately, the system gave me a ton of rainbow fruits, but it probably won't take long. That night, Aoki stayed at May's house all night, and the next morning, he was ready to continue his journey. When leaving, Aoki left behind a lot of primary energy cubes. As for the rainbow power cube, that's absolutely impossible. Uncle, this is another type of energy cube. My rainbow energy cube doesn't have much material, but this energy cube is also excellent. Aoki reminded me specifically. Norman picked up an energy cube and released his Pokemon. A few of them came out of slaking, sniffed them gently, picked them up, and ate them with big mouthfuls. Obviously, even elementary energy cubes taste very delicious, and Pokemon naturally want to eat them. It looks like this one tastes good, so I'll choose this one. Norman is not the kind of person to get entangled either. Aoki picked up his luggage, followed by Combuskin, and glanced at May again. May, I'm going on a trip. You have to take good care of Aaron. With these energy cubes, he will definitely become more powerful. Brother Aoki, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Aaron. May grabbed the Ultra Ball with determination in her eyes. Xiaosheng was also very envious, just looking at May silently, wanting a Pokemon very much. Then I'll leave. Aoki took his backpack, left the Pedleberg gym, and embarked on the journey again. After arriving in the forest, Aoki remembered the treasure chest he obtained yesterday. After defeating Norman, Aoki received a diamond chest. According to the system, bronze and silver are ordinary treasure chests. Once you defeat the quasi-elite level, it will probably be a gold treasure chest, and if you are an elite or champion, it will be a diamond treasure chest. As for those mythical beasts, they are the king's treasure chest. Aoki clearly remembers the Sky Pillar's king's treasure box, which is so eye-catching, but he doesn't have the ability to obtain it. Obtaining a diamond treasure chest from Norman means that Norman has actually reached the elite trainer level. But because the region elites have not retired, he can only be the gym leader now. But once an elite retires, Norman will be eligible to compete for the region elite. But maybe, when one elite retires and Aoki reaches elite level trainer, Norman will have no chance. Aoki thought of this, opened the system log, and looked at the diamond treasure chest he just obtained. Congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained a Steel Z Pure Crystal and a Z-Ring. Aoki paused. This is a good thing, just like Mega Evolution. Both are rare items. It just so happens that Steel Pure Crystal corresponds to Agran. Although it can only be used once, it is extremely powerful and can be used as a great weapon. Aoki immediately took out the Z Pure Crystal bracelet and put it on his other arm. One arm wears the Mega Evolution Keystone, and the other arm wears the Z Pure Crystal bracelet. After leaving Pedleberg City, Aoki embarked on a journey to Pedleberg Woods. He was going to train in Pedleberg Woods for a while and see if he could recover 1 or 2 rare Pokemon. Of course, he has no desire to conquer Seviper, Zangoose, or Swellow. As a time traveler, you should naturally capture some rare Pokemon. For example, the Trico family in the Hoenn region. If you remembered correctly, there was a Trico group in the forest. In the original book, Ash conquered a rare Trico in this forest, and he will be particularly powerful in the future. A week later, Aoki went deep into the forest and encountered no danger. The winner, with almost no Pokemon, is rival of his Agran. Even if Frogadier and Combusken take action, the trouble can be easily solved. A wealth of experience is also provided. At noon, Aoki sat by the river and prepared lunch for himself. Agran and Combusken were sitting next to Aoki, happily tasting rainbow energy cubes. After Aoki finished eating, he tidied up, opened the system map, looked through Pedleberg Woods, and searched for treasure chests. During this time, he also found several bronze treasure chests and silver treasure chests, which are located on Totem in the forest. I didn't get many good things. The best ones were some skill machines, and then a lot of tree fruits. To be honest, based on the number of tree fruits provided by ordinary treasure chests, Aoki might not even need to buy them. Not only is it enough for myself, but it can also be provided to the Norman family, which is equivalent to making money for free. Everyone, now that we've finished eating, let's take a rest. Let's continue setting off in the afternoon. Combusken and Frogadier shouted happily, and Agran flicked his tail. There's a pure crystal hanging on the tail. This is Steel Pure Crystal. That ring is probably the best thing that has been developed during this period. It is provided by the system and is indestructible. It just happens to be inlaid with pure crystals. While everyone was resting, a green figure suddenly flashed away and snatched away Aoki's backpack. Aoki! Was he robbed? But this backpack was just a show-off. There were no rare items in it, just some energy cubes. I think it must have been a Pokemon that smelled the energy cube, so it snatched the backpack away. Frogadier, Combusken, don't run away. Go see what Pokemon it is. Aoki got up, retrieved the Agran, and followed quickly. He was still very curious about this mysterious Pokemon. Mainly this Pokemon is green and reminds him of Trico. Maybe the protagonist's luck breaks out and he really meets the Trico tribe. Then he will make a fortune. The main force of Grass-type Pokemon is here, and it can finally Mega Evolve, which is a grass-type plus dragon-type Pokémon. Although he was restrained 4 times by ice, he had to admit that Mega Sceptile was particularly strong. Not exactly. Combusken immediately chased after him, followed closely by Frogadier, and Aoki's running speed was not slow either. To survive in this world, you need to have a super strong body. Although Aoki can't lift a 999.9 kilogram small nebula with one hand like Ash, it's not bad either. Several figures quickly shuttled through the jungle, and soon caught up with the green figure. Aoki looked at the green figure in front of him, holding leafage in his mouth, and his face lit up. It's actually Trico, a God-given opportunity, the main grass-type Pokémon given to him by God. She would never miss it. After some chasing, Aoki came not far from a big tree. He didn't get too close, because there was a Trico group not far ahead. In order to prevent scaring these Tricos, Aoki can only stay away. Name: Trico. Strength: Intermediate. Qualification: Gym level. Name: Trico. Strength: Advanced. Qualification: Elite level. There are more than a dozen Trico in total, and most of their qualifications are at gym level and quasi-elite level. This is already considered relatively good. If Usangia can easily reach the elite level, there will not be so few elite level trainers in this world. Alliance cannot sell it to you cheaply. They won't give you a chance to threaten Alliance's great nobles. Aoki's first sight was the elite qualified Trico who stole his backpack. This Trico has achieved the greatest success. If he is trained well, he will definitely be able to reach the unimaginable level, and maybe even the championship level by then. Trico, I'm determined. Aoki no longer hesitated and walked out openly. Trico was startled when he saw Aoki suddenly appeared and collectively made vigilant movements. The adult Trico stands at the front, protecting the younger Trico. There's only one Grovyle in the entire group, and he looks a little old. He has not yet evolved into a Sceptile. Aoki did not continue to approach, but took out a few energy cubes from the system backpack and placed them on the ground. You just grabbed my bag, but it's okay. I just want to tame a Trico and come with me to see the world. This is the present I give to you. After putting down the energy cube, Aoki stepped back and distanced himself far away. Trico, who was grabbing the backpack before, walked over cautiously, picked up the energy cube, and took a bite happily. The taste is particularly delicious. Chia. Trico had a happy smile on his face. How about it? Trico, your talent is outstanding. You should come with me to see the big world. Moreover, there are many delicious energy cubes every day. Aoki opened his hand, and a large number of energy cubes were scattered out of the system backpack. Of course, they are all beginners, and Aoki doesn't have that luxury to eat rainbow energy cubes for other Tricos. Trico immediately stepped forward, turned his head, and called out, and other Trico rushed over. A group of Trico gathered around these energy cubes, tasting them with gusto, and has accepted Aoki. Kano. A group of Trico are talking to each other. Aoki was listening nearby and understood what Trico meant, but did not disturb him. He believes in his own charisma. Sure enough, Trico quickly made the decision to travel with Aoki. The main reason is that Aoki is very pleasing to the eye, and the energy cubes are delicious, so Trico quickly became addicted. Kano. Trico jumped in front of Aoki, yelled and pointed at Aoki. Defeat me, and I can be with you. Aoki heard what Trico said and naturally wouldn't refuse. Combusken, the decision is yours. To deal with grass-type Pokémon, it's natural to use fire-type Pokémon. Agran is just a bully. No, it's bullying Pokémon. Not exactly. Combusken immediately leapt out, staring at Trico. Trico was angry when he was looked at like this. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he wanted to defeat Combusken. Trico, you come first. Aoki crossed his arms. Combusken is against Trico. Attribute is restrained. This is clearly a flying dragon riding on the face. If he loses this time, he should stop thinking about participating in any Pokémon Alliance competition and just go home and plant sweet potatoes. Can't you please? Trico ran quickly, and his whole body turned into a green shadow and disappeared in a flash. Quick attack really fast. Aoki's eyes were filled with relief. It seems that this Trico is very strong. Combuskin, you use quick attack too. Combuskin bent down, stomped the ground with both feet, and turned into a black shadow, agility. On the playing field, there were only the shadows of two Pokemon. Combuskin, get close quickly and fire a fire punch. Combuskin disappeared in a flash and quickly came to Trico's side. He hit Trico with a fire punch of flames. Trico looked at the flames in front of him and was not afraid. He jumped in the air, turned around, and slapped Combuskin with his tail. Pound! Combuskin was slapped on the head and made a sound of pain, but he still held on and punched Trico. Along with the fist of fire, Trico is very restrained against grass-type Pokemon. Can't you please? Trico let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. Just one move, and he was hit hard. After all, he is still weaker than Combuskin, let alone being restrained by Combuskin. Can't you please? Although Trico felt a lot of pain, he still climbed up with difficulty, with unwavering faith in his eyes. Aoki liked it more and more. He likes this kind of Pokemon with perseverance, which not only resists fighting, but also has strong willpower. Trico opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of green light, hitting Combuskin head-on. Bullet Seed, that's great. I didn't expect Trico to actually learn it. Aoki's eyes lit up. You know, even Ash's well-qualified Trico has been learning Bullet Seed for a long time. He learned this before he was convinced. Combuskin was hit head-on by Bullet Seed. Although he was very resistant to grass types, he still let out a scream. There was a pained expression on his face. Aoki, then smelling salts, came over. Even if he liked Trico very much, he couldn't watch Combuskin being beaten. Combuskin, give him one last ember. Combuskin immediately spat out large amounts of ember, hitting Trico repeatedly. Can't you please? Trico let out a scream, then fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Ember alone defeated Trico, which is why Fire Vortex was not used, because there's no need for it, and it's easy to injure Trico. Go! Pokeball! Aoki picked up the Pokeball and hit Trico. Trico was quickly sucked into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook for a moment, then made a dinging sound. Great, I conquered Trico. Aoki was very happy, picking up the Pokemon Ball and holding it high above his head. Now, all the water, grass, and fire Pokemon have been collected, and the minimum qualification is Elite, and you can also perform Mega Evolution. The highest Frogadier has championship qualifications and can also undergo Bond Evolution. Coupled with Agran, as long as 2 more Pokemon are conquered, the main force is already assembled. Trico nearby did not stop it, but just watched silently and silently blessed this Pokemon in his heart. After being happy, Aoki immediately released Trico and then helped Trico to treat him. Naturally, the treatment of Combuskin is not forgotten either. After the treatment, Aoki stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Trico. Trico, we will be companions from now on. Please give me your advice. Trico stared at Aoki silently, as if to determine whether Aoki was a person worthy of trust. After a moment, Trico stretched out his hand and placed it on Aoki's hand, but he still acted very proudly. This is the proud Trico. Aoki didn't particularly care and hugged Trico happily. Not exactly. When Combuskin saw Aoki hugging Trico, he became jealous and immediately came over. Frogadier also came out of the luxury ball, grabbing Aoki's other foot. I want to hug you too. Aoki had a stern look on his face. These Pokemon had their own personalities, and they actually learned to be jealous. But what can he do? I can only hug the 2 Pokemon silently, and I can't make them jealous. Not exactly. Quad. Combuskin and Frogadier were no longer angry either. Even if Aoki is unlucky, holding 3 Pokemon in one breath still feels a lot of pressure. Okay, it's time for you to come down. Let's take a rest here. When the rest is over, we will set off again. After Aoki put down the 3 Pokemon, he took out some energy cubes and handed them to the other Trico. The other Tricos, as well as Grovyle, their eyes lit up and they immediately came over and continued to eat. These energy cubes are so delicious. I simply never get tired of eating it. Trico, use Energy Ball. Trico put his hands together and slowly condensed a green energy ball in his hands. But the next second, the green energy ball disappeared. Can't you please? Trico was quite disappointed that he failed again, which also disappointed Aoki. It's okay, don't worry, I believe in you. You will definitely succeed. Aoki patted Trico's head gently. Energy Ball is a powerful grass-type special attack that can only be learned during the Trico period. Of course, that's a game. In real life, Grovyle can learn it, even Sceptile can. It's just that Energy Ball is not only powerful, but also easier to learn than Trico. So Aoki plans to let Trico learn Energy Ball first. Normal, such as Sunfire, can be learned later. Can't you please? After hearing Aoki's encouragement, Trico gathered more courage and patted his heart. I will definitely succeed. Through the power of Tokiwa, Aoki heard Trico's voice and was full of confidence. I believe Trico can definitely do it. Okay, Trico, you're too tired. Just take a rest. It's just right. I also want to have a meal. Can't you please? Trico immediately followed Aoki with a hint of anticipation on his originally proud face and even drooled. It's been with Aoki for about a week now and has tasted Aoki's rainbow energy cubes. From then on, Trico was no longer arrogant, especially when eating. He ate faster than anyone else. It's like I've been hungry for a long time. Frogadier and Combuskin couldn't help but shake their heads as they looked at their little brother who was devouring their food. This little brother is so pitiful. Even Agran couldn't help but pick up a rainbow energy cube and hand it to his little brother. Don't let your little brother be too hungry. Can't you please? Trico thanked him happily. This big brother is so good. Cola. Agran also politely said you're welcome. Aoki nodded. It's good that the relationship between Pokemon has become so good. At least there won't be too much of a contradiction. Okay, let's take a good rest after eating. We have to train in the afternoon. Trico, you must learn Energy Ball. Can't you please? Trico stretched out a hand with determination in his eyes. I will definitely learn the Energy Ball. It's crashing. Suddenly, the sound of leafage rustling came from the nearby woods. Agran stood up immediately. As the eldest brother, he must protect Aoki, his master. Combuskin and Frogadier also became alert. Trico even opened his hands to protect Aoki with his own hands. In the grove, a blue creature with 4 tentacles emerged. Surskit. Aoki recognized this Pokemon. Surskit looked at Aoki cautiously, and then focused on Trico's dinner plate. The little boy looked at her seriously, feeling a little hungry. Trico immediately picked up the dinner plate and shouted to Surskit, "This is my food and I won't give it to you." Aoki's eyes lit up. This seemed to be a good rival, and he immediately took out some energy cubes. Surskit, I have some energy cubes here. Can you play with my Trico? Surskit's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped in front of Trico, ready to fight at any time. Trico, don't let me down. Trico put down the food and jumped out immediately with determination in his eyes. Never let Aoki down. Surskit took the initiative to spit out a mouthful of water with a strong impact, just like spraying normal. Aqua Jet. Trico dodged immediately and used Bullet Seed. Trico jumped to the side, then opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of green light. The green light and Aqua Jet collided and exploded, and the smoke of the explosion filled the air. Seeing that the move failed, Surskit spit out a large amount of bubble from his mouth, which bloomed with light under the sunlight. Trico, don't duck, use Energy Ball. Trico put his hands together, and a burst of green energy emerged from his palms, forming an energy ball. But at the moment when the energy ball was played, the energy ball suddenly dissipated. Bubble Beam also hits Trico right. Trico was sent flying and fell to the ground, letting out a growl of pain. Even if you're hit by a water-based skill, you will still feel a lot of pain. Surskit had no intention of holding back and spat out another huge mouthful of water. Trico, I believe you'll be able to learn Energy Ball, come on. Aoki shouted encouragement. He believed that Trico would be able to learn the Energy Ball under desperate circumstances. Trico seemed to be affected by the emotion and immediately jumped up, quickly gathering energy in his palms. Faster than before. Whoosh! Trico pushed forward with both hands, and the green energy ball was pushed away and hit the Aqua Jet head-on. Aqua Jet was scattered under the impact of Energy Ball. The Energy Ball broke through the Aqua Jet like a bamboo and hit Surskit head-on. Surskit screamed in pain and was knocked to the ground, but he did not lose his ability to fight. Trico, good, encore, Mighty Arnold point. Trico is also very excited. He seems to have learned the Energy Ball. This time, the speed of gathering is faster than before. Surskit didn't even have time to get up and was hit head-on by the Energy Ball. He screamed and lost the ability to fight. Trico, great job. Aoki praised him generously. Trico was happy and even more proud. You continue to eat, and I'll go treat Surskit. Aoki first treated Trico and then Surskit. After Surskit woke up, Aoki gave it a large energy cube. Surskit finished the energy cube, thanked him, and then rushed into the grass and disappeared. Trico, Combuskin, it's finished. Let's continue eating. 2 days later, Aoki left the forest. The main reason is that the special training has been completed. There is no need to continue the special training. At least give the Pokemon a rest. They are also living beings and can feel tired. And after leaving Pedleberg City, he has been training specially for more than half a month. The strength of Pokemon has also been significantly improved. Name, Agran. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Elite. Name, Combuskin. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Elite. Name, Frogadier. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Champion. Name, Trico. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Elite. Several Pokemon don't seem to have made much progress. But in fact, Agran is only one step away from Elite. In recent times, secrets have always appeared in Agran, but they have always been fleeting. Combuskin and Frogadier are still Elite level, but they're not very far away from Gym level either. Trico will also be able to evolve soon. As for Relicanth, the early Pokemon, Aoki didn't take it too seriously. After leaving the forest, Aoki came to a nearby small town. Hey, have you heard about it? There seems to be a gym near here that claims to have the strongest Pelipper. As soon as Aoki left the Pokemon Center, he heard the conversation of several people nearby. The strongest Pelipper seems to be the Antony in the principal. He puts a lot of Pokemon in Pelipper's mouth. I have the nerve to say the strongest. People who have such a power trip should be taught a lesson to avoid being too arrogant in the future. It just so happens that Agran hasn't fought much recently, so he might be able to make a fool of himself. Aoki was not in a hurry to buy anything, so he wanted to teach Antony a lesson first. In front of a gym, Aoki strode in. As soon as he entered, a strong man blocked his way. Boy, are you here to challenge my strongest Pelipper? Then I'll give you a chance, and you must not lose. Boy, this title is really nice. Aoki was still thinking whether using Agran would be too bullying. After all, Agran will soon be an elite-level Pokemon. But since Antony is so crazy and what he says is unpleasant, don't blame him for being abusive. Yes, I just want to see the strongest Pelipper, so let me have a fight with you. Antony enjoyed this tone of admiration and held his head high proudly. No problem. I'll give you a chance to challenge my Pelipper. A Pelipper flew into the air. There should be a few Pokemon inside that big mouth. Aoki. His data, I popped up a lot of Pokemon data. Name, Pelipper. Strength, Advanced. Name, Bellsprout. Strength, Intermediate. Name, Magnemite. Strength, Intermediate. He was really talented. He thought he was so strong, but in the end he didn't even have an elite. He actually has the nerve to say world's mightiest. Sure enough, it still needs to be repaired. Since yours is Pelipper, let me see how you defeat my Agran. Aoki threw the luxury ball, and Agran's huge body appeared on the field. As soon as he appeared, Agran roared. Hearing the loud roar, Pelipper felt a little scared and subconsciously flew back. It's actually Agran. Huh, my strongest Pelipper. He will never lose. Use the water gun for me. Antony sounded a little jealous. What a rare Pokemon. Because of jealousy, Antony decided to defeat Aoki's Agran. As for the gap between Pelipper and Agran, Antony also ignored it. Any normal person knows that once a rare Pokemon like Agran finally evolves, it will become useless and elite. Pelipper has no chance of winning. A jet of water spurted out from Pelipper's mouth and rushed towards Agran. When Agran saw such a small water gun, he smiled contemptuously and still stood there with no intention of hiding. Although the water type is twice as restrained, it also depends on the strength. It is an intermediate Pokemon, and you still want to defeat it. Agran, carry him down, then give him a Thunderbolt move. Aoki said contemptuously. It's just fun. Agran took down the water gun easily and even patted the steel armor on his body. What? The water gun is useless. It was hard for Antony to accept that after 2 glasses of restrained water gun, Agran was completely fine. Just when he was surprised, Agran released a powerful Thunderbolt. The surroundings were shrouded in lightning. Even if it is not an Electro Pokemon, Agran is very powerful due to its super strength, and Thunderbolt is very powerful. A dazzling golden thunder enveloped Pelipper. Pelipper let out a scream, then fell to the ground, blowing out a puff of black smoke. With just one move, Pelipper was instantly killed. Not only Pelipper, but also the Pokemon in Pelipper's mouth were instantly killed and spit out. Bellsprout, Pelipper, are you okay? Antony ran over immediately with panic in his eyes. Not only because Pelipper was injured, but also because what he did was discovered by Aoki. Hey, there's several Pokemon. This is against Alliance's rules. If you find out, you will be punished. Aoki joked with a smile and took back the Pokemon Pokédex. Thankfully, the Pokemon Pokédex also has a photography function. Antony was startled and immediately knelt in front of Aoki. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please let me go. I'm really speechless. Forget it. Do you have such a stone? I prefer to collect such stones. Aoki took out the Mega Evolution Stone. Although it's impossible, you still have to ask, maybe you can actually get the Mega Evolution Stone. If you can do it for free, that would be great. Is this? I can look for it. Antony was relieved, but he was afraid that Aoki would tell this matter. You'd better heal your Pokemon first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Forget it. You look like a poor guy, so I'll leave first. Aoki put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and left. Although she didn't get the Mega Evolution Stone, she didn't care too much. This kind of thing is not that easy to get. Well, that's my business. Antony had anxiety in his eyes. Don't worry, I don't have time to sue you. You have to be careful. It will be bad if you are discovered. Aoki put his hands in his pockets. Indeed, he had no intention of snitching. Thank you. I will never dare to do it again. Antony knelt on the ground excitedly and thanked him loudly. As for whether he sincerely regretted it, he didn't know. In small towns, there are no gymnasiums. So Aoki just rested here for a day, let the Pokemon relax, and then set off. When Aoki entered the forest, in addition to training Pokemon, he also wanted to see if he could find rare Pokemon by luck. He has not yet assembled a main force, let alone a second-line force. Also, there are many treasure chests in the forest. Most of them are bronze or silver, but they contain a lot of resources. What he needs most is these resources. Agran has a big appetite. In the future, there will be more and more Pokemon, and the appetite will be even bigger. Rumble. On this day, Aoki was training Pokemon in the forest when he suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Turning around, he could see black smoke rising into the sky in the distance. Is there another Pokemon hunter? Or something happened? Aoki was a little confused. He is really the protagonist and deserves the treatment of a protagonist. Wait, golden treasure chest. Aoki saw a gold treasure chest suddenly appear on the system map. This is a treasure chest that comes to your door for free. How can it be an unnecessary gift? Agran, all of you come back. Let's leave now. Aoki took back the Pokemon and quickly approached the explosion site. In the place where the explosion occurred, a man and a woman were engaged in a Pokemon battle. Men use Tropius and women use Ninetales. It just seems like women have an absolute disadvantage. Name, Tropius. Strength, Quasi-Elite Peak. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Name, Ninetales. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Elite. Name, Ludicolo. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Name, Camerupt. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Aoki just took a look at the Pokemon on both sides and guessed that the man had a better chance of winning. Because his Tropius has reached the peak of Quasi-Elite, and Ludicolo has also reached Quasi-Elite, and has been for some time. Women's Ninetales, Camerupt, are just barely reaching Quasi-Elite status. In addition, this woman's other Pokemon are somewhat different from those of men. It can be said that the defeat is certain. However, this woman looks familiar. Could it be that I have seen her somewhere before? Aoki touched his chin and looked at the woman carefully. He had red hair and was dressed very smartly. He looked familiar, and he must have seen him before. But there are some things I can't remember clearly. Suddenly, Aoki thought of a person in his mind. Courtney, one of the executives of Team Lava. But now it seems that Courtney has not yet become the executive of the Lava team, and is probably just a captain. But with the qualifications of this Ninetales, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to become the executive of Team Lava. Indeed, Courtney will indeed become an executive in the future. UB****CH, when I defeat you, all your Pokemon will be mine. Also, you Ninetales seems to have very good qualifications. I will definitely train you in the future. The man laughed proudly, as if he would be able to grab Courtney's Pokemon right away. Courtney looked ugly. As one of the captains of Team Lava, she was actually targeted by Pokemon hunters, but she seems to be unable to defeat him. Ludicolo on the opposite side is too restrained by her Ninetales and Camerupt, and Tropius is also very powerful. Moreover, both Ninetales and Camerupt had suffered some damage in the previous battle. Aoki was in no hurry to take action. The treasure chest is on the Pokemon hunter's body, but there is no treasure chest on Courtney's body. I don't know why. Maybe she hasn't grown to the limit yet. When Courtney becomes executive, there should be a treasure chest. He was prepared to wait until both of them were injured, and then go over to make a sneak attack. Otherwise, both Courtney and this Pokemon hunter would be in trouble. Tropius, destroy the Death Ray. Ludicolo, use Hydro Pump. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Camerupt, use Giga Impact. For Pokemon, use special moves at the same time. The flames and water columns collided with each other, causing a huge explosion. The scorching heat evaporated the water columns, but the flames were also extinguished. Tropius's destructive death light shot at Courtney's Ninetales with super strong momentum. Ninetales, get out of the way. Camerupt, hit it. Courtney quickly ordered Ninetales to stay away. Ninetales narrowly escaped, but the aftermath of the destruction of the death light still affected Ninetales. With a scream, Ninetales was thrown away. Camerupt hit Ludicolo head-on with a strong impact. Courtney's main goals are also water and grass-type Ludicolo. After all, water-type restrained her two Pokemon and had to deal with them as soon as possible. Camerupt's speed is getting faster and faster, and his body is shining brighter. Hydro Pump. Ludicolo spit out a huge jet of water and hit Camerupt head-on. Camerupt let out a scream. The damage from the water jet was too great for it. Camerupt, restrain yourself. There's only a little left. You must hit it. Camerupt endured the pain in his body, crossed the distance between the two, and bumped into Ludicolo. Ludicolo was unable to dodge and was knocked head-on by Camerupt. No, Ludicolo, use the water gun, knock him down. The man was also anxious. Ludicolo was about to take action when he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Camerupt couldn't hold on and fell to the ground as well. Although my Ludicolo was defeated, your Ninetales was also seriously injured. Men are still very confident. At least he had an unscathed Tropius, but Ninetales was affected by the destruction and death ray. Even standing up is troublesome now. Courtney's face was also very ugly. She only had one Ninetales left. Although Attribute had the advantage, she was very likely to lose. Once Ninetales is defeated too, all her Pokemon will be taken away, and she might die. Tropius, Encore, destroy the Death Ray and defeat Ninetales for me. Tropius opened his mouth, a golden light gathered together, and then burst out. Ninetales, get out of the way. Courtney panicked. Once such a powerful destructive Death Ray was hit from the front, it would be absolutely doomed. Ninetales wanted to avoid it, but his body was so sore that as soon as he stood up, he fell to the ground and passed out completely. He didn't even scream. Ninetales. Courtney immediately ran to Ninetales' side and hugged Ninetales tightly with her eyes full of concern. Haha, you're finished. Even though I only have one Tropius left, I still defeated you. Aoki's mouth twitched. What a bad luck. His Relicanth happened to restrain Tropius, and even Agran also restrained Tropius. It just so happens that both of them are quasi-elite level, and Agran is about to enter the elite level. This man's Tropius probably wouldn't be able to become an elite without any chance. He also hid in the dark and made sneak attacks. Should we conduct a sneak attack? 2 against 1, flying dragon in the face. Aoki just thought about it and finally decided to make a sneak attack, which was safer. You be ****ch. I'll deal with you first, your Ninetales, and your Camerupt. I want them all. Maybe I can become an elite in the future. The man laughed wildly with pride, as if he could become an elite right away. Aoki secretly took out 2 luxury balls and threw them out hard. Relicanth, use Freeze Beam on me. Agran, use Rock Cannon. 2 Pokemon soon appeared. Relicanth spit out a blue light from his mouth and flew towards Tropius. What? Tropius, get out of the way. The men were all anxious. Once hit by the freezing beam, it would take 4 times the damage. No matter how strong Tropius was, he might not be able to withstand it. Not to mention the rock cannon. Tropius was very fast and quickly avoided the freezing beam. But Tropius couldn't dodge Agran's rock cannon. The huge rock collided with Tropius, smashing Tropius to the ground. Tropius let out a mournful cry. This move hurt him too much, especially since his defense was not good to begin with. Even though Tropius was also a quasi-elite, he still suffered a heavy blow. Relicanth, Encore, Frogadier, Trico, Bullet Seed. 3 Pokemon attack at the same time. The blue Freeze Ray and the green Bullet Seed hit Tropius at the same time. Tropius himself was severely damaged and unable to fly, so naturally he could not avoid these 3 major attacks. There was another burst of mourning, and Tropius lost the ability to fight. The men were all stunned. There's something wrong. It shouldn't be him who defeated Courtney and took away Courtney's Pokemon. Later, Assist Ninetales became elite. How come his Tropius was defeated? Tropius is defeated, and he has no Pokemon anymore. What should he do now? By the way, should I run away? Without saying a word, the man took back his Pokemon, then turned and ran away. But after just 2 steps, the man was blocked. Frogadier and Combustion. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead, and he didn't know what to say. Well, I said this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Aoki stopped hiding and walked out openly. Do you think I will believe you? Courtney was watching Aoki from the side, and at this moment, her heart suddenly moved. That's right, it's exciting. Not only because Aoki is handsome, but also because Aoki saved her. She suddenly wants to fall in love with Aoki. Aoki also looked confused. What happened to this woman? Could it be that Courtney fell in love with him because he was a hero who saved a beautiful girl? This is indeed the case. Courtney likes masculinity, and Aoki is very handsome, so she is really attracted to him. Aoki was originally planning to treat Courtney as a boss, but now it seems that Courtney may be interested in him. Then the plan can only be changed. For example, if Courtney continues to lurk in Team Lava, he can also form his own organization. It is not necessary to establish a dark organization, but at least to establish a force of one's own, which can be considered helpful when fighting against enemies in the future. Of course, before that, Aoki had to find a way to deal with the man in front of him. The man noticed Aoki's eyes and looked at Agran and Relicanth. Even if he wanted to catch Aoki, he couldn't, so he had to think of another way. I'm so sorry. I hate Pokemon hunters like you the most. Aoki really hates Pokemon hunters because his Pokemon are very good and will definitely attract the attention of Pokemon hunters. Well, I'm not a Pokemon hunter, Agran, Flamethrower, finish him off. Agran breathed out a mouthful of hot fire, which quickly engulfed the man. This is not an anime world. Thunderbolt can't kill anyone. In this world, death is common. Of course, maybe Ash and Team Rocket that's an exception. In short, this man could not withstand Agran's Flamethrower and was completely burnt. As for his Pokemon, Aoki doesn't like them either. None of them are of high level, and he doesn't want to steal them. After dealing with the Pokemon Hunter, Aoki ignored Courtney. Courtney's Pokemon loses its combat effectiveness and poses no threat for a short period of time. He wants to see what the reward is this time first. The golden treasure chest must contain good things. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the secret fruit of steel and the secret fruit of rock. Aoki's eyes were filled with joy. Unexpectedly, there is another secret fruit, and it can be used by Agran. The last time he got 2 secret fruits, Agran's strength improved greatly. Although it still didn't break through the limit and achieve elite level in the end, it allowed Agran to go one step further. Now Agran has reached his limit and has 1 foot out. As long as he takes these 2 mystical fruits, Agran will definitely be able to successfully take this step and become a true elite. Agran was born more than a year ago and has successfully achieved elite level strength, which is definitely the fastest. According to Professor Burch, among those big families, the fastest is more than 2 years, and they are still relatively qualified. Agran, these 2 fruits are given to you. Aoki took out 2 secret fruits and placed them in front of Agran. Agran immediately ran over, picked up 2 secret fruits, and bit into them. As soon as he ate it, Agran's body was filled with a lot of mystical aura. On the other side, Courtney happened to see this scene and was extremely shocked. Although she's not an elite, she has seen elites. This kind of breath is the breath of mystery. I didn't expect Aoki to have such a strong Agran at such a young age, and he had already begun to understand the secret. It's just 1 step away from becoming an elite-level Pokemon. The aura of mystery around Agran is getting stronger and stronger. Frogadier and Combusken were also related to Agran, so they all gathered around. Aoki was watching too. As long as he succeeds, he will have an elite-level Pokemon and will be a big step closer to becoming an elite trainer. Suddenly, Agran's aura became more powerful. In my mind, a door appeared that didn't actually exist. Agran used his huge body to tackle the gate. A strong force erupted from the gate, knocking Agran down. But Agran was not afraid and kept tackling the door. As time went by, more and more cracks appeared on the door, and soon they spread throughout the door. Just like this, the real world lasted for less than a minute, and the door was completely smashed. The moment the door was smashed, Agran's aura suddenly became very strong, and the surface of his body was shrouded in mystery. Agran opened his eyes, stood up, roared, and struck his armor with both hands. In the forest, many Pokemon subconsciously looked in the direction of Agran. Countless bird Pokemon flew towards soaring in the sky, seeming to be particularly frightened by Astonish. This is also because Agran has just entered the elite level and has difficulty controlling his momentum and the fluctuations of mysteries. Aoki's eyes were full of joy. Seeing Agran's expression, you know that Agran has successfully entered the elite level. This is his first elite level Pokemon, which is really memorable. Aoki immediately used the Eye of Data to look at Agran's data. Name, Agran. Ability, Heavy Metal. Strength, Elite Level. Qualification, Elite Level. Moves, Double-Edged Headbutt, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rush. After evolving, Agran became stronger and learned 3 skills. Rock-type, Double-Edged Headbutts, and even Dragon-type, Dragon Pulse and Dragon Rush. In addition to the many skills that he already knew, there are also the skills of Steel Z, Pure Crystal. In short, one word is so powerful. It's amazing. You are so young and you actually have an elite level Pokemon. Not far away, Courtney had admiration in her eyes. I had admired Aoki before, with a hint of admiration. Now knowing that Aoki has elite level Pokemon, this love is even deeper. She fell in love with Aoki and suddenly wanted to fall in love with Aoki. Agran was getting stronger. Agran came over happily and grabbed Aoki's shoulders with both hands. He liked it very much. Frogadier, Combusken, and Trico came over at the same time, as if they were meeting their elder brothers. Aoki looked at Agran in front of him, closed his eyes, and thought seriously. Next, the main purpose is to improve Agran's qualifications. Otherwise, Agran will come to an end. He does have some energy cubes that can improve Pokemon's qualifications, but the materials are a little hard to find. It would be great if the treasure chest could open these materials. If you can't open it, you have to buy it. Fortunately, it is either unavailable in this world, or the price is a bit expensive, and it is monopolized by major families. Of course, they only know some of the most primal methods of use, unlike Aoki's energy cubes, which are more effective. After Aoki came to his senses, he focused on Courtney again. Now that Agran has become elite, it's time to deal with Courtney. Does this girl really like him? If Courtney likes him, that would be perfect. Give their beauty to them for free, not for nothing. The most important thing is that he thinks Courtney is very good and he can completely conquer Courtney and become his subordinate. Courtney has something to do and nothing to do. Cough, cough, cough. It seems a bit far. Courtney also noticed the look in Aoki's eyes, with her head lowered shyly and her heart beating wildly. She really has thoughts about Aoki. Excuse me? Are you okay? Aoki pretended not to know Courtney's identity and just thought that Courtney was an ordinary person. I'm fine. Thank you so much before. Courtney regained her composure and immediately stood up, forgetting about her 9 tails. Aoki noticed the injured 9 tails and took out some potion from his pocket. There are some healing potions here. You might as well heal your own Pokemon. Only then did Courtney realize that she had ignored 9 tails and was really sorry for 9 tails. Thank you. Courtney took the potion and then healed her Pokemon. After the treatment, Courtney didn't know how to face Aoki. Let's leave here first. After all, there has just been a big battle here, and it can easily be discovered by others. Aoki didn't take back the Pokemon. In case Courtney makes a sneak attack, there is Agran to protect her. This kind of thing is not impossible. Although Courtney may seem to like him, she should still be cautious in the wild. Courtney also reacted, took back her Pokemon, and immediately followed Aoki. By the way, that person's Pokemon just now are quite good. You can take them if you need them. Aoki suddenly said something again. If he wants to conquer Courtney, he naturally needs to enhance Courtney's strength. He doesn't like either Tropius or Ludicolo, and his qualifications are not good either. If you want to become an elite-level Pokemon, you have to invest too much resources and suffer a bit. And he already had Agran. An elite-level Pokemon, once it breaks out completely, can defeat a team of other Pokemon. Even if there are quasi-elite level Pokemon, unless there are too many of them, they will definitely not be able to beat the elite level. But for Courtney, this is a very good help. Whether you sell it or use it yourself, you can increase your strength and even become an elite trainer as soon as possible. Thank you then. Courtney didn't take no for an answer. Tropius, who is almost at the peak elite level, is a great help to her. Helps her development on Team Lava. By the way, neither Tropius nor Ludicolo are very qualified. Just use them. You should focus on cultivating your 9 tails. Aoki reminded again. Among these Pokemon, only 9 tails has the highest qualifications and can become an elite-level Pokemon. I see. Courtney kept it in mind, and she knew very well that 9 tails qualifications were definitely higher than Tropius's. Of course, she wants to seriously train 9 tails. The two parties soon came to a river, took out food, and ate together. Mainly Courtney. Her Pokemon has just recovered and needs to eat something to replenish her strength. Agran has just been promoted to elite level and is currently adapting to his abilities. Aoki is training other Pokemon right next to him. Courtney watched silently, with deep admiration in her eyes. A hero saving a beauty is the most capable of capturing people's hearts. She has been captured by Aoki. What a strong man, Courtney said to herself. Little did he know, Aoki had already heard it, but pretended not to. This woman really likes him. It looks like he can seduce Courtney, win her over, and then let Courtney join her team. In the next 2 days, Aoki continued to train in the forest and was not particularly anxious to leave. Courtney also didn't leave in a hurry and kept following Aoki. She already liked Aoki. On the 3rd day, Aoki felt that it was almost time to leave the forest and go to the next gym. You can't train every day. Sometimes you should take a break. Leaving the forest, Aoki turned to look at Courtney. Courtney, I'm going to the next gym. Let's separate here. When Courtney heard that Aoki was leaving, she suddenly felt a little reluctant and wanted to be with Aoki. But she also knew that the two sides would eventually separate one day. Aoki is a serious Alliance trainer, but she is a member of the villain organization. Unless confess to Aoki. But should I confess my feelings? Well, Aoki, I have something very important to tell you. Just as Aoki was about to leave, Courtney suddenly stopped Aoki. Aoki stopped, looking forward to it in his heart. You should take the initiative. Since you like me, and take the initiative to confess to me, I might agree to you as soon as I'm happy. Yes, Aoki does want to agree to Courtney, as long as Courtney takes the initiative to confess. After all, future Courtney is an elite trainer and one of the 3 executives of Team Lava. What do you want? Just ask. We are friends. As long as you have needs, I can oblige you. Friend. Courtney's face turned red. Aoki admits that they are friends. Can he take the initiative to confess his love? Maybe I could be with Aoki. Courtney made a decision in her heart, and then she mustered up her courage with a light in her eyes. Aoki, I like you. Can you be my boyfriend? Let me have a relationship. Proactive enough. I like it. Aoki thought so. But should I agree? Should he agree directly, agree indirectly, or be a little reserved for a while? Forget it. Just agree directly. To avoid any accidents. My future will be very difficult. If you follow me, you will suffer. Aoki didn't agree directly, but the meaning of his words was already obvious. It's like agreeing. Courtney was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she restrained herself and nodded firmly. I can, no matter what danger it is, I can get through it with you. That's right. Aoki is still a serious Alliance trainer, but Courtney is the captain of Team Lava. Who else is more stressed than her? Okay, let's try to get along for a while first. Aoki agreed. Courtney was particularly excited and took the initiative to rush towards Aoki, wrapping her hands around Aoki's neck. Aoki, alas, it's so easy to pick up girls. A beautiful girl took the initiative to embrace her so quickly. He likes beauties like this. By the way, I'm going to travel. Do you have time? Do you want to travel together? Of course, Aoki knew that Courtney didn't have time, and this was mainly a deliberate question. Well, I still have my own things to do, so if we have time in the future, we can continue traveling together. Courtney was very nervous, afraid that Aoki would be angry. No problem, let's separate for now. After parting ways with Courtney, Aoki came to Rustboro City, a large city in the west. There are many important locations here. For example, Devon Manufacturing Group is the largest group in the Hoenn region. The current champion of Hoenn Alliance is the eldest son of Devon Manufacturing Group, Stephen Stone. Pokémon Center. Your Pokémon is back to health. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Seriously, why is Nurse Joy so beautiful? Aoki took the luxury ball and praised it seriously. Seriously, Nurse Joy is really beautiful. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Nurse Joy covered her cheeks shyly. Although this is not the first time I have been praised, it is different to be praised by others and by Aoki. After all, Aoki is really handsome. Everyone likes to be complimented by handsome guys. Aoki looked at the shy Nurse Joy and felt really thoughtful. Alas, what a pity. There are too many Nurse Joys for him to handle alone, and he doesn't have the courage. As long as there are only 1 or 2, there is no way he will let Nurse Joy go. Nurse Joy, I'm going to challenge a gym in Rustboro City. See you again if we have a chance. Then you must be careful, Rustboro City's Kennen Gym Pillar. That is a very powerful rock-type Pokemon trainer. I know, so I will be careful and I will never lose. Aoki turned around and left. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Aoki came to the Rustboro City Gym. Hello, is the gym leader here? I'm here to challenge the gym's trainer. Then you came at the right time. Our gym leader is in the gym. You can shoulder the burden now. Aoki, led by a staff member, quickly arrived at the competition venue. Master Kennen, there is a trainer who wants to challenge you. Aoki also looked at Kennen at this time. She is also a beautiful woman, but he is not the kind of person who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. Well, there are many beauties in this world, He doesn't necessarily have to pursue Kennen. There are more choices later. Trainer, I can accept your challenge, but can I record this battle? I'm an honorary teacher at the Pokemon Breeder Academy next door, so I wanted to record it and share it with the students. Kennen's words were filled with sincerity. Faced with such sincere eyes, Aoki had no reason to refuse. It's just a small request anyway. I promise you. Thank you very much. Then, let's start the Pokemon battle. Kennen thanked him, then took out a baby ball and grabbed it in his hand. Aoki also took out the luxury ball. Go ahead, Geodude. Go ahead, Trico. Gym Leader Kennen sent out a Rock-type Geodude. The person Aoki sent was Trico. It's not that he deliberately sent out Pokemon that were restrained. In fact, all of his Pokemon were restrained from the Rock type. Water types Frogadier, Fighting types Combuskin, and Grass types Trico are completely restrained. Can you counter attributes Trico? Even if it's countered, we can't lose. Geodude, use Rollout. Although Kennen knew that he was being restrained, he didn't pay too much attention to it. This is the responsibility of the gym leader. Geodude grabbed his hands together and rolled hard towards Trico. Rollout, a very special trick that increases its power every round, but must be used for 5 consecutive rounds. Of course, this is the real world and does not require continuous use for 5 rounds, but it can gradually increase the power. Name, Geodude. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Gym level. Aoki looked at this Geodude and saw that it was not very strong. For Trico, it was a pretty good rival. Trico dodged quickly and used Bullet Seed. Trico quickly dodged, opened his mouth, and spit out a large number of seeds that looked like melon seeds. The green seeds are like machine guns normal. Geodude Rollout was very fast and easily dodged, and Bullet Seed hit the ground. The ground exploded, and small craters appeared. Trico kept attacking, but Geodude rolled away. Geodude rolled faster and faster, and the playing field was affected, making a rumbling sound. Very well, Geodude. Trust yourself, pick up the speed, and crash into Trico again. Trico, use Agility. Geodude turned a corner and crashed into Trico, faster than before. Trico also uses Agility, which makes his body very light and his speed very fast. Then he easily jumped to the side and dodged Geodude's attack. Trico used Screech. Trico immediately stopped and let out a shrill growl. When Geodude heard the sharp growl, his body paused and his face showed pain. Although Screech lowers defense, the sound is harsh and can cause a bit of pain. Very well, take advantage of this opportunity and use the Energy Ball. Trico opened his hands, and an Energy Ball quickly formed in his hands, and he threw it hard at Geodude. No, Geodude, get out of the way. Kennen was anxious and quickly asked Geodude to avoid it. But still a step too late, Geodude was hit head-on by the Energy Ball. He let out a scream and then fell to the ground with circles in his eyes. It only takes one move to lose the ability to fight. The main reason is that Geodude has poor resistance, especially to attacks from grass-based skills. Geodude, thank you for your hard work. Kennen took back Geodude and then took out another Pokemon. As a rookie, you're really good, but then it won't be that easy. Go ahead, Nose Pass. The Pokemon, which had always been composed of rock, appeared in the ring. Name, Nose Pass. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Aoki looked at Nose Pass's information and found that he was pretty good and had acceptable qualifications. The most important thing is that Nose Pass still has Elite level strength, and Trico is under a lot of pressure. However, even if there's some pressure, we still have to continue to fight hard. Nose Pass, let's go first, use Thunder Wave. Kennen was the first to give the order. Nose Pass raised his hand, and a golden Thunder Wave was released. Because the Thunder Wave had a wide range, it quickly enveloped Trico. Trico, forget about it and use Bullet Seed. Aoki also knew that there was no time to escape, so he immediately issued the order. Since you can't escape, then fight hard. Trico stopped hiding and spat out a large amount of green seeds from his mouth. Boom! Bullet Seed hit Nose Pass head-on, knocking Nose Pass back a step and letting out a painful growl. Nose Pass, hold on. I believe you will succeed. Kennen shouted encouragement. Nosepass gritted his teeth and carried it down. After all, he has elite level strength, one level higher than Trico, and cannot be defeated so easily. Trico was also enveloped by the thunder wave, and his body was paralyzed by the thunder wave, making it difficult to move. Good, Trico is paralyzed. Take this opportunity to use the power gem. Nosepass opened his hands and formed a rock like a normal gem, hitting Trico head-on. Can't you please? Trico was knocked away and screamed in pain. His body was still in a stalemate, unable to move. Even if you want to avoid it, you can't. Trico, are you okay? Can't you please? Trico stood up with difficulty. Although he had just been injured, he could at least move. Can you still fight? You could take a break if you need it. Aoki still cares about Trico. Can't you please? Trico nodded hard, his eyes full of determination. He is always a strong person. Big brother Agran is very strong, and it will become even stronger. Aoki heard Trico's thoughts. Trico wants to fight for himself. In this case, he must not let Trico down and win this gym match with faith. Kennen was opposite and couldn't help but nodded. She admired Aoki and Trico's intentions. This is the real trainer. Okay, Trico, use the energy ball. Trico condensed the energy ball again and threw it at Nosepass. Nosepass, don't be afraid, use Spark. Nosepass releases a spark. Spark and energy ball collided and exploded in midair. Trico, use Giga Drain. Nosepass, use Rock Blast. Trico's body glowed with green light. Nosepass's palm also glowed gray. Soon, the gray light formed a huge rock and rushed towards Trico with a strong momentum. Trico immediately jumped in the air, and fortunately green light enveloped Nosepass. Nosepass had a pained expression on his face, having had his strength sucked away by Trico today. This must not continue, with discharge being used on a large scale to cover nearby venues. Of course, Kennen knows about Giga Drain, and he also knows that he cannot delay it. Otherwise, he will really be exhausted by Trico. Nosepass endured the pain, let out a roar, and countless golden lightnings erupted from his body. Golden lightnings spread across the field. Even Trico was affected. Can you please? Trico's body was trembling. Even though he had strong resistance to the electric type, his strength was still not that good. After discharge ended, Trico half knelt down with difficulty and had no intention of admitting defeat. He obviously wanted to continue fighting, but Aoki could tell that Trico's physical strength had reached its limit. Trico, double team, go ahead and use the Giga Drain. Trico stood up with difficulty, and an even more dazzling green light erupted from his body. Aoki was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. This seems to be Trico's lush ability. Nosepass, given the last move, discharge. Another golden current emerged from Nosepass's body, but it didn't cover the entire scene. So it's more powerful. Rumble. The electricity suddenly burst out, completely covering Trico. Trico also used Giga Drain, hitting Nosepass head-on and constantly absorbing Nosepass's physical strength. Nosepass's face was in pain, Trico was in even more pain, and the two sides were in a fierce stalemate. Thump! After the electricity dissipated, Trico fell to the ground, incapacitated. Nosepass was also panting and looked quite tired. It was obvious that Nosepass had exhausted a lot of energy. Trico, thank you for your hard work. Aoki took back Trico. Although Trico lost, it was natural. After all, Trico is still one step away from the elite level. But Kennen's Nosepass is about to evolve, and once it evolves, it will be gym level, so there is still a slight gap. Being able to consume as much energy as Nosepass is already a victory. Your Trico is really powerful. Even though it hasn't evolved yet, it defeated my Geodude. Even Nosepass suffered a lot of damage. Kennen couldn't help but praise him. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. It's okay, it's nothing. My Pokemon all work very hard. Aoki thought about his past journey. Whether it's Trico, Combuskin, or Frogadier, they all work very hard. Then, the next step is up to you, Combuskin. You have been with me for a long time. Let him know how powerful you are. Aoki took out Combuskin's luxury ball and threw it hard. Not exactly. Combusken stood in the middle of the field, staring at Nosepass across from him with sharp eyes. It's going to win for Aoki. Combusken? Keep using discharge. Nosepass uses the discharge skill again. Electricity rushed to Combusken. Combusken, get out of my way, then charge forward and use Sky Uppercut. Combusken's strong feet are full of power, and he can run around the playing field quickly. Only dark shadows were left. Then before Nosepass could react, he had already rushed to Nosepass's side. Oops, Nosepass, get out of the way. Kennen didn't expect Combusken to be so fast. Before Nosepass discharge ended, Combusken was approaching. Nosepass wanted to dodge, but was still a step too late and was hit head-on by Combusken's Sky Uppercut, sending him flying into the soaring in the sky before landing on the ground. Nosepass has lost the ability to fight. The challenger is Aoki from Little Root Town. Kennen was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Aoki's Combusken to be so powerful. Even if Nosepass is injured, he shouldn't be killed so easily. But that's what happened. Nosepass was instantly killed by Aoki's Combusken with a Sky Uppercut. Good job, Combusken. Aoki praised. Not exactly. Combusken proudly put his hands on his hips and held his head high. Even though he had evolved, his character was still so arrogant. You and your Combusken have a really good relationship. You won this gym challenge. This is our gym stone badge. Kennen took back the Nosepass, picked up a stone badge, and handed it to Aoki. Thank you. Aoki took the stone badge, placed it in the badge box, and then took back the system backpack. He would not put such an important thing in the backpack he purchased. If it disappears, it will be a big loss. After all, the gym will not make up for it, and it will definitely be troublesome to have to fight again at that time. Challenger, I still have something to do, so I will leave for now. Kennen said hello and left. Aoki looked at Kennen's back. These beautiful legs and black stockings are really nice. Bah, you've fallen. How can you think of such a thing? You already have 2 girlfriends, but you're still thinking about a 3rd girlfriend. Aoki laughed at himself, then turned and left. After leaving the gym, Aoki went to the Pokemon Center to restore the Pokemon. While Tokiwa's power is great, the Pokemon Center machines are even better. So usually, Aoki will still send it over for inspection. The streets of Rustboro City. After Aoki got the Pokemon back, he started shopping in large streets to buy various energy cubes and what he needed, especially materials that can enhance Agran's qualifications. He didn't know if he could find it in the treasure chest, so he had to prepare in advance. Aoki bought a lot of things and spent almost all the money he earned before. Finally, Aoki came to Devon Manufacturing Company. As a large company in the Hoenn region, Devon Manufacturing Company also has many stores and sells many things. Whether it's tree fruits or high quality or Orberg will sell here. Aoki plans to buy some high quality Orberg for Agran to eat. While energy cubes are great, it's also nice to have some good quality Orberg once in a while. Sir, everything you need is ready, totaling 2 million Alliance coins. Swipe your card. Aoki took out his bank card, then took the backpack and checked it carefully. Make sure you buy high-quality Orberg, all of which are included. Although it is a large company, maybe some people secretly cut back a little, and it is him who loses. 2 million Alliance coins, very expensive. This young man, is this your first time in Rustboro City? Suddenly, an old man appeared next to him and called Aoki. Aoki looked a little strange when he saw the familiar person in front of him. He really didn't expect that the Hoenn champion, Steven Stone's father, would take the initiative to stop him. This is the kind of treatment that only the protagonist in the original work gets, and he actually gets it. It seems that he is also the protagonist. President Fuki, you should know me, right? Aoki asked. He didn't believe that President Zavachi was specifically trying to hook up with young trainers on the street. It's fine if she's a beautiful woman. The key is that he's a handsome guy. You can't think that President Zavachi likes men. President Zavachi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I didn't expect my little brother to be so smart. Yes, I did meet you, a researcher at Otamaki Laboratory. I met you there once. Professor Burch said you were an excellent researcher, so I remember you. By the way, what you just bought should be regarded as a present from the elders to the younger ones. Yes, President Zavachi knows Aoki. Because Professor Burch praised Aoki highly, President Zhivachi was very curious about Aoki. This is why he wants to befriend Aoki. Although their German manufacturing group is a very large group, they also need many friends. Then thank you, President Zhivachi. Aoki is still very grateful. 2 million Alliance coins is a lot, and it's a bit heartbreaking to use it. You're welcome. By the way, would you like to visit our German manufacturing group? President Zhivachi invited. In addition to wooing Aoki, I just want to get to know Aoki and see if he is really a genius, as Professor Burch said. No problem, just right. I feel a little bored, so I just thought of it as a trip. Aoki didn't refuse. He also wanted to take advantage of it. Of course, it would be great if you could grind to the end and get a beldum, just like the game. Although this is just thinking about it. Then, come with me. I will take you upstairs to take a look now. Aoki, led by President Zhivachi, quickly arrived upstairs. The lower floors of the shopping mall, reception center, etc. The upper floor is the R&D department, as well as important information. You can't go up without permission. Aoki was only qualified to wait upstairs at the invitation of President Zhivachi. Otherwise, he would not be qualified at all. Arriving upstairs, Aoki saw many researchers and combat security guards. After all, it is the Duin manufacturing group and has a lot of confidential documents, so it naturally needs to be cautious. Come on, you're also a researcher. I will take you to see our research center and give you some advice. President Zhivachi took the initiative to lead Aoki. He didn't doubt that Aoki, after all, was Professor Burch's researcher, so he definitely couldn't be a bad person. And he didn't plan to take Aoki to see some confidential research, at most just some ordinary ones. Aoki followed President Zhivachi without saying a word and listened silently. These studies are very high-end. It sounds very noble, but it has nothing to do with him. He just knew about Pokémon, not so much research. Devon Manufacturing Group. Aoki followed President Zhivachi and walked in the aisle. Both parties were discussing research matters. Aoki doesn't know most of them, but Aoki has seen the anime and knows some general concepts. For example, the fossil resurrection machine. This kind of thing will be successful in the future. When the two were discussing scientific research, several people suddenly passed by Aoki. Aoki stopped, feeling that something was wrong with the people he just passed by. His expression and behavior were very similar to the spy movies he had watched. Could be that those people were spies? Aoki thought so. President Zhivachi also noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted loudly. You guys stop now. Several people who were walking slowly suddenly sped up. No, they're outsiders sneaking in. Come on over and get the box in their hands back. The security guard next to him immediately chased after him. Aoki also chased after him. It just so happened that he wanted to take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with President Zhivachi, which might be useful in the future. And he was curious about these people. Where are they from? Come out. My Tiana. Use the destruction death ray on the wall. A black and gray Maita suddenly appeared, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a huge golden light. Rumble. A big hole was blown out of the wall. A group of people took a gun and fired a shot at the wall, and a hook was inserted into the wall. Then they jumped together. Aoki came to the wall, grabbed the iron rope, and quickly slid down. The combat members of the Devon Manufacturing Group saw Aoki jump and jumped too. They're catching up. Let's all retreat together. Everyone separated at the same time. Aoki thought for a moment and chased after the leader. If you want to ask why he knows that this person is the leader, there is no way. Who makes this woman always give orders? This way all fools know who the leader is. Those in the Devon group thought for a moment, then separated to hunt down the others. Damn it, who are these two? Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you'll be the one to watch. Izumi's face looked ugly. Aoki had discovered the abnormality before. Otherwise, they might have successfully escaped. Now he is actually chasing her. Aoki is not particularly worried. If the opponent is strong, just run. And Agran has become an elite-level Pokémon, which makes him full of confidence. The two were chasing each other quickly, and soon came to a nearby barren mountain. Izumi stopped running away and planned to deal with Aoki first, and then find a way to escape. You brat, You actually chased me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't regret it. Really? I'm really not afraid. Aoki recognized the man's identity after seeing his face clearly. One of the executives of Team Aqua. Of course, that's just the future. At least Izumi is not Team Aqua's executive yet. Her Maitayana is not very strong. Name, Maitayana. Strength, quasi-elite level. Qualification, quasi-elite. This strength is not very strong. So Aoki has the courage to chase. It is estimated that Izumi, like Courtney, is currently only the captain and will become an executive in the future. Go, Relicanth, Combuskin, Frogadier, Trico. Aoki throws out most Pokemon at once. Izumi's face turned dark, so I'll throw out a Maitayana, and you throw out a lot. Moreover, there were actually 3 Usangia, which made Kwame feel a little uncomfortable. The most evil rich man. If she had the money, she wouldn't have been able to join Team Aqua. After being around for such a long time, you can become a captain. Those rich people probably have many quasi-elites or even elites. Ludicolo, Lobster, Walrein, come on together. Izumi also threw out her Pokemon, preparing for a battle with Aoki. Name, Ludicolo. Strength, gym level. Qualification, elite level. Name, Crawdaunt. Strength, gym level. Qualification, quasi-elite. Name, Walrein. Strength, quasi-elite level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. This is Izumi's strength. 2 quasi-elite levels and 3 gym levels. It is estimated that in a few years, it will be an elite level trainer. I just don't know why this Ludicolo appeared so early. It evolves a few years later in the original novel. However, now is not the time to worry so much. Let's defeat Izumi first. Go ahead, Agran. Aoki still took out Agran and asked him to help sit down. There are too many masters on the opposite side. If there is only one Relicanth, it may not necessarily be able to suppress the opponent. Even though his Relicanth, after careful breeder, his body has been completely restored to its peak. The most evil rich man. Izumi gritted her teeth and stared at Aoki, feeling particularly jealous. There is actually a particularly rare Pokemon like Agran. Walrein, Iron Crayfish, Ludicolo, use Blizzard, Maitayana, use Destruction Death Ray on me. Izumi took the lead. The 3 Pokemon vomited out large amounts of blood, as if a blizzard was falling. The momentum is astonishing. Maitayana spat out another huge mouthful of golden light. Agran, I'll leave it to you. Use the Destruction Death Ray, Relicanth, and Hydro Pump on Maitayana. Aoki thought for a moment, and then forget about Trico and the others. The strongest ones are the elites, and there's a big gap. Might as well leave it to Agran. Agran stepped forward and released a more powerful destructive death light. The golden light rushed forward, colliding with a white blizzard, another golden destruction and death light. Rumble. The destruction and death rays collided with each other, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The explosion produced strong smoke, which obscured everyone's sight. How is this possible? Why is this Agran so powerful? Is it possible that he is already elite? Izumi was already shocked. The joint attack of the 4 Pokemon was actually blocked by Agran. How can this be? Just when Izumi was shocked, Relicanth sent out a water column, hitting Maitayana head-on. Maitayana was intact and was knocked out, letting out a mournful cry. Maitayana, are you okay? Izumi was a little panicked. Maitayana was her main force after all. If Maitayana is defeated, she will have one less helper. So how could she fight against Aoki? Maitayana stood up with difficulty and shouted to Izumi to indicate that she was okay. But in reality, being hit by Relicanth's Hydro Pump consumes a lot of energy. Izumi breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Agran with a hint of solemnity in her eyes. Fight against her 4 Pokemon on your own without losing. Could it be that Agran has reached elite level? Izumi's face became even more gloomy. If it were really elite level, all of her Pokemon combined would not be Agran's rival. She had seen the power of the elite level with her own eyes, and it was impossible for anyone to resist. Maitayana, Encore destroying Death Ray, Crawdaunt, Ludicolo, Walrein, Group use Hydro Pump. Although Izumi was worried, she still attacked immediately. Aoki must be defeated as soon as possible. Agran, I leave it to you. Charge up to me and use Megaton Punch. Agran immediately rushed forward, raised his right hand. White light emitted from his arm and punched in front of him. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion. The ground was shaking, and a big crater was made in the ground. Hydro Pump destroys the Death Ray. It was completely destroyed by Agran's Mega Punch. This is impossible. Izumi roared crazily, feeling suddenly uneasy in her heart. For Pokémon united together, but they were unable to do anything to Agran. This was definitely elite level. No, we must find a way to escape. Izumi is already preparing to retreat. No matter how powerful she is still not Elite's rival. You can't run away, go ahead. Agran used Thunderbolt, cover the entire field. Dora! Agran roared, and a powerful golden current suddenly emerged from his body and went in all directions. Although it is not an electric Pokémon, it is powerful in itself, and the power it unleashes is not bad at all. No, quickly dodge. Mytena, dodge now, Walrein, Crawdaunt, Ludicolo, use Protect together. Izumi was a little lucky. Fortunately, all her Pokémon knew how to protect, otherwise they would definitely be doomed. 3 Pokémon, all glowing white, blocked Thunderbolt. After Thunderbolt dissipated, Walrein and several of them were severely exhausted. Although the Gar can block it, if the actual gap is too large, the consumption will be very large. This is still being guarded by 3 Pokémon. If there was only one, it would probably be impossible to guard it. Keep getting closer and use Thunder Punch. Agran ran quickly, his huge body making the ground tremble. In just the blink of an eye, Agran came to Walrein with a speed that was not suitable for his size and unleashed a Thunder Punch. Rumble! Walrein was punched to the ground with such powerful force that the blow caused great pain to Walrein. Coupled with Raiden's restraint, Walrein just let out a wail and then lost the ability to fight. On Mytena, use Focus Blast. After Agran defeated Walrein, he threw a blue Focus Blast at Mytena not far away. Because the distance was very close, and Mytena had been hit hard before, she didn't have time to dodge, and was hit so hard that she rolled on the ground. Depression. Mytena's voice was a bit mournful, her body trembled, and she lost her ability to fight. Izumi's heart sank. She had known better than to carry out this mission, but she met Aoki. After just a period of fighting, her 2 strongest combat powers were defeated. No, I have to run. Crawdaunt, Ludicolo, let's retreat. Izumi took back her Pokémon and prepared to retreat. Combuskin, Flamethrower, Frogadier, Water Pulse, Relicanth, Hydro Pump, Agran, don't let her escape. Use the Rock Heavy Cannon. All Pokémon do it together. Fire, Water, Rock. All kinds of attacks rushed towards Izumi. The strong explosion produced a huge torrent, bringing with it a storm, blowing Izumi to the ground. Izumi rolled on the ground, and the Pokémon all came out on their own, standing firmly in front of Aoki. Agran, use Thunderbolt, Power Arnold Point, don't kill them for me. Agran released another Thunderbolt, hitting Ludicolo and Crawdaunt head-on. Ludicolo and Crawdaunt, both with pain but determined faces, used attacks at the same time. A strong Hydro Pump rushed towards Aoki. It has to be said that as long as the owner is good enough, Pokémon will be loyal enough. Although it was quite painful to be hit by Thunderbolt in the front, he still wanted to defeat Aoki. Relicanth used Protect. Relicanth immediately jumped in front of Aoki and used Protect to block the simultaneous attacks of Crawdaunt and Ludicolo. Agran saw Aoki being attacked and became very angry, so he increased the power of Thunderbolt. Thunder and lightning kept flashing, and Ludicolo and Crawdaunt finally couldn't bear it anymore and lost the ability to fight at the same time. At this point, all 4 of Izumi's Pokémon have lost their ability to fight. She only has 4 Pokémon. After all, she is not an executive yet and cannot afford to raise so many. Izumi knelt on the ground in disappointment. After joining the villain organization for so long, she was finally caught. She originally planned to keep climbing the ranks and become the executive of Team Aqua. Relicanth, thank you for your hard work. come back first. Trico, you guys will come back too. Aoki did not take back Agran. It should be safer in the wild, just in case May still wants to kill her with all her might. He would never give Izumi this chance. May was also thinking about the opportunity to fight back. She didn't want to be caught like this. Aoki saw Izumi's little thoughts, so he didn't get too close. If he is killed by May's Jedi, he will be the most embarrassing time traveler this year. I give you two choices. One is to hand you over to Alliance, and the other is to join my team. Aoki didn't attack Izumi. He also needed his men. Izumi's talent is very high, and in the future he will be Team Aqua's executive, most likely an elite-level trainer, so he needs such a master. Join your team. Maybe you are from Team Lava. Her first thought was of her old rival, Team Lava. I'm not Team Lava. I haven't formed my own team yet. I want to form a Soaring in the Sky team to specifically pursue Rayquaza. Of course, I'm not that stupid. Rayquaza is that dangerous. This is just a mantra. The main purpose is to help each other. After all, one person is not as good as a group. This is what Aoki is for. Unless you have a divine beast, even if you are a champion trainer, you will not be able to compare with a top family. So a team is needed. Kwame felt a little moved in her heart. This idea was a good one, and a mutual help organization could indeed be established. And it is not an evil organization, so there is no need to worry about being wiped out by Alliance in the future. Of course, there is another main reason. She has been caught by Aoki now, and seems to be in no position to reject Aoki. I agreed. Izumi agreed without thinking. Figure out a way to escape Aoki first, and whatever else you have to deal with later. Aoki also knew that this was Izumi's delaying strategy, but he was not a fool and could not let Izumi leave just like that. Okay, but before that, take a video and use it as your handle. May's face suddenly turned pale. Shoot some videos and still be here. Is it possible that Aoki has that idea? I really didn't expect Louis Fei to be such a person and still shoot a video here. A few minutes later, Izumi's face looked a little weird, and her expression was particularly embarrassing. She thought Aoki was going to shoot some kind of video, but she didn't expect that it was a video of her reporting to Aoki. Of course, Aoki was wearing Team Lava clothes and pretending to be a member of Team Lava. Izumi also understands what Aoki means. If one day she dares to betray Aoki, this video will be exposed. Seeing this video, people from Team Aqua definitely thought she was an undercover agent of another organization. She will definitely be taken care of by Team Aqua by then. Izumi felt really helpless and had to decide to join the Soaring in the Sky team. Don't worry. From now on, you will take the initiative to contact me on the 15th day of every month. If you have something to do that day, just contact me the next day. And our Soaring in the Sky team is not an evil organization. We are about helping each other, exploring resources together, and becoming a large group. You will stay undercover in Team Aqua from now on. After Team Aqua is disbanded, you join the Soaring in the Sky team. I will find a way to get you an elite qualified Pokemon. Of course, Aoki is not stingy about giving an elite qualified Pokemon. For him, who has an eye for data, it shouldn't be too easy to find someone with high qualifications. Izumi felt a little moved in her heart. It might be difficult for her to get it, but Aoki was different. It could be seen from Aoki's Agran that Aoki is definitely a rich man and may be able to provide help. If she could become an elite trainer, she would naturally not accept it. Joining Team Aqua was just for this day. I understand. I will be a member of the Soaring in the Sky team from now on. Very good. Your main goal in Team Aqua is to cultivate capable subordinates. I will find a way to clear your name in the future, and you should not do anything too outrageous. Aoki turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly something came to mind. He picked up a backpack and threw it to Izumi. There are some energy cubes in here, which are some top Pokemon food. You should cultivate your own Pokemon well. Remember to come to me every month in the future, and I will provide you with some more. Also, quickly make a copy of the information you just grabbed, and then I will take away the rest. I see. Izumi didn't know what an energy cube was, but since it was the top Pokemon food, it must be very effective. After taking back the backpack, Izumi downloaded another copy of the information, and then threw the stolen information to Aoki. Aoki picked up the information, looked at Quan Mei like this, and watched send-off Spring May leave with his own eyes. After confirming that Izumi was gone, Aoki turned around and walked towards Rustboro City. Halfway through, President Zafuki rushed over with combat members of Hoenn Manufacturing Group and happened to meet Aoki. "Little brother, what's going on? Has that person been caught?" President Zavuchi was still particularly concerned. "No one was caught, but I snatched the things back. They're here now. You can take them first." Aoki handed the document to President Zavuchi. Although he was curious about the information in it, he thought Izumi would give him a copy, so there was no need for him to be greedy for this information. Hoenn Manufacturing Group is not easy to offend. "Thank you so much, little brother." President Zavuchi received the information gratefully, without doubting Aoki in his heart. This is why he got to know Aoki, and it was he who took the initiative to invite Aoki to Hoenn Manufacturing Group. If you change someone else, he might wonder if it is related to the previous one. Then leave the rest to Officer Jenny. Let's go back first and see which part of the information was stolen. President Zavuchi did not chase after Izumi. He also knew that after running for so long, Izumi had probably run away, so there was no need to waste time. When he returned, President Zavuchi became even more kind to Aoki. Being able to get the data back shows that Aoki is very strong and an excellent researcher. The future of Aoki is boundless. You just want to make friends with such a talented boy. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, like they had been friends for many years. Then he went straight back to Hoenn Manufacturing Group. Hoenn Manufacturing Group. "President, we already know what information it is. It is not particularly important and has nothing to do with the information we are studying." President Zavuchi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that the information was not important. If important information is taken away by others, it will be a big blow to Hoenn Manufacturing Group. Fortunately, there were no major problems. By the way, Aoki, I would like to express my special thanks today. Thank you for getting these information back. President Zavuchi thanked him again. "It's nothing. Honestly, it's just a little thing," Aoki said calmly. Seeing Aoki's calm look, President Zafuki was even more certain that Aoki is a person who is not surprised at all changes. Such people are always excellent. Having to win over Aoki, Hoenn Manufacturing Group requires a lot of good talent. By the way, Aoki, would you like to go to my collection? There are many good things in it. You can pick a few at will. President Zavuchi said suddenly. Aoki also had an idea in his mind that there should be a lot of good things in President Zavuchi's private warehouse. "Thank you then." "You're welcome. Come with me." President Zavuchi took Aoki through many levels and finally came to a warehouse. This warehouse is specially built and is difficult to enter through brute force except for a password, unless the Pokémon is strong enough. After Aoki came in, he saw many rare items. There are Pokémon eggs that have not yet hatched, magmarizers, various evolution stones, and Pokémon equipment. Besides that, there are some stones. This should be the stone that Steven Stone found outside. It is strangely long and has no use at all. On the contrary, it was the exhibition stand on one side that attracted Aoki's attention, because the Mega Evolution Stone is placed on it. This is probably what Steven Stone usually found while exploring outside. The number is not very large, which is why Hoenn Manufacturing Group has not made a big purchase, otherwise it would definitely get a lot. Aoki only glanced at it and didn't show too much surprise. He was worried that President Zavuchi would be confused. How about it? The Pokémon eggs here are all rare ones, from Usangia, Aaron, Trapinch, and the like. And the ones here are all Pokémon props, or a complete set of evolution stones. President Zavuchi is very generous and treats Aoki very well. "Well, these things seem to be too expensive. You can get them even without me. Is there anything less valuable?" Aoki acted very reserved. "Don't be too excited. Think of a way to get the Mega Evolution Stone. Other things are not that important. As for those Pokémon eggs, although there were some quasi-god Pokémon eggs, he didn't think President Zavuchi would give them to them. After all, this is priceless. It doesn't matter. You've helped us so much." You can choose whatever you want here. President Jirachi has a better impression of Aoki. Don't be greedy for money. Don't ask for repayment of kindness. Aoki pretended to be reluctant to leave and then walked to the side of the stone. These stones are very nice. Maybe they can be used for some decorative works. President Jirachi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Aoki would need such useless things when he didn't need them. That's right. In his opinion, these things are just collectibles that his son likes and are of no use at all. Apparently, Aoki is not greedy. He is becoming more and more satisfied with Aoki. How about forget it? These things are of no use at all. I rarely ask you to come here. How can I give you some waste? Aoki was very satisfied. It seemed that President Jirachi didn't know that this was the Mega Evolution Stone. Maybe you can fool him. My precious Mega Evolution Stone, my brother is here. Aoki walked to the Mega Evolution Stone again, picked one up, and pretended to ask. These stones are also very good. Are they of any value? Are these stones? They have no value. They're just beautiful. They are probably decorative items from ancient nobles. President Jirachi said nonchalantly. Aoki felt happier inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. How about this one? It's just right. It can be made into a bracelet or a decorative item for my Pokémon to wear. President Jirachi happened to notice the Evolution Keystone and Z Pure Crystal in Aoki's hand, and thought Aoki was a person who likes to dress up. No problem. You can take these 5. It's just a decorate item anyway. Aoki almost cried with excitement. It's really a money-giving boy, and he gave away 5 Mega Evolution Stones at once. If in a few years, the research results of Kalo's region are known to Alliance, it may not be that easy. 5, is that really okay? Aoki was still very reserved, but deep down, he was almost laughing. It doesn't matter, just take them all. They're just decorate products anyway, so I will treat them as repayments to you. Finally, with a half-hearted push from President Jirachi, Aoki accepted these Mega Evolution Stones. When leaving, Aoki suppressed his inner excitement and must not expose it. It would be embarrassing if it was exposed. President Jirachi felt that Aoki had taken some useless things and felt quite sorry. After all, Aoki helped him so much and ended up taking some useless stones. Aoki, since you are leaving, this is our company's member card. I hope you can accept it. Then thank you, President. Aoki didn't refuse. This was a black card, which gave me a 30% discount. It was given to me for free, so don't take it for free. You're welcome, but I feel sorry for you and only gave you some decorate products. President Jirachi doesn't know the function of the Mega Evolution Stone. Otherwise, he will definitely regret it. By the way, President Jirachi, I am still ready to continue my journey, so I will leave first and meet again later. Aoki would not give President Jirachi a chance to regret, so he made an excuse and left. President Jirachi watched Aoki leave with his own eyes and had a good impression of Aoki. Pokémon Center. After Aoki left Devon Manufacturing Group, he rushed over immediately and opened a room. He was in no hurry to go back. The main thing is to determine which Pokemon's Mega Evolution Stones these Mega Evolution Stones are. President Jirachi gave it to him before, so he didn't appraise it and planned to do it again when he got back. He wanted to enjoy the moment of identification. Aoki took out all the Mega Evolution Stones and looked at them with the eye of data. Salamander Mega Evolution Stone, Metagross Mega Evolution Stone, Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone, Alakazam Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega Evolution Stone. 5 Mega Evolution Stones. None of them are Agran's Mega Evolution Stones. Aoki's face fell. Although Storm Salamander and Metagross's Mega Evolution Stone are both good, he doesn't have any of these 2 Pokemon. Forget it, you got it for free anyway. Maybe you can get the Mega Evolution Stone in the future. Also, there is Meteor Falls not far away, and you might be able to get the Bagon. Aoki remembered the Meteor Falls in the original book, where there was a Bagon. If you can get this Bagon and let it eventually evolve into a Salamander, you can then use the Mega Evolution Stone. Hey, when can I get Agran's Mega Evolution Stone? Aoki sighed. His current trump card is Agran, and he especially wants to get Agran's Mega Evolution Stone. If that doesn't work, he can accept Blaziken and Sceptile's Mega Evolution Stones so that they can be used immediately. Forget it. Open the treasure chest first. Aoki didn't hesitate so much and opened the system log. He previously defeated the Rustboro City Gym and got a silver treasure chest. As for Izumi, she probably hasn't reached her peak yet, so no treasure chest has been generated. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained the skill machine Sunshine Flame. Aoki felt very sorry, but didn't worry too much. Sunshine Flame is also a good skill. It just so happens that Agran can learn. It can enhance Agran's strike surface. If it encounters Swampert, it will definitely kill him instantly. Early the next morning, Aoki packed his luggage, left Rustboro City, and embarked on a journey to Meteor Falls. He was going to Meteor Falls to have a look. Maybe he could meet Bagon. The possibility may be low, but it is not impossible. Half a day later, Aoki arrived near Meteor Falls. Meteor Falls is a large cave formed by the falling meteorite and a huge waterfall. After Aoki arrived, he saw the cave here, thought about it for a while, and then walked in. He was going to visit this cave to see if he could find Bagon, or perhaps find Bagon's egg. If that doesn't work, you can also see if there are other excellent Pokémon. Agran, it's up to you. Aoki releases Agran. This is Meteor Falls after all, and there are a lot of wild Pokémon, and there might be some strong ones. You should still be more cautious. Agran walked at the front, and with every step his huge body took, the earth trembled. After becoming elite level, Agran's body became heavier than before. Aoki opened the system map, ready to see if there was a treasure chest inside. He plans to make some extra money. Is this a diamond treasure chest? Aoki's eyes were dull when he saw the diamond pattern on the map. There is actually a diamond treasure chest here. Diamond chest means there is an elite or champion level trainer here, and it should be famous in the original work. For example, Professor Oak from Kanto or Earthwood. As for the Hoenn region, there seems to be only one person, Champion Wallace or Champion Stephen Stone. Appearing here, the only one who likes to explore seems to be Stephen Stone. Aoki is not sure whether it is Stephen Stone, but at this time, there is no need to worry so much. Let's go shopping first and look for any rare Pokémon. He hasn't conquered an entire team yet. Inside the cave, it was extremely quiet, with only the sound of wet water coming from time to time. Aoki walked in the cave cautiously, fearing a surprise attack by a Pokémon. Rumble, rumble. Aoki suddenly heard a rumbling sound and immediately stopped, his eyes wary. Combuskin, Frogadier, Relicanth. You should also be careful. Not exactly. Can't you please? 3 Pokémon appear at the same time, with wary eyes. The roar was getting closer. Aoki stared into the distance carefully and saw the rocks getting closer and closer. If you look closely, it looks like a Golem, a Graveler, or a Geodude. There are dozens of them, which looks like a huge group. When these golems saw Aoki, they immediately stopped and then raised their feet as if they were ready to take action. Damn it, this is Earthquake. If Golem uses Earthquake in this place, will it cause a collapse? Aoki thought so, and then quickly spoke. Agran, Flash Cannon, Combuskin, Flamethrower, Frogadier, Relicanth, Trico. Use Energy Ball. It's a pity that the sunshine here is not very good. Otherwise, Agran would be able to take care of everything with a burst of sunshine and flames. Agran's body glowed with silvery white light, forming a ball of light and rushing towards Golem. Relicanth, Frogadier, and several other Pokémon also took action. The blue freezing light and a green energy ball affected the Golem group in an instant. Then there was a loud bang and smoke filled the air. By the time the smoke dissipated, the Golem tribe had lost their ability to fight. Great! It's a good thing we didn't let them successfully use Earthquake, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief, then walked closer to the Golem group and looked at them one by one. He planned to see if there was anyone with good qualifications who, although he would not use it, could be his subordinate in the future. At least Golem species strength is not particularly bad. It is enough for ordinary people. Aoki walked into the Golem group and took a general look. In the end, he only subdued 2 Geodude. They're all highly qualified and can reach the quasi-elite level. He does not intend to use it. If the Soaring in the Sky team expands in the future, it could be used by ordinary members. Quasi-elite level, placed in Team Aqua, it is also a captain, second only to those executives. After conquering Geodude, Aoki did not stay and was transferred directly to Professor Burch Laboratory. He doesn't need those with low qualifications and low species strength. No matter what, he has to reach 500 species strength or look more handsome. After all, strength is a temporary thing, and appearance is a lifelong thing. Ahem, cough. That's too far off topic. Aoki continued to lead Agran towards the depths of the cave. After walking for a long time, Aoki felt tired, so he found a place to sit down and prepare to have lunch first. Agran and Combusken surround Aoki in the middle to protect Aoki. Combusken, eat more, Frogadier. You too, Trico. After eating, train a little. Aoki cares about the 3 Pokemon. Agran is already on the right track, and he only needs to continue to understand the secrets and strive to reach the championship level. On the contrary, Frogadier and the others have not yet reached the gym level. Once he reaches the gym level, he will probably be able to evolve. Blaziken and Greninja have just begun to grow. Finally, there's Trico, who can evolve into Grovyle in no time. Not exactly. Can't you please? The 3 Pokemon raised their hands excitedly, and then began to taste the delicious energy cubes. Aoki was also thinking in his mind whether he should prepare some other energy cubes. The rainbow fruit will be used up soon, and it's time to prepare other high-level energy cubes. He bought a lot of tree fruits from Devon Manufacturing Group and prepared to make comprehensive advanced energy cubes. Comprehensive high-definition energy cubes are also rich in nutrients and can promote comprehensive development. For example, strength, physical strength, etc. Relatively speaking, the Rainbow Energy Cube is a little helpful for understanding the secrets of Pokemon. Just as Aoki was thinking, there was a blue figure approaching quietly. No one found out. The blue figure looked at Trico, who was eating, his eyes eager to move. Whoosh! Suddenly, the blue figure moved, quickly rushed towards Trico, and snatched away Trico's food. Trico was stunned for a moment, looking at his empty hands, a little confused. Where's my food? Kano, Kano. Trico shouted to Aoki. Aoki frowned. What did you say? Is your food gone? Could it be that it was robbed? Can't you please? You said you didn't know, you just felt a gust of wind and then it was gone. Can't you please? Aoki looked at the other Pokemon and saw that they hadn't finished eating the Rainbow Energy Cubes yet, so they probably wouldn't grab Trico. So, it must be other Pokemon that stole Trico's food. Don't eat it, everyone. There are other Pokemon nearby, so be careful. All the Pokemon stood up and looked around warily. Aoki also looked at the cave. Suddenly, Aoki saw a blue figure that flashed away, leaving only a black shadow. Name, Bagon. Strength, advanced. Qualification, champion level. Ability, hard head. Skills, Ember, Dragon Breath, Zen Headbutt, Flamethrower, Dragon Claw, Hydro Pump. Genetic skills, Dragon Rush, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance. Aoki subconsciously used the Eye of Data, and then he was stunned. He saw something. Championship qualified Bagon. He came to Meteor Falls this time hoping to find Bagon, but he didn't expect such luck. This is true protagonist treatment. And looking at the skills of this Bagon, there's so contest with various dragon skills, including Flamethrower and Hydro Pump. The range of skills is quite broad. Still qualified as a champion. You know, quasi-god Pokemon are very powerful, but most of them are elite qualified. There are also very few champions. Of course, there are also very few people with quasi-elite qualifications, and they have simply lost the quasi-god sword. Frogadier, Agran, catch up immediately. Don't let that blue figure escape. Aoki was the first to chase after him. Bagon, he is determined to conquer. As long as you can conquer the Bagon, evolve into a salamander, and add the Mega Evolution Stone to the salamander, you will be able to Mega Evolve. Combusken, Frogadier, and the others followed, especially Trico, who was the most angry. It's hard to accept someone taking away its food. Ahead, Bagon saw someone chasing him. and he ran faster and happier. Hey, Bagon, do you want to be my Pokémon? I can treat you to food. Eat good food every day. Aoki ran and captivate Bagon, hoping that Bagon could stay. Otherwise, he might not be able to keep up with Bagon. After all, Bagon ran very fast. He was just a human, so how could he catch up with Pokémon? Bagon paused for a moment, then ran quickly and hid in a hole nearby. Do you really think that delicious food can captivate him? How could he be captivated by Aoki's delicious food if he has never tasted it? Okay, he really hasn't eaten too much delicious food, but he will definitely not be captivated by Aoki. In just the next second, Bagon sank. It had never eaten such delicious food in its life, and it almost fell into despair. Delicious, so delicious. The Bagon was so delicious that I almost cried. I really want to know such delicious food forever. Outside, Aoki ran for a long time, but did not find Bagon and had to stop. Oh, why is it gone? It's a pity that the eye of Data can't penetrate rock. Otherwise, he should be able to find Bagon. Since this method is useless, we can only think of another method. For example, Captivate Bagon comes out. Aoki's eyes flickered, and he suddenly had a good idea in his heart. Frogadier Trico, come here. Aoki pulled his Pokémon to the corner and whispered, Quack. Not exactly. Can't you please? All the Pokémon nodded, then picked up the energy cubes and tasted them happily. What a delicious food. While eating, he was still praising it. It's great to be with the owner. I can eat delicious food every day. Yes, I really like Master. The corners of Aoki's mouth raised slightly. He was preparing to use Pokémon and captivate Pokémon. Secretly, Bagon had a happy expression on his face after eating the Rainbow Energy Cube. In this cave, food is very scarce, and Bagon is not very strong, so he often doesn't have enough to eat. The first time I ate Rainbow Energy Cubes, I was completely fascinated by the taste. It felt like it might not be able to forget the taste of the Rainbow Energy Cubes. After Bagon came to his senses, he secretly looked outside. Especially after hearing Trico and the others talking about the delicious energy cubes and having a good time with Aoki, Bagon was a little moved. He suddenly wanted to be with Aoki so that he could taste delicious food every day. Moreover, he always felt that Aoki had a warm smell. This is naturally the power of Chompan. Bagon, I know you're nearby. How are you thinking? Stay with me and eat delicious food every day. Aoki shouted. Bagon lowered his head and thought. He had been hungry every day since he was born. Maybe he could find a trainer. This strange human being in front of me is very nice, making me feel gentle, and the food I cook is delicious. I decided to follow this person. After Bagon made his decision, he no longer concealed his identity and jumped out openly. Dubai, if you want to conquer me, defeat me first. Aoki was stunned for a moment and didn't realize that Bagon actually came out. It seems that his food captivate is very successful, and the power of Tokiwa makes Bagon feel warm. So Bagon decided to follow him. That couldn't be better. He decided he must regain Bagon. Go ahead, Frogadier. It's up to you. I believe you can succeed. Aoki does not use Trico. After all, this Bagon can use Flamethrower and has a full range of skills. Trico may not be able to beat him. When you play against Trico for the first time, you must give Bagon the impression that he is very powerful. Quack! Frogadier immediately jumped out, watching Bagon warily, ready to sponsor him at any time. Bagon also ran forward immediately. The two Pokémon just looked at each other silently, ready to take action at any time. Frogadier, use Water Pulse. Frogadier immediately gathered a large amount of water elements to form a huge water ball, and then threw it towards Bagon. Bagon's reaction was not slow, and he spat out a mouthful of purple light. Dragon Pulse, really strong. Aoki's eyes were full of subjugation. This is just Bagon, and he has already learned Dragon Pulse and Dragon Dance, which is such a great skill. Champion qualifications are powerful. Water Pulse and Dragon's Breath quickly collided and exploded. Smoke enveloped the cave, blocking everyone's view. Bagon was not affected by the smoke and ran quickly towards where Frogadier was. After getting closer, Bagon lowered his head and a white light appeared on Orberg Normal's head. Due to regular training, Bagon's head is as hard as Orberg Normal, and the Iron Head Kung Fu is very powerful. If this was hit, Frogadier would definitely be injured. Frogadier, get out of the way and use Hydro Pump. Frogadier quickly jumped to the side, dodged Bagon's Iron Head technique, and released a huge bubble. Bagon's head hit a piece of rock, instantly smashing the rock into pieces. Hydro Pump also flew over from the side and hit Bagon head-on. The sound of rushing water was like a tsunami erosion, washing away the Bagon and hitting the rock wall on one side. Although Bagon felt pain, he stood up immediately and looked at Frogadier with determination. This is the arrogance of dragon Pokémon. Very well, Frogadier, go ahead and freeze the rays. A stream of blue air emerged from Frogadier's palm and blew toward Bagon. Wherever he walked, the ground was frozen, forming a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Bagon breathed out a mouthful of hot fire. Covering half of the cave, the billowing heat wave kept rolling. It gives people the feeling of being in a volcano with a hint of heat. Flamethrower and freezing ray collided, intertwined, and there was no winner or loser. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, the freezing light was superior, easily freezing the flames and the Bagon. After all, Frogadier is stronger. At the same level, the freezing light may not be able to freeze Flamethrower. Frogadier, given the final blow, use Quick Attack. Frogadier's figure flashed away like lightning, and soon came to the side of Bagon and tackled Bagon. Bagon fell to the ground, his eyes turning in circles, and he lost the ability to fight. Go ahead, Luxury Ball. Aoki immediately threw the Luxury Ball and sucked Bagon into the Luxury Ball. It just shook for a moment, made a ding sound, and successfully conquered the Bagon. This is why Bagon didn't resist. Aoki immediately stepped forward, picked up the Luxury Ball on the ground, and raised it into the air excitedly. I conquered Bagon. This excited pose is also the protagonist type. Aoki looked at the Luxury Ball and thought about who he should conquer next. How about taming a Beldum? Well, you can go get a Flash. Of course, all this is just a thought. Aoki may not be able to conquer Beldum. After all, Beldum is also very rare. By the way, Bagon, I'm going to treat you now. Aoki released Bagon, used the power of Viridian, and quickly healed Bagon. Bagon, we will be a family from now on. Please give me your advice. Aoki stretched out a hand, feeling particularly excited. Bagon is also a champion. Coupled with Frogadier, he already has 2 championship qualifications. Because there are very few champion-qualified Pokémon, there are basically a few champion-level Pokémon, which are champion-level trainers. Bagon reached out and touched Aoki's hand, feeling very happy. This trainer is excellent, and the food he makes is delicious. I will never go hungry again. Let's go, you must be hungry. Let's continue eating. When Bagon heard about eating, his eyes lit up and he jumped up excitedly. Dubai. Aoki immediately took out a few rainbow energy cubes and distributed them to his Pokemon. All the Pokemon gathered around and continued eating. Just before they were full, they encountered Bagon. Bagon ate happily and very quickly. It looked like he had never had a full meal since he was born. Aoki had already finished eating, picked up the tree fruit, and began to continue making energy cubes. Comprehensive energy cube. In addition, there are physical energy blocks, endurance energy blocks, and speed energy blocks. These need to be manufactured and the materials are ready. In the future, these energy cubes will be mixed and used to promote the all-round development of Pokemon. Although the improvement of the comprehensive energy cube is comprehensive enough, in terms of effect, it is not as good as the energy cube with a single attribute. For example, the speed energy cube increases the speed more. After eating and drinking, Bagon happily ran to Aoki's side and grabbed Aoki's feet. Dubai. Aoki looked at the happy Bagon and patted its head gently. It is very happy now. After resting for a long time, Aoki felt that it was almost time to continue exploring. He hadn't finished exploring this cave yet. He was going to go in and have a look around to see if there was anything more to gain. If he could have a Bagon, you might be able to see other rare Pokemon. He still has exactly one Pokemon left. Currently Agran, Combuskin, Frogadier, Trico, Bagon. As for the Relicanth, it was only temporary, so he needed one more to be able to assemble a team. What to use for the last one? Beldum. Prepare to see if we can encounter it in the future. He currently lacks Electric, Super, and Ghost types, so he is looking for one for the time being. Aoki took several Pokemon and soon came to the end of the cave and saw a huge basin. The basin is very large, with wilderness, woods, and a huge lake not far away. This should be a rock-type Pokemon. After years of digging, it finally formed a basin. There are also a lot of Pokemon living here. At a glance, Aoki saw Magikarp and Poliwag, jumping around in the lake and having a great time. There are also many grass-type Pokemon on the lawn, such as Hoppip, Oddish, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, etc. Unfortunately, none of these Pokemon are what Aoki likes, and Aoki doesn't need them for the time being. Let's go down and have a look. Aoki jumped down immediately, and many nearby Pokemon saw it with vigilance in their eyes. But no Pokemon took action. I'm so sorry. I just passed by here accidentally, so I wanted to find some companions. Aoki opened his hands, smiled, and released his Viridian power to express his kindness. Perhaps feeling the power of Viridian, the Pokemon immediately came over and threw themselves into Aoki's arms. They were all rubbing against each other, and it was obvious that they all liked Aoki. Wait, don't touch it. It's really itchy. Aoki is not in a hurry to leave. If he has that time, you might as well have fun with these Pokemon. Life is not only about travel and training, but sometimes you also have to relax. After playing like this for half an hour, Aoki felt that it was almost done, so he gently touched an Oddish. Oddish, I want to find a strong partner. Do you have any powerful Pokemon here? Road, Oddish said, pointing to a rock cave in the distance. There's a scary guy there. Aoki understood instantly, patted Oddish lightly, and picked up some food. These foods are given to you. These are all opened from bronze treasure chests. They're similar to pet food. They're Pokemon food in this world. But it's not as good as energy cubes, so Aoki doesn't like these foods, so this is the perfect time to give them to these Pokemon. The Pokemon all came together happily, tasting the food and saying thanks. Bagon was also ready to come over and eat some, but he was caught by Aoki. Aren't you just full? Now come with me to capture the Pokemon in the cave. Bagon could only watch helplessly, but did not reject Aoki after all. As soon as he entered the cave, Aoki was stunned, because the Pokemon in this cave are the Agran group. He thought it was so rare. Wait, it is indeed rare, but I already have Agran, which is really regrettable. Aoki wanted to give up, but after seeing these Agran qualifications, he suddenly didn't want to give up. Name, Agran. Strength, quasi-elite level. Qualification, elite level. Name, Aaron. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, elite level. Name, Lyron. Strength, elite level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. At a glance, there are 7 Aarons, 2 Larens, and 1 Agran. 4 elite level qualifications, and the rest are also quasi-elite level qualifications. But even with quasi-elite qualifications, as long as you are willing to invest resources, such as precious Orberd and rock, you can still reach elite level. This is certainly not possible for ordinary people, who probably cannot afford to feed Agran, the Big Eater. He can subdue the Agran tribe, which he can later use to train his men. The Soaring in the Sky team also needs development. Agran also saw Aoki and took the initiative to step forward. His huge body made the ground tremble and showed a fierce look. This was to protect his own tribe, so Agran took the initiative to stand up. Agran, I leave it to you. Aoki releases Agran, and he should still hand it over to him at this time. After all, the Agran in front of him is very powerful and is already at the quasi-elite level. Normal Pokemon really can't beat it, so it can only be left to his Agran. When Agran came out, it was in sharp contrast to the wild Agran. Because he often eats some rainbow energy cubes, Aoki's Agran is very strong and his armor is very colorful. In one word, he is handsome, and he is still tall and handsome. Among the Agran tribe, Aoki's Agran is a handsome guy. The wild Agran paused for a moment when he saw Aoki's Agran, obviously very happy. Agran even rushed towards Aoki desperately. Aoki prepared for Agran to attack, but noticed something was wrong with this wild Agran. It seems like he has fallen in love with his own Agran. At least that's what Viridian Force told him. Agran, it's up to you. Agran didn't do anything. He just looked at Agran in front of him. After the wild Agran approached Aoki's Agran, he leaned on Agran's shoulder. Seriously, this is love. Aoki immediately took a look with the eyes of Data and discovered that this wild Agran was actually a female. Agran fell in love with him. What is this? Seductive? Maybe this was a good plan, or let his Agran seduce the wild Agran. In this way, the Aaron group can be packed up without going through any battles. Agran, what do you think? It's not unacceptable if you like it. Aoki mentioned. He didn't let Agran seduce him directly. After all, he was a serious trainer. Is seduction something a serious trainer should do? Dora. Agran also gently nudged the wild Agran. This was the first time he saw Agran, and it was female, and he also felt that he might be in love. The two of them were rubbing against each other. No, it should be two Pokemon. Aoki was envious when he saw it. These two people actually fell in love, but he could only watch helplessly, wishing he could have one more female friend to date. If that doesn't work, we can go on a trip together. Hey, Agran, do you want to take a try with me? I can arrange a place for them to live and eat for free without any danger. Besides that, you can still be with my Agran, fall in love, have a baby, and so on. Aoki started to be seductive. Phew, this should be serious persuasion. Is he the seductive kind of person? Dora, I agreed. After hearing what the wild Agran said, Aoki immediately took out the luxury ball and knocked the Agran gently. Agran didn't even resist and simply surrendered. The remaining group of Aaron and Lyron also joined Aoki under the persuasion of the wild Agran. After all, without Agran, it's not that easy to mess around in this underground world. Might as well join Aoki together. Then, I will subdue you. Aoki took out a bunch of Pokemon balls and conquered the entire Aaron clan. Of course, due to the limit of only 6 Pokemon, the rest were all sent to Professor Burch's laboratory. In the end, Aoki was left with only 6 Pokemon: Frogadier, Combuskin, Bagon, Trico, Agran, female. As for the previous Relicanth, it has been eliminated by Aoki. It was originally used in the early stage to prevent danger. Now, there is a new Agran. The qualification is also elite level, and the strength is stronger than Relicanth. Aoki, of course, needs to use Agran. Okay, Agran, that's almost it. Let's continue walking around and see if we can encounter any good Pokemon. The two Agrans were just leaning together, following Aoki and saying sweet words. To be honest, Aoki was speechless. One day, I will be shown affection by Pokemon. Fortunately, I conquered Bagon before, otherwise I would definitely be more depressed. Next, Aoki walked around the underground space again, but there were no powerful Pokemon. In other words, there are strong ones, but they are not what Aoki likes. Their qualifications are not particularly high, and their species strength is not very high either. Unless he meets someone with particularly high qualifications, such as elite qualification, he will not conquer them. After walking like this for a long time, Aoki felt that it was almost done and it was time to visit other caves. Meanwhile, Professor Burch Laboratory. Oh, these seem to be the Pokemon that Aoki has captured. They are all Pokemon with good qualifications. Let me see what they are. Professor Burch picked up the Pokeball and released all the Aaron tribe that he had conquered before. This seems to be Aaron and Lyron. I didn't expect Aoki to meet such a rare group. There's also the Relicanth from before. There is actually another one here. Aoki is so lucky to encounter so many rare Pokemon. Professor Burch admired Aoki and felt very pleased at the same time. As the son of a researcher in their laboratory, Professor Burch naturally hopes that Aoki can achieve something. It can be seen from Aoki's luck that Aoki has been doing very well during this period. Maybe a lot of powerful Pokemon have been conquered, and this time the Evergrande Conference should be able to achieve good results. In a cave, Aoki was holding a strange-shaped stone and his face turned dark. This is the reward he got just after opening the treasure chest. An original stone that has not been polished in any way. Damn it, it hasn't been polished in any way and it's still original. Do you think she's a beauty? That's all, a treasure chest, giving him such a useless stone. Aoki wanted to throw the stone away. But as soon as he lifted the stone, Aoki had no choice but to give up. After all, he had opened a treasure chest. And this unpolished stone is particularly beautiful. It is a Metagross stone. It's the statue stone of Metagross. Although it is useless, it can be used as a decoration. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from the distance. Aoki immediately turned his head to look with caution in his eyes. I just don't know if it's a human or a Pokemon, but no matter what it is, you have to be careful. If you encounter bad people, it is common to kill people and steal goods. It is also very troublesome if you encounter cruel Pokemon. Two Agran stood in front at the same time, looking cautiously into the distance. A figure appeared in front of Aoki. There is also a light. Gradually, the figure came closer. Aoki could clearly see through the light that the man was a young man with blue hair and blue pupils. Judging from age, he is a few years older than him. It's him. Aoki recognized the person. Steven Stone, the former champion of the Hoenn region and the next president of Devon Manufacturing Group. Steven Stone was also stunned for a moment when he saw Aoki. When I heard the sound before, I thought I heard it wrong, but I didn't expect that there was actually someone there. Yeah, I didn't expect that I would meet the former Hoenn region champion here. Aoki opened the system map. The diamond treasure chest is right in front of you. I am no longer the champion of the Hoenn region. I am just a traveler at the moment. Steven Stone doesn't have the arrogance of a champion at all. His favorite thing is to travel around quickly and find some rocks. Suddenly, Steven Stone noticed the Metagross stone in Aoki's hand, and his eyes lit up. Sir, could you let me see the stone in your hand? Aoki was also stunned for a moment, and then realized that this thing was useless to him, but it was a good collection for Steven Stone. No wonder the system sent him a waste, probably because of Steven Stone. This may be a prop to gain Steven Stone's favorability. You can take a look if you want. What I just found should be an uncarved, naturally formed stone statue of Metagross. Aoki handed the stone to Steven Stone. Steven Stone took the stone, paid careful attention to it, and stroked it carefully. This attitude is like seeing a beautiful beauty. Indeed, it's a miracle in this world that there is an unpolished stone statue of Metagross. By the way, can I buy this stone with you? I really like this stone. Steven Stone has covet in his eyes. His trump card is Metagross. Now that I see this stone, I really like it. If you need it, I'll give it to you. Everyone has their own preferences. I don't like stones very much. Thank you, then. Just consider it a favor that I owe you. Steven Stone readily accepted. You're welcome. It just so happens that I know your father, President Jirachi, and he even gave me a black card. Aoki took out a black card. This is naturally to bring the two of them closer together so that they can continue to farm Mega Evolution Stones in the future. Maybe Steven Stone can be found. When Steven Stone saw the black card in Aoki's hand, he immediately believed it and had a better impression of Aoki. After all, he is someone approved by his father. I didn't expect you actually knew my father. By the way, did he say anything about my father? Steven Stone asked. Your father, President Jirachi, said that you particularly like stones, and he hopes that you can take over the company. Steven Stone's arms were shaking. What he fears most is taking over the company or becoming a champion. If you have that time, why not go traveling and find more rocks? How about we go out for a walk? See if there's anything good nearby. No problem, just in time. I also want to see if there are any rare Pokemon in this cave. Aoki didn't refuse. He is not worried that Steven Stone will take action against him. After all, Steven Stone's character is worthy of everyone's trust. Two people walked in the cave together. In the next day, Aoki and Steven Stone visited all the caves and found nothing rare. There are also some good Pokemon, such as Onix, a quasi-elite qualification. Aoki didn't let it go and conquered it immediately. Steven Stone didn't conquer anything. He just dug some rocks. He didn't pay attention to those Pokemon at all. In the evening, Aoki and Steven Stone left the cave and returned to the forest. I finally came out. I've been here for a long time, and I'm a little tired. Stephen Stone looked at the moonlight outside and couldn't help but sigh. Aoki also complained in his mind. Nonsense, as a young master, a former champion, actually doing mining work. Not to mention Stephen Stone, he felt very tired just thinking about it. It's getting late. I'm ready to leave. Let's meet again when we have the chance. Aoki and Stephen Stone didn't get along, so naturally they weren't going to be together, so he was going to leave early. Wait a minute, you gave me such a nice stone. I also have some collections. I dug them up recently. Can you see if there's anything you like? Stephen Stone thought for a while. He didn't have anything good in him, so he could only give some of the things he had recently acquired to Aoki. Is this really good? After all, you have been digging for so long. Aoki politely declined. What is the use of these stones? Are you going to hold a stone exhibition? It's okay, come and take a look. Stephen Stone took the initiative to take out his backpack, but Aoki had no choice but to accept it. It looks like I have to take a stone back. Aoki looked at the stone in front of him and was really speechless. They're all weird-shaped stones, but they are of no use at all. You might as well give him some money. But he still took a look. Maybe he could get something good. After all, he has an eye for data, just in case there's something good in this. Suddenly, Aoki focused his gaze on an oval stone with wonder in his eyes. He thought he might have seen it wrong. There's actually a Pokémon egg here, a half-dead Pokémon egg to be precise. The most important thing is that this Pokémon egg is not an ordinary Pokémon. Name, Jirachi. Attribute, Steel Superpower. Ability, Tianun. Strength. Qualification, Level 2 God. Aoki felt that he might have seen it wrong. Although he wanted to conquer the phantom beasts and divine beasts, he never expected that they would actually come to his door. Although it is just a Pokémon egg, as long as it can be hatched and properly cultivated, it will be a Level 2 God. Maybe others can't hatch it, but he is different. After all, he has a system, so he might be able to hatch it. Aoki looked calm and picked up Jirachi's Pokémon egg casually. How about this? It should be a certain Pokémon egg. Maybe I can hatch it. Just look at my luck. No problem. Then I'll give this to you. Stephen Stone didn't take no for an answer. He also knew it was a Pokémon egg, but he didn't know what kind of Pokémon egg it was. And he doesn't lack Pokémon very much, so if he gives a Pokémon egg, it's a gift. On the contrary, he prefers the Metagross stone, which is very beautiful and can be used as a good collection in the future. Thank you then. Aoki took Jirachi's Pokémon egg and put it in his backpack. He just hopes that one day he can hatch a fantasy beast, a good breeder, and a championship-level trainer. That is not a dream. Then let's part ways. Stephen Stone took back his other collections, turned around, walked into the dark forest, and disappeared. Aoki was not in a hurry to leave, but found a place nearby, made a fire to cook, and prepared to have a good meal. After eating and drinking, Aoki's Pokémon began their special training every night. Agran specializes in comprehending the secrets, and perhaps ate the fruits of the secrets. It is still useful to this day. Agran, who has just conquered, is also comprehending the secrets and striving to enter the elite level as soon as possible. Other Pokémon also started their own special skill training. Combuskin is learning a new skill, Flare Blitz, and Frogadier has already started learning Dark Pulse in advance. Trico is still undergoing normal training. It will evolve soon, and currently it is mainly evolving. Bagon has enough skills, but the skills are not very powerful. He mainly just exercises his skills. Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, and Dragon Dance all require training, not only to increase the power, but also to increase the release speed of skills. Aoki is using tree fruits to make some energy cubes, then crushing them into liquid and adding Pokémon egg hatching liquid. He had just seen Jirachi's problem clearly through the eyes of data. It's nothing more than not enough energy, causing the Pokémon egg to fall into a suspended animation contest condition. As long as enough energy is provided, Jirachi can hatch successfully. The energy in the hatching liquid of ordinary Pokémon eggs is not very high. So Aoki is specially made. Made from energy cubes, it has more energy and the effect is obvious. After the Aoki is finished, it's time to go inside the Pokémon egg incubator. Then I stared at it with both eyes, feeling very nervous and worried that I would fail. Although the Eye of Data provided energy, there was no specific method after all. He figured it all out by himself. The green Pokemon egg hatching fluid slowly fades in color over time. Even the hatching fluid has become less. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this method worked, but it's probably not that easy to hatch. I just don't know how long it will take. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 1000th. Aoki looked at it with the eyes of Data. His expression was ecstatic. He was so excited that he almost jumped out of his skin. I didn't expect this method to be useful. Although the Pokemon egg hatching liquid just given is enough to hatch one Pokemon egg. But as long as Jirachi can be successfully incubated, let alone 1,000 copies, even 10,000 copies, Aoki will work hard to make money. A quasi-god Pokemon is already worth hundreds of millions, let alone Jirachi's Pokemon egg. It is estimated to be more expensive. Just some Pokemon egg hatching liquid is nothing at all. He will not do business at a loss. Aoki put away Jirachi's Pokemon eggs. He now has no hatching fluid for Pokemon eggs and cannot continue to hatch them for the time being. But when he gets to the next town, he must buy thousands of Pokemon egg hatching fluids. It can even be packaged. There is no way. It is only 1,000th of the progress. He still needs a lot. Agran, everyone can rest. Go to bed early today. I will start early tomorrow. Dora, not exactly. Can't you please? All the Pokemon called out, then found a place to close their eyes and rest. Early the next morning, Aoki got up and prepared breakfast for Pokemon. Several Pokemon ate very quickly. Everyone, since we've finished eating, let's set off now and try to get to the next town as soon as possible. Because he really wanted Jirachi to hatch, Aoki didn't want to waste time and decided to end the training early. Otherwise, it will take at least a week of training before arriving at the town where the next gym is located. Agran followed Aoki through the forest and soon came to a tunnel. Rusturf Tunnel, a very important tunnel, connects Rustboro City, and then by boat, you can come to Dewford Town. Rusturf Tunnel. Aoki is riding a bicycle and is preparing to cross the tunnel alone. Combuskin sits on the back of the bicycle to protect Aoki from Pokemon sneak attacks. After riding like this for a while, Aoki suddenly stopped. Because there are many people in front of me. Detecting, it should be a worker. Excuse me? What happened? Aoki found one of the foremen and couldn't help but ask. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible and headed to Dewford Town to buy more Pokemon egg hatching liquid. There's not much time to waste here. Trainer, I'm sorry, there's an extra Loudred in front, and we can't get it out. Yeah, Trainer, you seem to be very powerful. Can you do me a favor? Get out. Several workers had expectations in their eyes. They are just part-time workers and do not have any powerful Pokemon. No problem, just leave it to me. Aoki didn't refuse. He just wanted to solve the trouble as soon as possible and then pass through this tunnel. After saying goodbye to the workers, Aoki walked in openly. Rusturf Tunnel is very dark, and there's still some moisture in the air. Combuskin stood nearby with a faint flame coming out of his body to provide some warmth. Thank you, Combuskin. Aoki patted Combuskin on the shoulder. Not exactly. Combuskin patted his heart. It seems like there is no need to say thank you anymore. Aoki walked for a while and finally saw a purple creature. Loudred. It must be this Loudred who lives here, hindering the others. Loudred, are you okay? Aoki used his powers to try to have a good talk with Loudred. But before he could speak, Loudred took action and made a huge echoed voice. Echoed voice set off waves of invisible shock waves, rushing directly towards Aoki. The ground was also trembling, and cracks suddenly appeared. No, Combuskin, use Flamethrower. Combuskin immediately spit out a mouthful of hot flames, forming a vortex and colliding with the invisible shockwave. Boom! The two collided with each other, causing an explosion. The smoke produced by the explosion covered the tunnel and blocked Aoki's view. Combuskin, you wait nearby and let Trico fight. It just needs a fight. Aoki released Trico. At this moment, Trico is on the edge of evolution and can successfully evolve at any time, which requires experience. Name, Loudred. Strength advanced. Qualification, gym level. This Pokemon is not very strong, and its qualifications are not high. It is already the second stage of evolution, and it only has advanced strength. If it were to be at the Usangia level, the second stage of evolution would have to be at the elite level. It can be seen that this Loudred is stunted and is just the right target for Trico to fight. Trico used Pound. Trico ran quickly and quickly came to Loudred, then turned around and slapped him with his tail. It happened to hit Loudred. Loudred fell to the ground. His face looked a little painful, but he stood up immediately and made a louder uproar sound. The uproar sound is more shocking than before. Trico used Bullet Seed. Trico spits out large amounts of seeds. Rumble. Bullet Seed and Uproar clashed fiercely, triggering a series of explosions. Trico, run into the smoke and give him a brick break. Trico didn't hesitate. Although it was invisible due to the smoke, it still rushed in. Loudred was in the smoke, a little panicked and at a loss. He looked around silently, hoping to escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green shadow rushed behind Loudred and raised his right hand. The light on his right arm struck Loudred fiercely. This is also Trico's only fighting skill. He learned it before and was not very proficient in it. But enough with Loudred. Loudred was hit head-on by Brick Break, letting out a painful growl, and then fell to the ground, his body trembling. Have you not lost your ability to fight? Then go ahead and give him the last move, Brick Break. Trico raised his right hand again, a white light glowing on his arm, and then slashed hard. Loudred looked at Trico in front of him, immediately stood up, and ran towards Trico quickly. The final tackle? Trico, take him head-on. Trico did not dodge, and hit Loudred on the head with a knife in his right hand. Intense tackle. Even Trico was hurt, his arms were shaking, but he still persisted. After a few seconds, Loudred staggered. His body could no longer bear the trauma, and he fell to the ground. Can't you please? Trico raised his hands happily, celebrate himself won again. At this moment, a white light appeared on Trico's body, covering his whole body. That's great, Trico. You finally evolved. Aoki's eyes were full of joy. It has been some time since he conquered Trico, but Trico has never evolved. This made him particularly sad. After all, Combusken has evolved for a long time, and Frogadier is also on the verge of evolution. Trico is already slow enough. Aoki focused on Trico, clenching his hands into fists with a hint of anticipation in his heart. As time passed, the white light on Trico disappeared and was replaced by a brand new figure. Great, Trico, no. It should be Grovyle. You finally evolved. Grovyle was so happy that he immediately jumped in front of Aoki, jumping up and down, and kept asking for credit. Master, I have finally evolved, and I have not let you down. Aoki heard Grovyle's thoughts and patted Grovyle's head gently. Grovyle, you have worked hard during this period. Next, just take a day off. There is no need to train every day. Can't you please? I'm fine, Master. Name, Grovyle. Ability, Lush. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Leech Seed, Sunfire, Sunny Day, Leaf Storm, X-Scissor. Aoki looked at Grovyle's attribute panel and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so luxurious." He actually learned so many great moves, whether it's Sun Flame or Leaf Storm, they're all super powerful. I also learned Sunny Day, which is a good skill. As long as you use Sunny Day, the Sun Flame will reduce the time of stockpile. Leech Seed is also pretty good. Okay, Grovyle, come back. I'll take you out of here now. Aoki took back Grovyle, walked to Loudred, and used the power of Viridian to heal him. Not long after, Loudred woke up, perhaps because he felt the power of Viridian, so this time, Loudred did not attack. He even lightly rubbed Aoki's arm. Okay, eat something, and then I'll take you to the forest. There are too many people here, and it will be very dangerous. Loudred smelled the energy cube and did not refuse, tasting it happily. After eating, Aoki took Loudred and left the Rusturf tunnel together. At the exit of the tunnel, Aoki waved to Loudred. Loudred also left happily. After leaving the Rusturf tunnel, Aoki entered the forest again. There is still some time before arriving at Dewford Town, and Aoki is not in a hurry. It just so happens that Grovyle has evolved, and I need to get familiar with this power so I can challenge some Pokemon along the way. A few days later, Aoki walked through the forest and came to the nearby coast. Next, you need to cross a river to reach Dewford Town. Aoki was on a cruise ship, picked up his fishing rod, and sat on the side of the boat to fish. The proudest thing in his life was catching a Froakie and successfully catching it. Maybe you can catch some rare Pokemon this time, although the possibility is not very high. Next, Aoki was fishing and caught many water-type Pokemon. It's a pity that Aoki doesn't like them all. Magikarp, Little Goldfish, Poliwag, Carvana. Because his fishing rod is obtained by opening a treasure chest, the chance of catching Pokemon is higher than that of an ordinary fishing rod. Young man, I didn't expect your fishing level to be so high. I really admire you. Next to him, an old man couldn't help but praise him. He is also a fisherman, but he has not caught any Pokemon for such a long time. As a result, Aoki shot one shot after another, and he looked a little envious. Actually, this is nothing. These Pokemon are not particularly rare. While talking, Aoki picked up a treasure ball, threw it gently, and subdued one of the Magikarp. Old man, do you really think I'm a fool? You said it was not a good Pokemon, but you just bought one after changing hands. Aoki was actually helpless. She originally looked down on Magikarp. After all, he already had Frogadier. But there is no way. It is too lucky. There are so many Magikarps. Only a few can successfully evolve. Among these Magikarps that can evolve, only a few can reach the elite level. The specific probability is estimated to be 1 in 100,000 or even 1 in a million. After all, there are too many Magikarps. It turned out that the Magikarp he just saw had elite qualifications, so he couldn't wait to conquer it. Name, Magikarp. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, elite level. Skills, water splash, jump, tackle. Naturally, Aoki would not miss this elite qualified Pokemon. Of course, since he is Frogadier and is qualified as a champion, he will naturally not take Gyarados seriously. But his Soaring in the Sky team already has Izumi, and there may be Courtney soon. It can then be used to win people's hearts. Gyarados is very strong, and highly qualified Gyarados is more attractive to people. Magikarp instantly teleported back to Professor Burch's laboratory. Aoki has no intention of cultivating. If it really evolves to Gyarados, Gyarados will only listen to it, and it will be inconvenient to give it away. It is better to give it directly to others in the future. After a while, the fishing rod in Aoki's hand shook again, and it shook violently. Aoki pulled hard, but couldn't pull it up. It's a Pokemon in water, and its struggle is too intense. However, Aoki still saw clearly the Pokemon in the water through the water. Name, Sharpedo. Strength, elite. Qualification, gym level. Grovyle used Sunny Day, then Sunny Flame. Grovyle immediately jumped into the air, his body glowing faintly. The originally bright Soaring in the Sky became even hotter, as if there was a small sun hanging in the Soaring in the Sky. After that, Grovyle was able to absorb the light from the sun, and the white light on his body became even more intense. Can't you please? Grovyle yelled, and a white light burst out and rushed into the water. Rumble. Sharpedo was hit head-on by the sun's flames, causing a strong wave of air and a large amount of seawater spraying out. The cruise ship swayed slightly under this airwave. Such a strong sun flame. This Grovyle's is very powerful. The old man next to him was amazed. Other tourists were also shocked by the blazing sunshine of Aoki's Grovyle. This is really powerful. Normal water Pokemon may not be able to withstand it. In the water, Sharpedo was hit head-on by Grovyle's solar flames. He let out a scream, then rolled over and fainted. Aoki pulled Sharpedo out and healed him a little. After Sharpedo woke up, Aoki threw Sharpedo into the sea again, with no intention of conquering him. He really doesn't like Sharpedo, gym-level qualification, and doesn't intend to let his subordinates use it. He will only prepare some highly qualified ones for executive captains and forget about normal people. The reason for fighting is to find a rival for Grovyle. It has just been planned recently and is particularly fond of fighting, and Aoki will not let it down. His Grovyle's character is particularly strong. Dufour Town. After Aoki arrived, he quickly found a vine tree on the beach. The current trainer at Dufour Gym is good at fighting type and likes surf very much to train the strength of Pokemon's lower body. You are trainer Fujishu from Dufour Gym, right? When you have time, I want to challenge you. Fujishu was surfing, and after hearing Aoki's words, he subconsciously stopped. It's late today, and my Pokemon are very tired. I accept your challenge tomorrow morning. Well, I'm going to take a rest first, and I'll come over to challenge you tomorrow morning. Aoki is not Ash. He insists on challenging Fujishu. Since Fujishu doesn't have time, he should go back and take a rest. Just in time, he needed to buy some more Pokemon egg hatching liquid. At Dufour Town's mall, after Aoki arrived, he bought most of the Pokemon egg hatching liquid. After that, we came to the Pokemon Center and opened a room here. The rooms at Pokemon Center are not only cheap, but also very affordable. The main reason is that there are no hotels in Dufour Town, otherwise he can stay in the hotel. In the room, Aoki took out the tree fruit, once again made a high-concentration energy cube, then crushed it and stirred the Pokemon hatching liquid together. Then he fell on Jirachi's Pokemon egg. 20 or so Pokemon egg hatching fluids were all used for Jirachi. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 30 thousandths. This speed is too slow. At this speed, he will need at least a few hundred copies, close to 1,000 copies. Ordinary shopping malls may not have it. It seems that he needs help from Devon Manufacturing Group. I believe that with the power of the German Manufacturing Group, they should be able to collect 1,000 copies. Aoki thought for a while and finally decided to send a text message to President Zhivachi and ask him to deliver it to the next town. After challenging the Dufour Gym, go to the next town to get it. President Zhivachi didn't understand why Aoki needed so much, but he wasn't too entangled. Since it is what Aoki needs, it is natural to give it to Aoki. The next day, Aoki got up, packed up, and prepared to challenge the Dufour Gym. He wanted to challenge the gym as soon as possible, then move on to the next town and hatch Jirachi as quickly as possible. He couldn't wait to own a fantasy beast. Dufour Gym, Tung Shu has been waiting for a long time. Challenger, you are finally here. I have been waiting here for a long time. Challenge method 2 versus 2. Do you have any opinion? Of course I have no objection. I also want to end the gym challenge as soon as possible and go to the next town. Aoki is already ready to make a move. Very good. Next, Aoki from Little Root Town will challenge the Vine Tree in Dufour Town. The challenge has officially begun. It's up to you. Go ahead, Machop. Vine throws the Pokemon first. Name, Machop. Attribute, Fighting System. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Gym level. Perhaps to test newbies, Machop's level is not very high. In that case, the decision is yours, Bagon. Aoki's weakest is Bagon, and Bagon hasn't played in gym competitions yet, so let him get used to it in advance. The most important thing is to deal with Machop. Bagon is enough. Bagon, you are really lucky. Fujishu is still a little envious in his heart. Although he is a fighting gym trainer, he also yearns for quasi-gods. But only rich people have it. Machop, although rival is a Bagon, you must not admit defeat. Charge up to me and use Karate Chop. Machop raised his hand, rushed towards Bagon, and slashed hard at Bagon. There's a white light on the wrist. Bagon, don't dodge. Give it a flamethrower. Bagon opened his mouth, and there was a ball of hot flames. The flames were particularly intense and emitted scorching heat. Before Machop even got close, he was enveloped in hot flames, and then with a burst of explosion, Machop was blown away. Thump! Machop, hold on. Charge me again. Agility, dodge its flamethrower. Fujiju shouted. Machop immediately jumped up, ran quickly on both feet, and soon came to the vicinity of Bagon. Bagon's flamethrower kept firing, but Machop dodged it. Obviously, Machop usually undergoes very strict training and runs very fast. Although the strength is not very strong, the speed is still surprising. Machop, once you get close, use low sweep immediately. Macop quickly moved to Bagon's side, raised his foot, and kicked Bagon's leg. Bagon, don't dodge. Take this opportunity to give it a Zen Headbutt. Bagon just stood there and let Macop kick him in the leg. Although there was some pain, Bagon still endured the pain and bent over with a red light shining on his head. Then the whole body crashed into Macop, and his head hit Macop. Macop screamed, losing control of his body, then flew backwards, fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with circles, and he passed out. Macop has lost the ability to fight. Please ask the gym leader to send the next Pokemon. Macop, thank you for your hard work. I'll leave it to your companions next. Vine takes back the Macop, and then pulls out a Pokeball again. It's up to you, Macamp. The second Pokemon is Macamp, the final evolved form of Macop. It has 4 hands in total and is more powerful in combat. This can be seen from a champ's attribute panel. Name, Macamp. Strength, elite level. Qualification, gym level. This is another Pokemon with poor qualifications and not very strong either. The final evolved form is nothing more than that. It seems that Fujishu's ability to accept this gym must have been a blessing to his father. But his father is not particularly powerful and cannot obtain high-level Pokemon. At least the fighting type didn't get it. Of course, it's also possible that Fujitsu has it, but it's just that in gym competitions, it can't produce Pokemon that are too strong. Bagon, this game will continue to be left to you. I believe you can win. Macamp, charge forward. After Vine Tree gave an order, Macamp ran quickly, passed through the rocks, and approached the Bagon. Bagon, use Flamethrower again. Bagon spat out a mouthful of hot fire again and sprayed it at Macamp. The flame vortex roared, setting off a very strong heat wave that spread throughout the entire place. Even Aoki, who was standing on the edge of the field, felt a wave of heat. During this period, Bagon trained very seriously and his skills were very powerful. Macamp, don't be afraid, quickly dodge, keep getting closer, and then use Ice Punch. Macamp ran quickly and kept jumping to avoid the fire attacks. Bagon Flamethrower is very fast, but Macamp still dodges it. In the blink of an eye, Macamp was in front of Bagon, raised his right hand high, and smashed it down on Bagon. A blue light appeared on the wrist, and there were waves of cold air. Bagon, step aside quickly. Bagon quickly jumped to the side, but he was still a step too slow, and Bagon was punched on the shoulder. Cold air filled the air, freezing his shoulder. Dubai. Bagon's face looked a little painful. Although he was only hit on the shoulder, the freezing punch did a lot of damage to him. Very good, Macamp. Let's take advantage of the victory and give him another freezing punch. After Fujishu gave an order, Macamp sped up, and with a swish sound, he closed the distance between him and Bagon and raised his cold hand again. As soon as you get close to Bagon, give the baby a freezing punch to completely destroy Bagon. Bagon, use the large area Flamethrower to cover your tracks, and then find a place to hide. Aoki also knew that Bagon must not be hit again. Ice-type's restraint, coupled with the gap in strength, Bagon will definitely lose his ability to fight if he is hit by the freezing punch. Hello. Bagon spit out Flamethrower again. The flames were more powerful, but they spiraled in all directions. Soon, flames spread across the lower half of the field and obscured Bagon's figure. Macamp, focus. Tungshu was not in a hurry to take action. With such a huge flame, he could not find any trace of Bagon. Once Bagon seizes the opportunity, he might injure Macamp. Macamp called out, then looked around warily, looking for any trace of Bagon. Bagon, hide, then use Dragon Dance. Behind a rock, Bagon listened to Aoki's order and immediately danced a strange dance. The body exudes a faint purple light. No, Macamp. Find Bagon immediately and give him a freeze punch. Tungshu's expression suddenly changed. The so-called Dragon Dance is a skill for Dragon-type Pokemon that can increase speed and attack by 1 level. Once Bagon successfully uses Dragon Dance, his combat power will definitely become stronger and it will be more difficult to deal with him. The flames quickly disappeared. Macamp looked around and saw a purple light behind a rock. Although it was very faint, Macamp still saw it. Macamp, charge up and use freeze punch. Vine Tree also discovered traces of Bagon. Macamp stepped on a rock, jumped in midair, and happened to find Bagon. Then he shuttled through the rock, came to Bagon, and faced Bagon with a freezing punch. Bagon, get out of the way. Bagon jumped easily and dodged. After using Dragon Dance, Bagon was very fast and easily dodged Machamp's attack. What? So fast? Tingshu didn't expect that Bagon would move so fast. Bagon, charge up and use Dragon God Dive. Bagon let out a scream and then ran quickly, using the speed of running to transform into power. There was even purple air flowing over his body. After a while, Bagon's momentum gradually increased, and the ground began to tremble. Macamp, give him a freezing punch and defeat him completely. Macamp looked at Bagon running towards him in a menacing manner. He was not afraid and ran away as well. Both Pokemon were running at high speeds. After getting closer, Bagon lowered his head and used the impact of his body to rush towards Macamp. Macamp also raised his freezing fist and punched Bagon head-on. The ice froze Bagon's head and knocked it off his head. Bagon, hold on. I'll treat you to something good at noon today. Aoki also noticed that there was still a gap in Bagon's strength and shouted quickly. When Bagon heard Aoki's words, his eyes were full of determination, and the purple aura on his body became even stronger. Then he shouted angrily, hit Macamp hard, and knocked Macamp away. The moment Macamp was knocked out, he still punched Bagon one last time and knocked Bagon to the ground. Both Pokemon fell down at the same time. Bagon, stand up, I believe you. Bagon stood up with difficulty. His feet trembled and finally fell to the ground and fainted. After all, it has not yet reached the elite level. For a Pokemon like Macamp, who is at the peak of the elite level and can step into the Taoist level at any time, it is still a bit behind. This is because Macamp has not been trained well, his qualifications are not high, and he has not learned many skills. As long as you have more skills and don't be so limited, Bagon won't be able to hit him. On the other side, although Macamp was hit head-on by Dragon Rush and was seriously injured, he still stood up. I was just breathing heavily, my feet were trembling, and I almost couldn't stand still. In the end, he defeated Bagon with his great strength, but he also suffered a lot of trauma. Bagon, come back. I'll leave the rest to your companions. Aoki thought for a while and finally decided to choose Frogadier. It was also champion qualified and his favorite Greninja. He planned to let Frogadier evolve in a Greninja first, and then see if he could get the bonded Greninja form. Frogadier, the decision is yours. Aoki throws Luxury Ball. Frogadier knelt down on one knee and supported the ground with one hand. His appearance was particularly handsome. Macamp, while you're at it, rush forward and use Thunder Punch. Fujishu also knew that Macamp was low on energy and had to defeat the enemy as soon as possible. Frogadier, use the most powerful Hydro Pump. Spread it all over the place. Don't give him a chance to escape. Frogadier immediately stood up and soon released a super powerful water column that spread all over the place. Even if Macamp wanted to dodge, there was no place to hide, so he was easily hit and then knocked away. Just one move, and he can be easily killed instantly. After all, the injury was too serious, and naturally he was no longer Frogadier's rival. Macamp has lost the ability to fight, so the winner is the challenger from Little Root Town. Macamp, come back. Fujishu didn't feel too sorry. The duty of the gym trainer was to determine the strength of the novices. It's like giving experience. It doesn't really matter whether you win or lose. Frogadier, thank you. Aoki took back Frogadier, thinking about when Frogadier could evolve. Once Frogadier evolves, it becomes Greninja, which can be considered as combat effective. Challenger, this is how you defeated Dufour Gym and obtained the Knuckle Badge. Thank you. Aoki took the Knuckle Badge and put it in the badge box. After getting the third badge, it's time to go to the next town. The next gym is in Malville City, but before going to Malville City, you can go to Slateport City. The Pokemon egg hatching liquid he ordered was delivered to the Pokemon Center in this city. He wanted to get it as soon as possible, and then find a way to hatch Jirachi, trying to give him peak combat power as soon as possible. The strength of the fantasy beasts is very strong. As for being beaten up in various ways in the anime, that is definitely a joke. Even if the species strength is the same as that of a quasi-god, the strength exceeds that of a quasi-god. This is their high talent. After leaving the Dufour gym, Aoki was not in a hurry to leave, but went to the Pokemon Center to take a rest. At least take a nap, and then set off in the afternoon to continue taking the boat and try to leave the island as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to see Jirachi hatch. Pokemon Center, Aoki took a nap, let the Pokemon rest for a while, and set off again that afternoon. Although you can swim and surf here, Aoki is not interested. He still likes to wander in the forest. Now he just wants to make Pokemon stronger as soon as possible and have a place in this world. On the luxury cruise ship, Aoki continues his fishing trip. After all, the luxury cruise ship is only so big, and it is too embarrassed to do any skill training, so it can only kill time by fishing. While Aoki was fishing, many people gathered nearby. They all admire Aoki's fishing skills. It's almost one shot at a time, and each shot doesn't take very long. In addition to passing the time, Aoki just wanted to see if he could get any good Pokemon, especially those with higher qualifications. Brother, can you give me this Poliwag? Aoki had just caught a Poliwag and was about to throw it when a little Stephanie grabbed Aoki's arm. A very fragile and adorable-looking little Stephanie. But he was dressed simply and didn't look like a rich man. I guess I can't afford you Sanjia's fees. Lillian, don't talk nonsense. This Poliwag belongs to this gentleman. Lillian's mother grabbed Lillian with a hint of apology in her eyes. She also wants Poliwag, but she can't afford it herself and is too embarrassed to ask Aoki for it. Aoki saw this little Stephanie and thought of many people who couldn't afford Pokemon. Of course, he's not that great as Lucas, giving Pokemon to those people for free. But this Lillian was so cute that he wanted to help. No problem. I also have a Pokeball here, which I will give to you, and some ordinary Pokemon food, which I will give to you as well. Aoki presented a very ordinary Pokeball, which was open from a treasure chest and does not belong to Alliance. The food is also very ordinary, and the energy cubes that Aoki uses are not worth mentioning at all. As for this Poliwag, name, Poliwag. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, gym level. Seriously, Poliwag's final evolution, species strength, isn't that bad, but it requires Waterstone. Of course, he doesn't lack Waterstone either, but this Poliwag's qualifications are too poor. If you want elite qualification, Aoki may not give it to you. Thank you, big brother. Lillian was very happy, took the baby ball, and then subdued Poliwag. Great, I have a Pokemon. Aoki raised the fishing rod and continued fishing. This little Stephanie did not continue to ask for Pokemon. According to her family situation, raising one was enough. If you raise too many, you probably won't be able to keep them. Thank you, sir. Lillian's mother was also very happy. She couldn't afford Pokemon and didn't want to disappoint her daughter. Unexpectedly, Aoki actually gave away a Poliwag for free. This Pokemon is not particularly bad, the envy of many others in the neighborhood. There were also some people who came to ask Aoki for Pokemon, but were rejected by Aoki. Do you really think he's a good person? Not everyone is as cute as Lillian, which made her heart suddenly move. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't look down on him. After the cruise ship docked, Aoki packed up and saluted before preparing to leave. Wait, big brother. Lillian suddenly stopped Aoki and ran over quickly. Brother, thank you for sending me Poliwag. I will definitely take good care of it. Aoki could feel Lillian's kindness, thought of something, and came up with the contact information. After this Evergrande conference is over, I may set up my own company. If you need it, you can come to me and I can provide a job. Well, we'll think about it. Lillian's mother thought seriously. Maybe take refuge with Aoki.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.